Intimidation, pressure, anxiety, and fear. The qualities of a villain. This villain is the fastest 1 mile track on the circuit. It's a place where a minor mistake can lead to a major disaster. It's a place where sudden turns can cause grip to fade as fast as composure. And it's a place with fear. Fear that at any second, everything you've worked for can come to a screeching halt. Those are the qualities of the Monster Mile. And as NASCAR champions return to this canyon of concrete, they do so knowing that even the most decorated drivers have felt the monster's wrath. Today, one man will conquer the Monster Mile. But the real question is, how many will the monster conquer itself? It's 200 miles for the NASCAR Nationwide Series at Dover. Next. And ESPN welcomes you to NASCAR Countdown from the Monster Mile, Dover International Speedway, where we're watching the weather and watching to see whether NASCAR Nationwide Series history is made at the end of today's 200-mile race. First, the weather. There was a heavy shower this morning. The track is being dried right now. The rain has stopped, but there's more weather on the radar. As a result, NASCAR has gone into hurry-up mode. They moved the green flag up from 2:15 to 2:03 Eastern Time. And because qualifying was rained out, the starting grid was set by the NASCAR rulebook procedures new for this season, essentially practice speeds from Friday, determining that Carl Edwards and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will start on the front row. There you see the first 5 rows of today's grid. Now, for the history part, a Kyle Busch win today would bring him into a tie with Mark Martin for most all-time wins in the Nationwide Series. Mark got his first Nationwide Series win here at Dover in 1987. Kyle was 2 years old at the time. 13 years and 6 months was the time that Mark has held the lead for most all-time wins. He took that from Jack Ingram back in 1997, but after a tremendous tear in which he scored 37 wins in the last 4 years, Kyle stands ready to equal Mark's mark today. He starts 13th. We get his pre-race thoughts with Jamie Little.
Well, it seems like wherever Kyle Busch goes, the books follow. Those record books we're all talking about, Kyle. It's a big feat that you can accomplish today if you get this win and tie Mark Martin for all-time winningest driver. What would that mean to you?
Well, it would certainly be nice, and you know, it means an awful lot because you tie a guy who's done so much for the series, for the sport all around, on the Sprint Cup side and on the Nationwide side. You know, it's a good guy to tie. You know, it feels good to tie a person like Mark, and one of these days maybe beat him. But you know, it's to me, it's fun to be able to get out here, get to the Monster Mile, and to come out here and try to get a win. But we'll see how it plays out today. The car wasn't the best yesterday, but Jason and the guys worked awfully hard this morning and made some good changes to it. So we'll see how it pans out. But you know, really appreciate Mac Tool's support, and you know, my dad being a Mac Tool distributor for over 20 years is pretty close to home here. So it'll be cool to drive the Mac Tools Camry today.
All right, his chances for a win here are quite good. He won the truck race last night, his 7th win at Dover. Alan?
Yeah, and Jamie, continuing on that theme about Kyle's chances of equaling the record today, he's won 5 of 9 this season, and he was phenomenal last year at Dover, led almost all of both of last year's races. However, no one has ever won 3 nationwide races in a row at the Monster Mile, so Kyle will have to make it history times 2 to equal the Martin record today. We are in Dover, the capital of Delaware, the first of the original 13 states to ratify the U.S. Constitution, and the second smallest state in the U.S. But despite being in a small state, we're located right in the middle of a huge population area surrounded by Atlantic City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C. A lot of folks in the area surrounding the Monster Mile from which this track draws its attendance. Dover, very unique facility. The casino on the outside, the horse racing track on the inside, and surrounding it, the stock car oval, where you will find our ESPN pit studio on what is the backstretch of the horse racing track, but behind the front stretch of the oval for the stock cars.
Don't confuse us.
Never mind. We'll just pick it up from here inside. Alan Bestwick with former Dover winner Dale Jarrett and team owner Big Brad Daugherty. This Dover racetrack, the Monster Mile, why is it different than most? Why is it more difficult than most?
This place is just awesome. It's my favorite racetrack. You watch these guys strap into these hot rods. They barrel off down into turn 1. It looks like they fall off of a 3-story building, land that race car, they hammer the throttle down, they're digging up out of the corner. corner, 170 miles an hour, down the back straightaway, and all the time doing this with these banked corners and 9 degrees of banking on the front and back straightaway. Somebody forgot to put the 1 in front of that 9. These things are unbelievable and unforgiving, DJ.
Yeah, Brad, everything that you described there from a driver's perspective gives you the ultimate thrill ride from inside that race car. Now, if you go to your favorite theme park and get on your favorite ride there, that's probably going to scare you somewhat. That's what these drivers are going to do for 200 times here. You fall off into the turn 1, as Brad was saying. The car literally falls out from underneath you. When it lands, you better be ready to get back in the throttle, so you better be going a straight direction. And also, you're going to be driving straight up out of turn 2 and turn 4 right towards the wall. You better have your hands full. You're going to have your hands full. You better have it under control because you're carrying a lot of speed.
You better have your seatbelts tight, too, because there's a lot of things to hit around this racetrack. Now, the concrete surface of this racetrack takes some time to get rubber worked into. When the race weekend starts, the track is pretty white. Well, take a look at this. On the left, the end of the racing action on Friday after the practice and qualifying in the Truck Series race. That's what the Speedway looked like. But after the rainstorm this morning, on the right, a lot of that rubber is gone, meaning tire wear will be heavy at the beginning of this race. For more on that, we swing over to the Craftsman Tech Garage and Tim Brewer. Tim?
Thanks, Alan. Dover's always been a challenge for tires because this racetrack is so tough on them. But like Alan said, when that racetrack is literally white out there, it's just like this file. It's really abrasive to the tires. See how it just grinds the rubber away? Well, as the racetrack wears in, the rubber's going to come off, but the powder is going to go down in these pores. It's going to fill it up. But look forward, tire wear to get increasingly better throughout the practice session. It all went away, but when they put more laps on the racetrack, that tire wear is going to come back up. So, Alan, it's going to be air pressure and adjustments to keep up with the racetrack today.
All right, Tim, we'll keep an eye on that. NASCAR going to throw a competition caution at lap number 40. Drivers getting ready to be introduced. We're going racing in a hurry, hoping to beat the rain at Dover today as well.
NASCAR Countdown is brought to you by Nationwide Insurance. Enter this code at CodeSpotter.com for a chance to win one-of-a-kind NASCAR VIP experiences.
Thursday at DuPont Country Club in Wilmington, Delaware. Drivers like Denny Hamlin, TV types, and sports celebrities from this area join together with companies and individuals to raise some $500,000 in the Drive for Autism golf tournament. Racing has played a vital role in helping one young man overcome obstacles to make his way in the world. Shannon Spake has the story.
Do you remember when you first realized that you wanted to do this, like racing was something that you wanted to do?
Didn't really realize it, just always, like it's in my blood, almost.
Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Yeah, you driving fast or slow?
13-year-old Jeffrey Stanton's dream of becoming a race car driver began before he could even walk or speak.
He would sit in his jumper seat maybe about 6 months and just glued to the TV watching the NASCAR races. It's anything with racing. We started noticing him, laying on his side, spinning the tires on any, whether it be a car or a bigger, car that he ride in. Staring at a wheel going around and around, and I'm not talking for a minute, endless time doing it. He was just totally tuning us out.
Jeffrey, look at Mama. Hey. Jeffrey.
I knew something was there. By the time he was 18 months, he stopped talking, and the symptoms just went full force.
The Stantons brought Jeffrey to Chapel Hill Medical Center for testing. He was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, a mild, high-functioning form of autism.
When we got that diagnosis, I wanted to find out everything I could do to help him.
Are you looking for NASCAR?
What we noticed is that we would be able to kind of get through to him if we talked NASCAR. It was like the light went on. We started seeing improvements, less meltdowns, just gaining back his, speech.
Say NASCAR anywhere? Where does it say NASCAR? NASCAR, yeah.
We asked the doctor, do we discourage this? And she's like, go for it. Use it as a tool. Use it for a tool, And I'm not so sure she was thinking him driving a race car. He he would say, you know, once I'm old enough, I want to race.
At 8 years old, Jeffrey made the leap from fan to driver, working his way through the racing ranks.
Did anyone ever tell you no or you can't?
Sometimes, just I do it anyway.
Just remember to take a deep breath and concentrate on what you've got to do. That's all I need you to worry about, all right?
He's actually very good at speaking to me. When I can get him to stop, think about what the car is doing, he's open. He's able to communicate what I need to do. He knows what he feels, and he knows what he wants to feel. What do you think? Talk to me.
I don't know if I changed my mind completely. I'm like, my gas points, it's like I'm braking in going in the corner. And then when I'm coming out, like it's feel fine going in. It's just really loose now coming off. It's like I have the dirt tracker coming off the corner. I had to turn it more in the center. It was looser.
How close are you to getting that win?
Very close. Just very close. Sometimes I'll get wrecked out on the last lap. One time that happened actually, and just been very close. Hopefully sooner or later.
Don't judge him before you get to know him because of a title that he was diagnosed with, or because you don't know where he came from. He's just like every other kid. There is really no end in sight. If he continues growing like he has, I don't see any reason he cannot succeed.
Can you even imagine a day when racing may not be in your life?
If it went out of my life, I don't know what I'd do at all.
Many of the cars in today's race, and at all three races here at Dover this weekend, are carrying that decal in support of autism awareness. And we salute all of those who participated in the events supporting the cause this weekend here at the Monster Mile. As you can see, the car covers being put back on some of the machines now, and some umbrellas coming up along pit road. So another little pesky shower beginning to pepper the racetrack here in Dover. And for the moment, the countdown to the green flag has been put on hold, but we will continue here at Dover and hope this passes over momentarily, and we are able to get Brian Scott and others buckled aboard their machines and ready to go at the Monster Mile. All right, got some numbers for you to check out. Dover was a great place to get a breakthrough win. From 1982 to 99, 12 drivers got their first Nationwide Series win here at Dover, but since then, just one. The Monster's not been kind to the new guys lately. We've got some prime candidates to perhaps score a breakthrough win today, like Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who's starting on the front row, or some others. The question is, can they? First-time winner or more Cup guy domination? What do you see?
I think we see more Cup guy domination. At this racetrack, inexperience really lends itself to mistakes, and you cannot make mistakes here. You don't back into a win at Dover, Bristol, or Darlington. You have to be at the best of your abilities and on top of your game, and usually that's the Cup guys.
Yeah, I think there's a couple reasons. One of the things, I'll go back to that graphic that we saw a lot of first-time winners. You know, but back then, the Cup race was 500 miles. Not a lot of guys wanted to tackle 700 miles of Dover in a weekend. Yeah. So I think that lent itself to that being able to happen. And as Brad was saying, you don't back into a win here. You have to really drive these cars hard, especially these new cars and with the tapered spacers. And I think the Cup guys just have a little advantage in being able to do that. Not saying that people like Ricky Stenhouse, Brian Scott, and some others can't get that first victory here today because they're very talented.
A lot of drivers have explained in years past the first-time winners phenomenon here at Dover as the fact that even though this place is so big and so fast, it's a lot like a Saturday night short track in the way you drive it. So what's changed over the years, in recent years, to turn that whole thing around where even though it feels like a short track, it's totally different for these guys, and as Brad said, you know, you can't back into a win.
I think the biggest thing that has changed is the concrete surface itself. That creates more problems with the radial tire. Goodyear does a great job of trying to get a tire that makes the drivers feel comfortable, and you feel good at going down in the corner at 180 miles an hour, but it makes for a very difficult sensation that the driver gets, and then on top of that, relaying all of that information that you need to get to the crew chief to do that. And I think that's why the Cup guys, with their experience, are a little bit better at being able to do that.
That's a great point. I was talking to Joey Logano earlier this week about this racetrack, and then we were talking about the young guys spending time on the games, and the simulated games. And he looked at me and he said, yeah, you can go drive Dover in that simulated game, but I'll tell you one thing, this ain't no video game. This is a big, mean racetrack. So you have to have the feel and the experience, like I say, to be successful here.
Interesting that you mentioned the concrete surface kind of changing things, because the tail end of that window with the first-time winners coming through here, the window kind of ended in 99. 95 is when they changed the track over from the paved surface to the concrete surface. Even though the start of the race has been put on hold for the moment because of this little shower that's peppering the racetrack, NASCAR is going to go ahead with the opening ceremony to get that going as scheduled, if you will, and then clear the pre-race stage away so they can finish drying the track and finish drying the pit road once they roll those cars out onto the racetrack. So right now we go trackside for today's opening ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please rise and remain standing. First, I'd like to introduce to you the Dover Air Force Base Honor Guard joining us here on the stage. And please take off your hats as I present to you Dover Air Force Base Chaplain, Captain Joshua Rumsey, for today's invocation.
Heavenly Father, we pray for the safety of everyone on this site, both competitors and spectators. As we participate today, please remind us that integrity is more valuable than victory. Help us to do everything to your glory today. It is in the most precious and holy name of God's only Son that we pray. Amen.
And today's national anthem will be presented by 19-year-old singer-songwriter from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Kendall Conrad.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reckless, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Whoa, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kendall Conrad.
Check it out, even with the overcast hanging over the racetrack, Dover Air Force Base and the flyover still coming through.
That's a beautiful sight, isn't it? Wow.
So many men and women in uniform here at the racetrack. Such a huge military presence in Dover. The Air Force Base down the street is massive. And so now the opening ceremony done, and drivers like Elliott Sadler and the others have to wait for those little raindrops to stop. But we're not going to stop. We got a lot of racing to talk about when we come back to the Monster Mile. Stay with us. We'll be back to Dover in just a minute.
What I like about Dover is just how fast it is. Lots of loads in the car, lots of discipline and patience, but you still got to attack the track at the right areas.
This is a racetrack of elevation changes.
It's a unique track in itself. High speed, high bank. It's like riding a roller coaster. You drop down off into the corners and serious G-forces and a lot of speed.
Going as fast as you are, trying to carry center corner speed and get on that concrete surface definitely poses a lot of problems.
Any type of mistake, you're pretty much going to hit something somewhere.
And it has its own challenges, just making your car fast enough, but yet making it where it'll turn and still have grip.
The old Monster Mile at Dover being peppered by a little pesky rain shower at the moment as we were just about set to go racing for today's NASCAR Nationwide Series 200-miler. You can see on the racetrack some spots are drier than others, but NASCAR going to, as always, continue to get after it and get the race started as quickly as possible. So we continue with our coverage of today's 11th race of the NASCAR Nationwide Series season here in Dover, Delaware. Elliott Sadler has been on a bit of a tear lately in the Nationwide Series. Check it out. First 3, last 7. Top 5s. Now 6.
Yeah, he's done a great job, and I truly think by the end of the season, even 3/4 of the way through this year, this will be the guy that everyone has to beat for this championship. He's been so consistent once they got out of Daytona and got that past them. He is marching towards winning a bunch of races in this series, DJ.
Yeah, it really looks. I was talking to Elliott and about their program, and he said this new car has kind of thrown them for a loop. You know, Kevin Harvick Racing has been very good with the old car, and he said they just some things that they had to do to make this new car better, but they're finding it by running Clint Boyer and then Kevin running some. They're putting all of this together, and he feels each week they're getting a little bit closer to getting that first victory.
And now Elliott just 5 points from the lead in the Nationwide Series Championship, looking to break through and score a win here at Dover today, if possible. And Elliott is going to take the green flag in 8th position when we get going in just a little while. Starting up ahead of him a bit on the grid will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the outside of the front row. Dave Burns is with him. Dave?
And Alan, can I just mention how great the Roush Fenway Racing rain gear is? We're fully dry in here. Kevin Swindell and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. have found their way up here, and we found them. So, Ricky, we were talking about first-time winners at Dover. It hasn't happened in a while, and you're still the goose egg there, but getting closer every week. What would you think about the possibilities of first-time win here for you?
Oh, I think it'd be great. I'd like to get my first win anywhere. It doesn't really matter, but I feel like we got a really good shot at it. Our Mississippi Flood Relief Ford Mustang's been fast all weekend, and all of our cars are fast. Kevin's starting 5th, Carl and us are on the front row, so our Fords are fast this weekend.
We talked earlier today, and you said, you know, I've got this outside front row starting spot, but that's not really good enough. You would rather have qualified. How good is your car?
I think it's really good. I think we had a shot at the pole if we would have qualified, but definitely going to take a front row starting spot. Is pretty key here. You know, it gets tough to pass. Restarts get pretty hairy here, so it's good to be up front.
All right, next to you, also with no nationwide wins, but only 3 previous starts, Kevin Swindell. Kevin, we were talking just a second ago about how important to qualify up front. You didn't get a chance to qualify, but you practiced very well. How confident are you now starting 5th?
We're pretty confident. You know, it's tough to get used to this place a little bit this quick, and you know, I've never really run the COT cars or on radials that much, so you know, they made it easy for me. The cars have been excellent. You know, I wish I could have gone as fast as Ricky and Carl here, but you know, we'll take it.
You've won in the open wheels at the Chili Bowl. What do you think of this bowl of concrete here?
It's different. You know, it's got a lot of fun characteristics, and you know, it takes some different stuff. And you never really can have a perfect car. You just kind of have to get it good and as good as you can, and just hang on. So this will be my first nationwide race with a pit crew, so I'm excited for that, and we'll look to have a good run today.
A couple of starting parks in his past. Hey, the good thing is for these young guys, they've got a great team. Even as we were sitting here, Crew Chief Mike Kelly over here, talking to these guys about what's going on, how to get through today, and should be fun once we get going, Alan.
All right, Dave, thanks. And, of course, Kevin Swindell in the Roush Fenway 16 Ford in place of Trevor Bayne today here at Dover. An update on Trevor. Roush Fenway Racing President Steve Newmark said the team is just exercising caution, that as of now they are planning on him returning to the Wood Brothers car and the Nationwide Series car next weekend in both Charlotte and Iowa, respectively. Planning on as of now. Trevor not here at the racetrack in Dover. We look forward to seeing him back behind the wheel as soon as possible, but that is the latest on the Daytona 500 winner. Talking about some other guys that might slide into victory lane today. Reed Sorensen's got a second-place finish here. Let's hear from him with Jamie.
He's been very consistent here, too. 8 of 9 starts. You've been in the top 10, qualified in the top 10 for today's race. What do you think with the rain? Now that it's a green track and we are going to race today because we're going to be optimistic, how is that going to impact your guys' tire wear at the start of the race?
Well, there is a competition yellow at lap 40, so the first set will probably wear more than the other sets, but I think this tire puts down rubber fast enough where after that first run, the track should stay pretty consistent and should be fun.
Autism Awareness Month. We saw a piece in our countdown show earlier. You're wearing the pin. You played in the golf tournament, but you just had big news from your sponsor, Dollar General.
We did. I was up there with Rick Dreiling, the CEO of Dollar General, and we presented a check for $1.2 million, and that was thanks to all the customers that gave $1 at a time as they checked out at Dollar General stores. So that was pretty neat just to see how much money was raised just for people doing $1 at a time. So been a good week for that. Had a lot of fun, and hopefully we can cap it off with a great run here today and get us a win.
Good sponsor and great fans. Reed Sorensen will roll off 10th. Let's go over to Vince.
And with Brian Scott, who will start 7th today, a former winner here in the Truck Series. And you remember the first time you came here? DJ was talking about it being like a roller coaster. Were you intimidated when you first came to Dover?
I think everybody's intimidated when they come to a track that has the nickname like the Monster.
I know it was pretty nerve-wracking the first couple laps, but once you kind of get in a rhythm and get around this place, you realize how fun it can be. It's neat to have a concrete racetrack with such great banking and such great grip and be able to carry so much momentum around here and complete a lap so quickly. It's a really neat place, and then to win here is even more special, so obviously I love coming here. The race I won was rain delayed. This one,
challenges do you anticipate from the rubber being washed off the track, and then whether or not you start looking at maybe just trying to get to halfway to win this thing?
The challenges, it looks like, will be finding a window when it's not raining to get this race in. The track will probably start off green, which will handle a little differently than practice, but I think after 30 laps, rubber will get laid down. Goodyear brought a great tire here. It's really accepting the racetrack well. We've got great grip, and we'll get it rubbered down. Handling will come back to us like we had in practice, and the Shore Lodge Toyota will make its way to the front.
Joe Gibbs Racing has had great success here at this racetrack. Kyle and Joey, your teammates, how much have you leaned on them this weekend in regards to setup and so forth?
Yeah, they've been a lot of help. Joe Gibbs Racing has a pretty great track record everywhere. It's nice to have teammates like Kyle and Joey and Denny, even, whoever's in the 18 and the 20, that are having such great success this year to let us know what we're capable of doing. And we got a little different mindset. We're in it for the championship. We're a little bit more conservative going to racetracks, but Kevin and I and the whole number 11 team, we're really starting to click, and we're getting a lot more speed, and we're running a lot better. Just results haven't shown it. So if we can catch a little bit of a break and just keep running like we are, we'll start clicking away some top 10s, some top 5s. The Shore Lodge team's really capable of doing it, and hopefully this weather will pass. If not, I might have to get on a plane and go take a vacation at Shore Lodge. I know that I can sit on a beach there right next to the lake and enjoy some good weather. So either way.
We'll hope to get the good weather in today and get this race in. He was good in practice. Brian Scott will roll off 7th, AB.
Pretty slick sponsor plug there, Vince. Thanks. When we come back, a very cool test of Carl Edwards' reaction times in the Sports Science Lab. And then he'll step into the studio to react. Happy times at the Monster Mile for Carl Edwards. This race, 2007. That is Carl getting past Matt Kenseth and holding off a whole host of hungry competitors trying to steal the win away. But it was the then nicknamed Concrete Carl taking home the trophy from Dover in this race back 2007. And yes, of course, the highlight has to include the celebration. Carl on concrete, he's been very solid in the Nationwide Series, as have been Kevin and Kyle. Check out the numbers of most wins on the concrete tracks, which include Dover, Nashville, and Bristol in the Nationwide Series. Carl got a chance to score another one today. Oh, by the way, that number 60 Mustang is lined up on the pole for this race. And Carl has kindly stepped into the pit studio, conveniently out of the raindrops, to join us now for a conversation. Thanks for your time. How you doing?
I'm doing really well. I noticed Matt Kenseth's name on there. He's the guy, when I came here with Jack the first time, he was the guy that I watched. He's so good at this racetrack, and I have a feeling the only reason he's not up there is, with those 7 wins or 8 wins, because he doesn't run here all the time. But our Roush teams have been so good at this racetrack. And one of the best races I ever had was that race with Matt and Greg, three wide, fighting for the win in the Cup Series. And I really thought we were going to get this thing in just a minute ago. It's too bad it's raining. This is going to be a good race.
We'll keep our fingers crossed that this is just a little clearing shower, and they get the track ride pretty quickly. I want to ask you, you're starting on the pole because you ran a quick lap in Friday's practice. Knowing what the weather forecast was, knowing the new rules for setting the starting lineup, was that a strategy objective on Friday here?
Yeah, we looked at it. Mike Beam and I actually got on the phone with Bob Osborne in the Fastenal hauler, and we said, hey, Bob, what do you think it's going to do? And he said it's a 52% chance of rain. He said that's better than 50-50. So we went ahead and ran our fastest lap there. Now Ricky Stenhouse, if you guys, I'm sure you have the clip somewhere where he said, if I'd have known Carl would have gone that fast, I'd have run faster. So he's kind of throwing the jabs out there. But we got a Mustang front row. Ricky is actually very fast. I got behind him in practice, which was interesting. He usually comes to me for advice, and then I saw how fast he was, and I ran over to him and let him go by and followed him for a few laps, and he taught me a few things around this racetrack. So I think we've got a good shot at putting a Ford Mustang in victory lane.
Hey, Carl, but you got to like, talking about Ricky for just a second, you got to like a guy. When we interviewed him, he was mad because qualifying was rained out, and he's starting second. He thought he could improve that, so you got to like that about the guy, don't you?
That is Ricky Stenhouse. I mean, I don't know if he goes through steering boxes quicker than anybody else, but he should. I was following him watching, and it's like, Ricky, you don't have to drive that hard. It's practice. He's 3 lanes up, saw on the wheel. He is a race car driver, and I think Kevin Swindell is the same way. Those guys, and they're competitive too. They've raced with one another a lot, so I'd say that those guys, either one of them, have a good shot at winning this thing.
Yeah. Is it anything about the surface, though? Is it really the concrete that you enjoy racing on, or is it just the racetrack in general that you enjoy racing on? What is it?
That's a good question. You guys used to call me Concrete Carl all the time, and everybody'd say, man, you're so good at that, but I don't think it has anything to do with me as a driver. I think it's these cars. The guys set up these cars really well, and I think that it just so happens that this racetrack in particular, it kind of feels like a big dirt track. You got to be in the gas. The car is really compressed all the time. It feels like running the cushion, at a half mile somewhere. And I always liked this place. I didn't do so well. First race here, I tore up 2 of Jack's trucks in about 8 laps apart. Ruined one in practice. I thought, man, I broke my ribs. I'm hurt. And then Jack said, you're fine. Get in this other car. Started the race and wrecked it on the 8th lap. So it started out terrible, and I think for that reason I have a lot of respect for the place and have had some success.
Talking about the way you have to drive that, now you have 2 different cars here, though, even though they're both new generation cars in the Cup Series and the Nationwide Series, though. But the things that they can do, especially in the front end, are totally different. So is there a driving style difference by lack of horsepower and all the other things?
It's hugely different. The Cup car has so much horsepower. You drive down in the corner, you lift off of the throttle, you kind of chase the car a little bit, you start putting the throttle down and do the Nationwide car is nothing like that. You drive in the corner, your brain is screaming, push the throttle down, push the throttle down. Your foot's like, no, I'm not doing it. And so then you just force your foot down, and the thing sticks, and it goes because it's got so much drag, so much downforce, and it has that little bit of restricted engine that you feel like you were just driving the wheels off the thing every lap.
You would agree with the statement that you've got to react quickly here at Dover when things happen, right?
You got to react before things happen. Quick isn't quick enough.
Well, recently you were out at the Sports Science Laboratory out in California, right? And they put you to a very strenuous test of your reaction time. I know you haven't seen the piece yet because we just are going to see it for the first time here, but want to watch your reaction times being tested and then get your reaction to your reactions. Here's John Brinkus in Sports Science.
At 200 miles an hour, covering a football field in about a second, NASCAR drivers, such as Carl Edwards, must have lightning-fast reactions. And they must be sharp for more than 3 hours at a time.
What we want to do is to put your reaction time to the test.
This state-of-the-art visual motor assessment technology will test Edwards' quickness and visual agility. He'll have to call out random flashing numbers and track lights, all while being blasted by deafening noises that simulate race conditions.
3, 2, 1, go. 87395 91780 88059.
Wow. On his first attempt at this difficult test, Carl's reaction times averaged 45 hundredths of a second.
That's actually kind of stressful. That's the kind of environment that we race in. There's a lot of noise. You're focusing on different things. You're having to verbalize something a lot of times about the car. So that's actually a really good test.
But NASCAR drivers must have more than just quick reaction times. They must maintain those reflexes for hours at a time. Edwards is known for his fitness, so before we give him another shot at the reaction test, we'll measure his aerobic capacity.
So we're off and running. We're at 87, and we're starting off around 39 watts.
Data reveals that the maximum amount of oxygen he can process in 1 minute is 65.7 milliliters per kilogram. That's the highest we've ever measured in our lab, and a level of cardiovascular fitness on par with elite endurance athletes like marathoners and cyclists. After this intense workout, we retest Edwards' reflexes. Go.
31707.
This time, he's more comfortable with the test.
36991.
And his outstanding aerobic fitness helps him maintain focus and improve his reaction times by 11/100ths of a second. Shaving 11/100ths of a second off a reaction time might not sound like much, but at 200 miles an hour, that sliver of time translates to about 32 feet, almost 2 car lengths. For ESPN Sports Science, I'm John Brinkus.
Incredible.
Pretty wild. First of all, you said to us while you were watching that the test was hard. It was pretty hard and harder than you thought.
Very hard. That VO2 max test was really tough.
Yeah.
The neatest thing about that I learned was that that I actually did better once I was worn out and tired. And I know as a race car driver, I mean, you guys know at the end of the race, all of a sudden it seems like everything goes quicker and everybody's driving harder and working harder and things are happening faster. And it was pretty interesting to see that Brinkus was really cool, and I actually learned some things in that test. It was fun.
Hey, that's really cool right there. But I think it goes also to show and answer a lot of people's questions about our race drivers, athletes. And I always said that, our teams work really hard to get a half a tenth or a tenth of a second. And if I worked harder physically to be better that last 100 miles of a race, it could really pay off. And you showed that right there. And I'm sure that's why you do it also.
Yeah, I do it. I was inspired by Mark Martin. And now when I go to the gym, I see everybody there, at Daytona and these places that have a gym. So a lot of guys are working really hard. And it's just raising the level of the sport. And I thought it was really cool of Sports Science to include a race car driver there and show everybody that we're athletes.
32 feet. If your reaction time, the improvement from the first to the second, 32 feet. Now let's relate it to this racetrack sitting out behind us. Yeah. The difference 32 feet can make in avoiding a wreck here.
32 inches or 3 inches. I've missed things here, and I've been caught in things here by very small amounts. And I might go out there and totally mess this up today or whatever, and prove this whole thing wrong. But it seems like the more you can look ahead and the smarter you can be here at this racetrack, it pays off because, as you know, there's nowhere to go. When there's a wreck, you've got to have a quick reaction up your spotter. Jason Hedleski up there on top, he's got to be quick on that button too.
Carl, it's great that you come back and you continue to run in this series, and it's fun for the fans to get to watch you run Nationwide Series and then run the Cup car. But who are the young guys? You mentioned Ricky Stenhouse. Who are the young guys that you see in this series who are going to be impactful as time goes on?
And there are a few of them that I think are very impressive. I think Allgaier is an amazing race car driver. Stenhouse is amazing. I mean, he got me a little nervous this weekend how fast he was. I was like, man, I got to pick it up. Guys like that, you had Eric Almirola on, Almirola, and he does an amazing job. And I think that, there are a number of people in this series that are very fast. And I have a little bit of a frustration here with the advertising that ESPN's doing. I notice that I'm a veteran now. So I'm not like, just one of the guys or whatever. I'm an actual veteran.
That's right.
All right, come on. All right, I'm 31 years old. So, but it is wild to look, and it's been a change in perspective for me to look and see these guys coming in. I mean, Kevin Swindell is coming into this thing. He was fifth in practice. He's never run one of these cars. I don't think he's ever run on a radial tire. There's so much talent out there. And I think the Nationwide Series is a place where the fans get to see it.
How do you react to some of the feedback with Cup drivers dominating victory lane in this series? When people ask you about that, fans ask you about that, what do you tell them?
Well, all you'd have to do is have a little heart rate monitor on me during practice while I was nervous about Ricky Stenhouse. All right, so us Cup drivers, we come and we run this series, but I've run full-time in both series. I was a Nationwide driver before I had a deal in Cup full-time, and I haven't wavered from that. Our 60 team has been running full-time. I consider myself one of the Nationwide drivers. I've raced, really well with Leffler and with all these guys that run full-time. And I feel like I give that respect because I am in it for the points, whether it's owner's points or championship driver points. I've been running for points, and I think overall the fans respect that. But, heck, man, I'm just here racing and trying to get wins, and I just appreciate the opportunity to run in this series.
You talked about steering before. We were talking about reaction times, and Tim Brewer is going to show us in our Craftsman Tech Garage how a steering box, how the race team has to do some things to help you react on the racetrack and get through the day behind the wheel. Tim, what do you got for us over there in the Craftsman Tech Garage?
Hey, Alan, thanks. Carl, you are a veteran, believe me. I've been around here long enough. You qualify for that. But it's all about driver's preference. And what the guys are reacting to is what they feel through the steering wheel. Now, the diameter of the wheel, some guys, they prefer that wide wheel. Some guys are running that real narrow wheel like Robbie Gordon and some of the guys. But what they're reacting to, down the steering column, in this area right here, this is where the steering box is located. Now, what we can do with the steering box is actually control the speed that the front tires turn. What we mean by that is when the guy goes off in the corner, some guys want a real firm feel, some guys want just a real soft feel. But to speed the tires up, we put a quick steering box. Believe me, I do a lot of work with this. Ronnie Grayson, the guys over in Clemens, there's some 6-to-1 steering boxes out there, meaning they turn the front wheels really sharp. But the average ratio is about a 12-to-1 box. That being said, we've got guys like Cale Yarborough in the old days. They wanted that really smooth, soft box so that, you know, they were always rocking the car around. But you take Kyle, he's got a real soft touch. He turns the car very lightly. But it's all about driver preference because he has to react to what he feels in that steering wheel. It doesn't matter if the car is loose and steps out. Some guys want it real quick so they can catch the car. But Carl, I'm sure you know all about that because you're really good at it.
Well, I'm amazed that some guys might run a 6-to-1 steering box. That's amazing. But he's right. You know, what you feel in that wheel and how that tire gives you feedback through that steering box is key, especially at a place that's as treacherous as Dover here.
Yeah, Carl, and what Tim was saying there at the end is as much a factor in that, too, in correcting that car, I believe, in having that steering box, especially with these new cars.
Yeah, it is. And the thing that's kind of interesting to me, you know, when I look at making changes with the steering box, which we've done a couple times throughout the last 5 years, I have this muscle memory for, you know, when the car steps out a little bit, you know how much you want to turn it, you got kind of everything set. Then when they put a quicker box in, it's like a whole new game. It's like changing your golf swing or something like that. You know, the car steps out and you overcorrect and you mess everything up, and it takes a while to get used to that. So going back and forth from Nationwide to Cup or going from track to track, a driver has to really focus those first few laps of practice to not maybe overcompensate or overcorrect.
Good news is the jet dryers are fired up again behind us, and they're working on drying the track again, so we like that. We thank you very much for participating in the reaction times test, and we look forward to seeing how this race reacts to your efforts today. Good luck.
All right, well, thank you. We'll see how this old cagey veteran does. These young guys.
Yeah. Back with more in a minute from Dover.
NASCAR Nationwide Series at Dover is brought to you by Nationwide Insurance. Enter this code at CodeSpotter.com for a chance to win one-of-a-kind NASCAR VIP experiences.
Just joining us, the start of today's NASCAR Nationwide Series race at the Monster Mile. Slightly delayed by rain. A heavy shower this morning washed out qualifying. A little shower just before the scheduled start of the race. But now the track drying equipment is back out on the speedway, and we're hoping to go green flag racing shortly. That should be good news for the driver that is with Dave Burns right now.
Yeah, and Alan, he's been trying to interview me for the last 5 minutes. So I told him we're going to stop talking about me and start talking about him. Hey, how do you feel? Yesterday you did 120 laps here, but only 6 in the Nationwide car. Did that staying out and that little bit of rest help you, and how are you feeling today?
Yeah, it was a big help. You know, Parker Kligerman, who runs the truck for me, he came in, got a few laps in our Ruby Tuesday Dodge Challenger, and I got a chance to come back and take a nap and take a little bit of leave and feel way better now, and just needed some rest and somehow caught some fever. I think I might have caught it from the boss there. He's in Brazil and got sick, and I saw him the other day, so I'm blaming him. But, you know, it's all good. We're fine now and ready to go race once the weather cooperates.
When you do, you've had only 6 laps in the car. The track is completely green, and you got a lot of hungry guys up there and up front with you. What do you expect?
Ooh, well, you know, we got that competition yellow. So if anything, that just means it's going to be even more aggressive because everybody knows that you're not going to blow a tire out because you only got 40 laps. So, you know, usually we would come to Dover and everybody goes, well, let's be easy for the first 40 because of the blown tire. But with the competition yellow, I think everybody will be just that much more aggressive. So that should be interesting. We'll have to see what we can do and see if we can't work our way up to the front. We unloaded with a really fast car the first 6 laps I ran, so hopefully we can go up there and challenge Carl and them Roush cars.
I gotta follow up. Why more aggressive? Just because you can be, and so you are with those 40 laps?
Well, you don't have to worry about your tires wearing out and falling off. So you know, you've got that yellow to reset everything. So you know, if you push your car a little bit too hard and you start to lose the tires, then you'll still be okay. So that's how I look at it. Maybe there's other people who are watching right now going, what? But That's how I look at it.
Alan, I guess what that means is watch out because he's going to be coming.
Look forward to the start of this one. See Brad's 22 car lined up on the outside of row number 3. Actually lined up in the 6th position there. It'll eventually be on the outside of row 3 when they double them up out on the racetrack. Championship standings in the Nationwide Series. Entering race number 11, Justin Allgaier leading Elliott Sadler by a mere 5 points by virtue of his lap in practice on Friday. Allgaier will start this race in the 4th position. Jamie Switham.
Is his best starting effort at Dover, and he's standing on his tippy toes. Just for the record, he is that height and I'm this height. So we were talking about the race car, this racetrack. You're the point leader here. How good is it? Can you get to Victory Lane right behind us today?
Yeah, it's good. They put the pit box here so that I would know where Victory Lane was at. No, not really. But, you know, the Wolfpack Reynolds Chevy's been pretty good all weekend. We found some speed kind of late in practice, so I don't really know what to expect with the rain and everything the way that it is, but it's a fun racetrack, and the new car here, Master the tires that Goodyear brought, it's definitely made it interesting, but it's made it fun all at the same time. And as long as we can keep Kyle out of Victory Lane, which he's been pretty strong here, so hopefully we can have a good run and just have a good finish out of it.
And we just saw a really cool feature. It's called Sports Science with Carl Edwards, and he was doing the D2 board. You said you actually use that to train on a regular basis. How much does it help you guys?
I actually use a little bit different version. I use more of a portable version, but I've seen the one he's talking about, and it's in a sport like this where reaction time and hand-eye coordination are really important. It is huge. The guys at PitFit in Indy, they actually have one, and that's how I used it. And it's something that's a different type of training, you know, and when you're always trying to find that little bit of an edge, you got to find something to do with. So I'd love to figure out how to get one in my house to train on it all the time, but it's just something different, and obviously Carl's extremely in great shape, and so I don't know that I'm quite at his level on that board, but would definitely it's something that we all use not all of us, but some of us use to try to be that much better.
All right, Justin Allgaier hopes to be a threat today. Now let's go back inside. Alan Bestwick is joined by a couple of special guests.
And Jamie, a couple of guests who have done more than, well, I shouldn't say more than their share of winning, but have certainly gotten a share of the wins to their satisfaction in this series over the years. Mark Martin, when he showed up in that Winn-Dixie 60 car, you knew it was probably going to be around Victory Lane somewhere. And, of course, Kyle Busch, now in the Joe Gibbs 18, he shows up. He's probably going to be around Victory Lane somewhere. And we enter today's Dover race with Kyle one victory from equaling Mark's record for all-time wins in the NASCAR Nationwide Series. Mark, of course, postponing the tying of that record earlier this year.
I would have been there by now.
Scoring a win at Las Vegas in the 32 car. And both Mark and Kyle have joined us now inside the ESPN pit studio during our waiting of the restart of this race. Thank you both. I want to start with Mark. You get asked about this a lot. You've said eventually your record's going to get tied and surpassed. But as you see it come closer, what are your thoughts?
You know, what I think about is how incredible Kyle Busch is. And, you know, if you look at the sport today, what Kyle has been able to achieve and Jimmy Johnson is more incredible than anything I've seen all through the years. I mean, I looked at Dale Earnhardt, for example, and he won a lot of races with a slow car. And I don't see anybody doing that today, but you don't have to have that quality today because everyone has so close of cars. But these guys have managed to put themselves above the competition over and over and over again, and it's amazing what they're able to accomplish. And, you know, it's you're 26, 25?
26, yeah.
26 years. He's 26 years old. I haven't even run a nationwide race yet, I don't think, at that age.
Hey, guys, it's incredible. I hope they rolled the red carpet out for you guys because this is truly amazing. The feat that both of you, Mark, I had the opportunity to race against you in a lot of those victories that you had. But I think in what I can see, driving style is very similar. I mean, I know that, Mark, you go to the IROC series because I talked to you a lot there. Not a lot of brake used, a lot of the throttle, great car control. I see a lot of that. But, Kyle, what amazes me, you do it, whatever, truck, car, Nationwide Cup, anything else. How did you get these skills?
I don't know, to be honest with you. It's just, you know, God gave me a gift, and obviously I'm being able to use it to the best of my abilities. And it's fun. You know, it's a great opportunity for me to be in this seat and to have the opportunity to tie someone like Mark Martin and his win record in the Nationwide Series. To me, it's accomplishment I never thought I would be able to achieve, let alone, you know, racing in this series or racing in NASCAR. But, you know, growing up in Las Vegas and working on all my cars and working on them with, let alone Mac tools, you know, and being able to learn what I could about race cars, I think that made me better. You know, that made me understand the dynamics of cars a little bit more. That helped me understand what it takes to win. And then, of course, my dad helping me understand that, you know, it's not necessarily we have to win, but we kind of need to win so we can go to next week. And so winning was always the #1 goal going into the weekend. And the second goal was just not tearing up your equipment so you can keep it right.
You know, Mark, we've talked about you and what you're going to do in the future, and you're saying, well, I'm not sure. I'm going to look at a couple different things. Any chance you come back into the Nationwide Series and try to compete and hold on to your record as much as you possibly can against this young guy?
I heard you speculated somewhere in that direction not too long ago.
I'm hoping so. I want to see you come back and fight a little bit.
There's all kinds of possibilities out on the horizon, and one thing's for sure. I'm going to be around the sport for a long time. I want to be a part of it. And like I said before, right now, all anybody in the garage wants to talk to me about is driving their stuff.
Sure, absolutely.
So I'm fortunate.
Yeah. I want to take a little trip down memory lane with you, if I can, to May 1987. This racetrack, this series. You'd been in the Cup Series, had to go back and regroup. You came here trying to reestablish some things for yourself and wound up in victory lane in that car. B.A. Lawmaster Ford,
Look
right?
how high the front end is off the ground of that thing.
Yeah, yeah, it was. Those cars didn't handle like these today. You know what the story doesn't tell? I got to tell this. If I remember correctly, terrible Tommy Ellis and Brett Bodine tangled. I was running third. I was running behind those two, and those two sparks flew down here in turn 3, and I don't think they crashed. I don't think caution came out, but I got slipped by both of them and got that first win, so it was pretty cool.
That was like about the only Ford in the field at that time, right?
We were Faxton would do a limited schedule with a Ford, and that was the only other Ford that they attempted. And we did the same thing in '84 in ASA. We ran the only Ford on the ASA circuit, and that was the first year that I got with Ford and started running Fords, and we kind of stuck with them all the way through 2006.
And that was kind of a building block to partnering up with Jack Roush and obviously all the success that carried on from there. I was looking some things up, and I thought, well, if Kyle has a chance to tie the record here, I was here that day, and I remember that race, and I just thought, well, that's really kind of cool.
Yeah. You know, and Kyle, we talk about you all the time because you are so prolific at what you do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But as an athlete and as a competitor, I mean, do you feel like you have an edge? Do you feel like that you're starting to intimidate these guys before they even get in their race cars? Because we talk about you all the time. I hear other drivers talk about you. Are you aware of that, and do you use that to your advantage?
Well, I mean, now that you mention it, you kind of realize it. You see it. You know, some of these guys, they do. You know, they always talk about, well, if Kyle doesn't win today, who's going to win? And then it's a race.
Yeah.
But I don't think about it that way. You know, I go out to the racetrack just thinking I know I've got these guys. I've got to beat these guys just as much as they've got to beat me. You know, I know Carl's going to be tough. I know when Mark races, Mark's going to be tough. You know, Jeff Burton, any of the guys that run in the Nationwide Series as much as they do, and even some of the regulars. You know, Al Geyer can be a force to be reckoned with. You never know when he's going to come up and challenge us for the win, but what makes it interesting is I listen to some of these guys, and they're doing all kinds of these different things off the racetrack. You know, these different, the iRacing or the telemetry deals, or I don't even know what the heck Carl was talking about, or what Al Geyer was talking about, Carl was talking about. I don't know what those guys were talking about. So whatever edge they think they're getting and they're doing, I'm not doing it, so.
You don't have time. You're driving something all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Hey, you brought up a point.
If I'm not driving, I'm working, right?
Yeah, I want to go back to a point you brought up about working on your own cars, because I know how much Mark Martin was hands-on, building his own cars, doing everything. And I think a lot of people think this day and time that too many of the drivers don't have to do that or haven't had to do it. So you did that before. We know that. You told us. How hands-on are you here now of making changes, telling them what you want in the race car?
I do a little bit here and there. I mean, the old Nationwide car was a lot simpler for me to understand. You know, with the new car, you're talking about way too many things going on at once, and you're trying to keep a platform so steady with the splitter. You know, the Valance, you can have a varying car a little bit. You know, it would move some. The splitter, you want that thing on the racetrack all the way around, you don't want it to move. So you're trying to depend on too much load. You've got a 3,500-pound stock car going around a racetrack at 180 miles an hour, and you're trying to figure things out. And so it gets confusing now. I can give my expertise of knowledge and make a suggestion, and whether they take that suggestion or not, mostly what I try to do is make the crew chief think. You know, if I'm looking in this sort of if I'm looking for something that's going to help my car drive a certain way that I think I know what I need, I'll tell them what I'm thinking, and then they'll think about that and kind of ask themselves a question. Well, why is he looking for that? Why does he need that change to give him the feel he's looking for? What am I missing? You know, so it just kind of helps the crew chief think a little bit more, helps the engineer think a little bit more. The more mind power you have going on, I think that's a better thing to have. And with great crew chiefs like Dave Rogers, like Jason Ratcliffe, and Eric Phillips that I have across all 3 series, you know, those guys do a really, really good job.
I need to take a commercial break. I'd like to ask you to please hang on for just a couple minutes. I got a couple more things I wanted to ask you about while they're dry on the racetrack. I appreciate that. Kyle Busch, Mark Martin with us in the pit studio. Kyle's number 18 car lined up, trying to go after that win that would equal Mark's record in the Nationwide Series once they get the wetness out of that racetrack. ESPN Live at the Monster Mile in Dover, Delaware. Waiting out a little rain delay before today's NASCAR Nationwide Series 200-miler. You see the track drying efforts are ongoing and making some progress on getting the old Monster Mile tuned up and ready to be run on. And the radar showing a little friendlier picture than it did just a little while ago. We're hopeful of a full 200 miles of action coming up very shortly here today. On Friday afternoon, there was already a race run on this racetrack, a 200-miler, and Kyle Busch was out in front of a lot of mayhem that happened late in that race and wound up holding off a very determined Cole Witt to score the victory. Now that win for Kyle, speaking of numbers and irony, puts him into a tie with Mark Martin for most wins combined in NASCAR's top 3 National Series. So a double record perhaps with a victory today. Sorry, Mark, but that's another number that comes up. Trivia time for you here, Big Brad.
All right.
The only 2 drivers to have ever won in all 3 NASCAR National Series at this racetrack are
Kyle Busch, Mark Martin.
If you couldn't pick that up by now.
How about that?
We got you on here for more than your looks, don't we?
Exactly right.
That's right. That's pretty remarkable. What has owning your own equipment and starting the Kyle Busch Motorsports team done for you and your outlook on your role as a driver?
It's changed me, I'd say quite a bit, but maybe just a little. It definitely gives me a better understanding of what the teams go through, what what J.D. Gibbs goes through, what Marshall Carlson and Hendrick goes through, what any different team owner might have, and the challenges you have with people, with sponsors, with making deadlines for things and press releases, everything, the whole dynamic of what happens. So we've come a long ways from where we started out in just last year. Actually, it was November of, what was that?
09.
November of 09, yep. We kind of had the idea, and then I hired Ren, and we got our first thing started on December 1st, and we made it to Daytona. I don't know how we did that, but it was through buying some equipment and some assets and stuff. And now that we've come so far, we actually race all our own trucks every single week, Kyle Busch Motorsports chassis, and we have our own in-house chassis shop, in-house bodies, everything. So, it gives me a better understanding of how much time and work and effort these guys all put in throughout the weeks, and the kind of business you have to run to make it all happen. There's easier ways to do it. Sure, we can spend less by not having our own chassis shop, by outsourcing bodies and outsourcing paint and everything, but I want everything in-house, so we, I should say, at Kyle Busch Motorsports are controlling our own destiny and not having things through other people.
Continue that on, and just a couple of weeks at Charlotte, you're bringing in a totally new driver to the circuit.
Yeah, that's right. Next week, as a matter of fact, in the Truck Series race, we'll have Kimi Räikkönen making his debut in a NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. So we're excited about that, and excited about NOS Energy Drink being on my truck, their new flavor coming out that they've announced, the Charged Citrus. So it'll be a nice bright green and yellow truck.
Can't miss it.
You won't be able to miss it. So what else do you need? Kyle Busch and a bright truck on the racetrack. But then we'll also have Kimi out there running with us to make our 2-truck effort there at Charlotte, and hopefully he can have some good success and run well and enjoy his time, and hopefully decide to run some more, and we'll see what happens after that.
You know, Kyle, I mentioned a little bit ago, you mentioned some of the younger drivers, and we asked Carl Edwards, Mark, who are the young guys that you see in this series who really catch your eye as being future superstars in racing?
Cole Witt.
Oh, yeah.
And Chase Elliott.
Yeah.
Coming behind Cole. But Cole has really got my attention. Did an incredible job yesterday and has really been coming on strong, and really only has a few races in these big stock cars.
Yeah, there was. Nelson Piquet ran really good at Nashville. I was glad to see that. He did a nice job. He ran second there, and then Cole Witt obviously done a nice job this year. He's had some moments of speed where he's been pretty good, and so I think once you get the opportunity to, people tell me that all the time, harness the speed and keep it where you can do something with it, you'll have a great opportunity to win some races, and Cole did a great job with that yesterday. But some other guys here in the Nationwide Series that you can think of right off the top of your head, I mean, you think of Al Geyer, you think of Stenhouse Jr., that they've been fast and they've been competitive. We just haven't seen them get to victory lane yet. And, if we can see some of those guys get to victory lane, then obviously that just kind of sets their stature in the sport to where they've made it and they can be here. They're contenders and they know what they're doing.
They might say if you take a week off every once in a while, they might get
an opportunity to do that.
Well, I said to say that about me.
That's right. I said the same thing about Matt Kenseth and Mark Martin and Jeff Burton. I was like, man, these guys I could have won so many races by now. But yeah, now it's my problem.
And it's funny you've gone that way, because the question I was going to ask Mark was, when you showed, I mentioned the Winn-Dixie 60 car a while before. Some years you ran
when you showed up in that car, it's over.
Yeah. Some years you'd run like 12 races and you'd win 7 or 8 of them.
We ran about 14 races each year is all we ran. We never ran a full schedule.
And here's Kyle. He's won 5 of 10 races this year, and it's not impolite, I don't think, to say, some people, when you win a lot, they get their dander up about it, and they're not all that happy about it. Did you ever feel that, or was that lessened by your not being there every week?
No. I got beat up on because I won too much, and that's the thing. You win too much, it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
And then if you don't win, that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
So it's like you can't ever make everybody happy. Right. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity I had to work with great people, drive great stuff, and collect the trophies that I did. And, I ran second to Dale Earnhardt and all kinds of greats in every series, in the Nationwide Series back then as well. And I took my lessons and learned, at the same time. So, you catch heat for whatever, for not winning, for winning too much, you name it.
You get beaten up a little bit.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
I think that's the key, though, that a lot of people might not understand. That I think all three of us agreed. We came through the Nationwide Series or the Busch Series, but you had to race against those guys to learn what made them better. I mean, you couldn't get better if you weren't racing against. So, I know there's a lot of people that don't like it, but there are a lot of people that are learning from what you do too.
Sure. Every week, it's like Cole Witt come up to me after the truck race last night, and he congratulated me on the win, and he goes, "Man, I was right there. I was close. I was right there with you. And when you finish second to somebody like you, it's almost like a win." Yeah. And I really don't know what to say. I'm like, it's great for those guys to have the opportunity to race against us and to kind of learn what it's going to take for them to get to the next level. Right now, he could have won yesterday and thought, "Oh man, that was the easiest race I've ever run." Yeah. Well, you have a guy, when you get to the next level, what happens until you get there?
Yeah.
Then you're really going to learn that you ain't got nothing, bud. So right now we're
he will win a race.
Yeah.
He will win a race someday and be pushed just as hard, to do that as you were to beat him.
That's right.
And so you do learn from that. You raise your game. You learn from each and every step of it.
A couple of quick things. Kyle, you have addressed earlier in the weekend the altercation with Kevin Harvick and your reactions to each other. Does racing on probation affect how you drive at all in these next 4 or 5 weeks?
It doesn't, to be honest with you, because I'm out there to race as hard as I can, as clean as I can every week, and sometimes I may get into somebody or get into their door or their quarter panel or what have you. It wasn't a purposeful thing, it was just racing hard. It might have been I ran out of a little bit of room. I didn't expect you to not leave me as much room, something to that effect. So I race every week in that manner. So to me, I'm not worried about probation whatsoever. You know, I can still go out there and race as hard as I need to race, and I can rub up on some guys' doors and stuff like that. It's when things get intentional with a particular driver that you're under probation with is when NASCAR is going to take an extra eye on it. So essentially, I can go out here today and or even in the Cup race tomorrow and be racing really, really hard with a Brian Vickers or a Jimmy Johnson or somebody like that and get loose and wreck and take us both out. But it was hard racing. You know, it wasn't purposeful or I'm looking for another word, but I can't find it right now.
Wasn't the intent of it.
Yeah, the intent wasn't there. Correct.
And Mark, I'm curious, one of the reactions from drivers the last week or so about the let 'em race thing and so on has been trying to figure out where the line is. Thoughts on that? On what your discussions perhaps with NASCAR and where that leads you?
I'm not worried about it. When you're mad, the line doesn't matter. Okay? That just doesn't matter. So if I'm mad, I don't care where the line is. I'm going to go where I tend to go. Yeah. And, I'm not a super big fan of tearing up these race cars. And I don't know what the policy is, but I'd much rather get a knuckle sandwich after the race than have them tear up my guy's race car for nothing. Yeah. Especially after the race is over or whatever. Yeah. So that's my stand on it. Let's don't tear up these race cars. It's ridiculous. If you got a problem with me, bring it on.
And my last question for the both of you, and particularly for you, Mark, is if it happens today, what will you do after the race? Will you smile? Will you shake your head? Will you head to Kyle and shake his hand? What?
Kyle has invited me to Victory Lane, so I'll go and visit him. It's a great show of respect in class by Kyle to do that, and he already asked me last week at the drivers' meeting to try to be there, whenever it happens, and so I will be there. I'm a big Kyle Busch fan. It's amazing. The first time I saw him drive on a 1.5 mile racetrack, the first time he got out on it, it looked like he'd been doing it for 10 years, and that tells you he didn't have to figure it out. He went out there and went. Right then. And that's what he's always done. And that's why he can drive anything, anywhere, anytime.
Like what you're saying, but it sounds like time for a comeback. Of course, you never left. You never left. So it's time for you to get back in there.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
That's fun. Mark, thanks for taking the time to come over here with us. We were going to have you during the race, but since the race is a little delayed, we appreciate you coming over. Kyle, thank you for taking the time. Best of luck as you pursue equaling Mark's record today.
Right.
And we'll all look forward to watching and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
Kyle Busch and Mark Barton with us in the pit studio. More from Dover in just a minute. Stay with us. ESPN's coverage of Major League Baseball continues Sunday and Monday night. It's Red Sox and Yankees on Sunday Night Baseball.
Yep. Yankees got to get on the ball here.
Going to be a good matchup, too. Of course, Adrian Gonzalez not going to cover off the ball. Derek Jeter playing pretty well for the Bronx Bombers. Had a couple home runs.
What happened yesterday?
Yankees.
That's on Sunday Night Baseball at 8 Eastern. Then on Monday Night Baseball, 7 Eastern, it's the Phillies and the Cardinals. Howard and Pujols, Major League Baseball, ESPN, Sunday and Monday night. Going to be a fun couple of matchups
You've
for
been
us.
pretty easy on me there. Yeah. You being the Red Sox fan here.
Yeah, thank you. Baseball bats handy for use at a racetrack, either in those post-race pit crew skirmishes or for getting the fenders cleared off the tires here at the Monster Mile. Track drying continues here after the rain shower that has delayed the start of today's race. You see they're making some pretty good progress on getting it all dried up, and the radar looks pretty good, and we're hopeful of getting the race underway shortly. Drivers joining us in the pit studio and drivers joining our reporters out and about the track. Let's head to Dave. Who you got, Dave?
And Alan, it is Clint Boyer. He just asked us if we're going to get this in, and so based on what you just said, I told him, yeah, we're going to get this in. So just not right away, so we have time to talk to you. That's the main thing. But, I want to start with the subject. You watched that sports science piece earlier, and you're a little concerned that Carl might have only been quicker because he got to do it twice?
Well, I'm not. Let's protest it. Let's make him do it again. If I go out there and drive it on a track I've never been to before, I'm probably going to be faster the second time around it. But we're just having a little bit of fun there in the motorhome. But
you ready to get started out here?
Yes. Do something. It's been a long, boring day. It is trying my patience, trying everybody's patience. So proud of those fans. Look at them up there in the stands. sticking it out with us. That's what's neat about this sport is the fans. They turn out no matter what the conditions are. So just really proud of them. Proud of Ream Chevrolet. Everybody at KHI brought me a very good race car. Excited to be at Dover in the Nationwide Series. We've won here a couple times. It's a fun race to be involved with, and I think we got a pretty good hot rod.
Based on practice yesterday, you're pretty confident about the win?
Yeah, it was consistent. A little bit off the speed that a couple of those cars are running, but I think it's going to be a long, hard-fought battle, and hopefully end up in victory lane again.
Okay, so Vince, here's how it goes. After lap 1, he gets a little better, and then lap 2, he gets better, and by lap 200, he's the best he can be, I think, if that's how it works.
Well, if we make it to 200 laps, that'll be victory in itself, I think, with the way the weather's been today. Standing with David Rudiman, and to make sure that he knows exactly where his pit box is, you see the pit sign there, Stop Beak, referencing his nickname, so you're not going to be confused at all when you're driving that Rusty Wallace car into the pits today.
No, they run over and got all our at least our pit signs and stuff from the guys at the Aaron Green Machine, and my Stop Beak sign, and then we have the toucan here laying on the ground, which is makes it easy for me to drive my box. Nobody else on pit road has got a sign that says Stop Beak or a toucan for their pit sign, so it works out pretty well.
It's been a pretty eventful day for you with qualifying being rained out, and you were late entry officially. You weren't going to be in the field. Then you guys made your way in, made a deal to get in the show. Then you missed the drivers' meeting, so you're going to start at the back. What happened there?
Well, I just forgot about the drivers' meeting. That's the first time in the years I've been doing this I missed. And my first thing was, how mad is Rusty? Because I don't think he was too happy about that. He runs a pretty tight ship over here, and I got a great opportunity over here with 5 Hour Energy and the guys at Rusty Wallace Racing to give me this opportunity to drive this car. Not starting out too good by missing the drivers' meeting, but Rusty was cool with it. He's a good guy, and looking forward to getting this race underway.
Yeah, we'll be sure to note that you're not going to be at the back very long. That 64 is pretty good. David Rudiman, real good here at Dover, Jamie.
And we go from the veteran to the rookie here, James Busher in a Nationwide car at Dover for the first time. But you were in the truck race yesterday. How much can that help you here in the Nationwide car?
I think it helps a lot. The trucks and Nationwide cars do have differences, but they have a lot of similarities, and we're on the same tire that we were on yesterday, and the races are the exact same length, which doesn't happen very often. So, I mean, it kind of helps with pit strategy. We tried some things on pit strategy yesterday that we probably won't try today, and kind of learn our mistakes. But we had a pretty good truck yesterday. The Space Coast Center Chevy was fast, and we overcame a lot of pit adversity. We dropped lug nuts and had loose wheels and came back for a top 10 finish. So I feel like the ABF Chevy's a lot better than what our truck was in practice. So I think we should be able to have a really decent run today and looking for another top 10, starting from the same starting spot I did yesterday. So a lot of similarities, just one day after the other.
Absolutely. And, when you look at this track, we always see the veteran drivers prevail, that it's harder for the younger guys. What is a lap around here like up to speed?
This place is tough. There's a reason they call it the Monster. It's really high speed, and the corners come up quick, and a lot of things happen really, really fast. You saw a lot of big wrecks yesterday and there's not a lot of space to go when you are spinning, or if you lose control of it, you're probably going to end up hitting a wall. So you have to have really good control of your car and have a good car underneath you, and I think we have that. And I think I like this racetrack. I ran second here last year in the truck, and then another top 10 last night, and this will be my first Nationwide race, and I feel like I have a better car than I've ever had a truck here. So hopefully we'll get a good solid run for ABF and everybody at Turner Motorsports.
That's great news for James Busher. He'll roll off 12th. Let's go back inside with Alan.
All right, Jamie, thanks. Here we go, Big Brad trivia time again. Who's finished second in the last 2 Nationwide races at Dover?
Joey Logano.
He's sitting to your left. You better get it right again.
I'm a soothsayer, baby.
Good guess. We talk to Joey when we come back to the Monster Mile.
I'm seeing big things for you, young man. I'm seeing big things.
I have good news for you from the Monster Mile. We're closing in on the call to drivers to their cars as the track drying winds along. The radar behind this little front that's come through and peppered the speedway with rain for the last little while is clearing up, looking good. And the NASCAR's telling us they're going to start the engines about 3:15 Eastern time, about 15 minutes from right now. That's good news.
Yes, it is. Let's go racing.
So the man who's finished second in the last 2 Nationwide Series races he's run here at Dover is, in fact, Joey Logano, seated directly to Brad's left. Joey has had a pretty good little run of things in his Nationwide Series career at Dover from his first start, which came, just a few days after his 18th birthday.
Yeah.
Right on up through now. He's never been far from the front. And, Joey, appreciate you joining us before you strap into that GameStop Toyota.
Thanks for having me here.
Big Brad got the trivia question right. Second the last 2 times.
Just teeing him up.
Yeah. Got to work out.
Answer's always to his left.
That's exactly right. Hey, I got a question for you, though. You know, the first couple seasons you were in this Nationwide Series, every time you showed up, we were like, yes, there is the Kyle Busch kryptonite. Just showed up right there, Joey Logano. But lately now, you've had a tough time keeping up. What's going on?
I know. It's I wish I knew what was going on. You know, we did take off really good there. One of my third race in the Nationwide Series ever. So I was pretty pumped up about that, and we just been struggling a little bit. But I feel like I got a really good GameStop Toyota today.
Oh, good. Okay.
Dover here is one of my favorite racetracks. So I feel like the guys did a really good job on my car, getting it handling good. Every time I made a change in practice, the car got a little bit better, better. We were able to put a set of stickers on and make a race run at the end of practice, make a 3-lap race run there just to see what our car was going to do on new tires. And I feel like we're going to be okay. You know, I'm glad we did that, but I think we're going to be good. And when this race starts, we start 11th.
Yep.
So that's okay. We didn't make a mock run there, so I do feel like my car is really fast, and I think we'll be up towards the front here.
Good deal.
All right, you got the day covered. I want to skip over to tomorrow because I don't want to get negative thoughts in your head, but I expected a lot more from you and your team this season. And I know, I know. and I know some of it has just been bad luck. But what do you need to work on?
Yeah, there's a lot of things. I think early in the season we had a lot of speed in our cars. It's just like the way we ended last year with all those top 10 finishes. And it looked like that was going to keep going. And beginning of the year, we had everything that can go wrong. It was motors blowing up. It was driver making a mistake. It was pit crew making a mistake. It was all this little stupid stuff. I feel like we're past that point now. We were getting on a little bit of a roll there through Richmond. And what race was it before that?
Just before Richmond, Talladega.
Talladega, that's where we were. Man, I can't remember all these races. One after another. I got to write down everything I do. That way I remember what happened. I write a heck of a notebook after every race. So, but yeah, I feel like we were getting there. Darlington, we had a decent car going. And then Dover here is one of my favorite racetracks. We're starting 5th because we had a good qualifying car. I felt like if we did get to qualify. So we have a good starting spot. And that's a big deal here. You guys were talking about it earlier. Things happen so quick. You never know. Obviously I know I barrel rolled down the back straightaway here. But, for some reason, I still like this place after that.
There you go. Now, as you get ready to walk to your car here in a minute and get ready to strap in, the rain, the change in track conditions, and so on, what's on your mind for the start of these opening laps?
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. This place is green, and it was taking on a lot of rubber before that. We practiced with, after the Cup cars have been out there and laid down a lot of rubber. So the track's going to be completely different now. I just remember normally, start of practices, we're usually loose there for a few runs, and then it tightens up. So I'm going to guess that we're going to be loose here. But, you never know. You get out there. I'm assuming we're going to be loose, but we're going to be back in traffic, so we might be tight because of that. So we're just going to make a few laps here. We got a competition caution, lap 40. So we'll kind of make some adjustments there. And if it's as good as what I had in practice, it shouldn't take us too long.
All right. No further questioning because they've called drivers to their cars.
We're going racing.
So we need to unstrap him off that microphone and let him go strap into his Toyota out there on pit road and get started. Joey, thanks for the time. Good luck.
All right, thanks for having me on, guys.
Joey Logano getting ready to go in the 20 car. Drivers to their cars. We'll hear the roar of racing engines in Dover in just a little bit.
Let's go racing.
The field for today's NASCAR Nationwide Series 200-miler lined up along pit road or the Monster Mile, getting ready for the drivers to buckle aboard, the engines to fire, and to get this race underway. It was supposed to start a little after 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Rain shower delayed the start, but now, as you can see, the drivers are gathering around their machines and beginning to fasten up the safety equipment, and they will climb aboard and buckle in, and we'll turn them loose shortly. Let's hear from the championship leader, Justin Allgaier, with Dave Burns.
And Justin just finishing up an interview now for the track for these fans that have held out so well here this afternoon. Just waiting for this to get started here as we have lined up the cars and the covers have come off. The crews are now taking care of the wetness on pit road, and the track looks ready to race, Justin. So are you excited to get in and get going?
I am pumped. Got a great starting spot up here in the Wolfpack Reynolds Chevy, and it was good in practice. So that's a big plus. And I don't know, just kind of wait to see what happens here. And, the first 25, 30 laps, trying to get some rubber back into the racetrack before that lap 40 competition caution is going to be interesting.
Now, Brad Keselowski said that first 40 laps, because you get to come in, you get to race harder and really work your race car. Are you going to be the same philosophy?
Absolutely. I mean, those are free 40 laps. That you're going to get the change tires when you come in. You're going to get it filled up with fuel. So you're going to go out and you're going to push as hard as you can. However, with this service being without any rubber on it, you're going to definitely have to see what's going to happen. But, the Nationwide Insurance does so much for this series and this sport. And this series right now has just been on fire. And these guys are having a lot of fun. So hopefully we can all keep it underneath of us and have a great race and just have some fun.
Championship leader Justin Allgaier starts fourth. Jamie Little.
And Josh Wise in the 7 car. And I was told this morning by Pops, his crew chief, he will be in the car for every race that Danica is not. And she has, I believe, 6 more races, Josh, so that's great for you. Let's talk about the track. It's very green now, and you guys had your car set up one way. What do you expect to change here in the start?
I don't really know. We kind of went off our experience for the races that we've done this year so far, and I just been getting the car way too loose to start the races, so we just really tried to keep it tight and secure, and I think it'll be a victory for us on the setup issue if I'm tight in the first run of this race. So I don't know what the rain's going to do to the track, but we'll kind of see where it takes us.
All right, Josh Wise will roll off 16th. Vince?
With Elliott Sadler, who will start 8th today, and Elliott 2nd in points. And, we talked early in the season, and you guys had gotten off to a little bit of a rocky start. And you said, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. You're coming off a 3rd-place finish at Darlington, best finish of the season. What's been the key to the turnaround for you guys?
Well, I just think we're learning a lot about this new car. KHI, everybody's done a great job of every time we get back to the shop each and every week, we dissect the whole entire weekend. We feel like we're moving forward. We're learning a lot of things each and every week. Ernie and my communication, my crew chief is getting better each and every week. We're learning more about each other. And it's their first time working on this new car week to week to week. It's my first time in a Nationwide car in a long time, week to week to week. So we're definitely getting more and more used to everything. And it's showing with consistency. We got a really strong race team. And it's definitely been a lot of fun here the last few weeks.
Saw you and crew chief Ernie Cope visiting just a few moments ago. What questions do you have about the way this early stages of the race is going to unfold as we get ready to go here?
That's a good question, because that's what we were asking each other is, what do we think the track's going to do the first 40 laps? And then what do we think the track's going to do the next 40 or 50 or 60 laps to the next time we come in and pit? So a lot of questions going on right now. We think we've made a pretty good educated guess of which way the track's going. Our car was really good yesterday on the long run, which I think will be very important here, the first run into the mandatory caution. So we're looking forward to a good day. Got a lot of people here from One Main Financial. Made a great announcement yesterday. They're sponsoring this race here in the fall. So we got a lot of folks that came up from Baltimore today to cheer us on. Hopefully we'll have a good day.
Good news. Thanks, Elliott. Alan?
All right, Vince, so Elliott and the other drivers about to get the word from NASCAR that they need to climb aboard and buckle in. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. starting on the outside of the front row, driving for Jack Rouse. Crew Chief Mike Kelly there on the right. Everybody getting in position for the start of this race, including Dale Jarrett, who had to make the run from the pit studio up and across the front stretch.
Go!
Up the stairs to the booth. We'll see if he's caught his breath or not when we come back in just a moment to Dover, Delaware. The engines will fire in just a minute. Yay! Quite the history here at Dover Downs, as it was called, when a 1-mile stock car racing track was built around the outside of a harness racing track. In later years, seats began to ring. The speedway that became known as the Monster Mile, now a hotel and a casino outside the back straightaway. One thing's been constant over the years. It's been a tough track for drivers and a very popular place for fans. Dover's Monster Mile set to host the NASCAR Nationwide Series live on ESPN just moments from now. Headline 1 for the day. Can anybody Stop Carl Edwards starting on the pole in that Roush Fenway number 64. He sounded like a pretty confident guy when we had him in here earlier. And, of course, so headline 1A is Kyle Busch trying to equal Mark Martin's record for all-time wins in the Nationwide Series.
I'm going to make another prediction. I predict Kyle Busch will be up front at some point today, but I think Joey Logano's got a good race car today.
And, by the way, neither of those guys seated directly to your left. Dale Jarrett had been seated directly to Brad's right. He's made his way upstairs to join Andy Petrie. And DJ and Andy have got some history at this racetrack.
Look at that mullet. He is working it. Business in the front, party in the back, baby. Andy Petrie going to victory lane.
Part of the Harry Gant 4-in-a-row run. And, of course, Dale Jarrett winning here 1998 and rocking the mustache as well back in the day. DJ and Andy upstairs with Marty Reed right now. And Brad, the bad part of us making fun of them is they get the last word right now, gentlemen.
And what I noticed, Alan, is that mustache obviously fake because it's been moved, you know. Hey, let's talk quickly about, we could have a race that could go to halfway. How's that change the strategy if we have more weather come in?
Well, the strategy's not really going to change a lot because it looks like we were going to get this race in all the way. But if it gets close to halfway and it looks like it's going to be rain, you can really change that pretty quick. You want you to keep your car up front. You'll do everything you can strategy-wise to make sure you stay up front and don't give up any track position late.
Yeah, and as a driver, you got to get on it. You got to do things quickly here because there's not much time. Give great information to your crew chief to make that one adjustment you might get.
Well, guess what? We're getting ready to go down trackside. Drivers are in the cars, and we are going to start this race.
Race fans, here to give today's command are Risa McGuire, Vice President of Sales, 5 Hours Energy, Chad Clark, Vice President of Business Development for Rusty Wallace Racing, and Rusty Wallace, 55-time NASCAR Sprint Cup Series winner and 1989 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion.
Drivers, start your engines!
Helmet's tight, all your stuff's where it needs to be. Have a good day here. Have you some fun, man. Dorothy.
Well, we're believers that we're going to get this race in because the engines have fired. And when we come back, we'll talk to our in-race reporter, and it's going to be the youngster in the number 99. There he is, Ryan Truex. He clinched a championship here. There he is with brother Martin. Martin's going to be on the box helping him, but he clinched a championship in the K&N East Series twice here at Dover. He has done very well on the Monster Mile. We'll talk to him when we come back. Yes, we are at the Monster Mile. Everybody doing their impersonation. The Monster speaks in different terms. It just crunches race cars. Ticker across the top of your screen will give you the starting lineup. There were 3 cars that withdrew. Matt Carter, Mike Harmon, Johnny Chapman. That was what would happen behind the scenes as that got the 64 of David Rudiman into the field for the 5-Hour Energy 200, his sponsor's race with Rusty Wallace Racing. So let's now focus in on our in-race reporter, the driver of the 99. That is Ryan Truex. Let's talk to him.
Hey, Ryan, Dale Jarrett, the ESPN. You have a copy?
Yeah, got you loud and clear.
Okay, Ryan, our first question comes from our ESPN mailbox, and Terry from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia asked, since your brother Martin has had success in Dover, has he given you any pointers on how to get around this track?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's one of the best at getting around here. And I pretty much get pointers from him every weekend, so this is no different. You know, I try to get as much as I can from him. Not having experience, it's good to have somebody like him who's been to all these places and can help me out with things like that.
Hey, Ryan, we've talked about this being like a roller coaster ride and a thrill ride. A lot of drivers explain it like that. What's your favorite part of this ride around this racetrack?
It's scary, I can tell you that much, but you know, I love it. I've been coming here for as long as I can remember, really, watching my brother race. So I've had a long history of watching races, and now I get to finally be in them. So it's pretty cool to be out here running with these guys and having a lot of fun with it.
All right, man. Thanks for talking with us. You have a great day. Now Andy's going to talk to big brother Martin Truex Jr.
Hey, Martin, Andy Petrie in the booth. You have us down there?
Yeah, I got you, Andy. How's it going, man?
It's going great. Now we got cars on the track. Just kind of surprised to see you standing on the pit box to see if you can help your brother today. How specifically, what are you going to do to try to help him from that position?
Well, I try not to do too much during the race. I got a lot going on with the radios. I try not to get in the way, but talked a lot this week with Ryan about the racetrack, the feel that he's going to need to have in his car to be good here during the race. So we'll just have to see what happens. They struggled us a little bit in practice yesterday, but Jerry and them guys did some changes on the car last night, and hopefully we'll see what we got. Green racetrack here for 40 laps, so it's going to be quite a bit different.
Yeah, is that really a role that you could play also, is to be a go-between between your brother and Jerry Baxter, the crew chief, to maybe help interpret what the car needs?
Yeah, I've tried to help as much as possible, but again, it's, you try not to get in anybody's way. I just try to help my brother as much as I can, and Jerry's been really a lot of fun to work with at the same time, and we've talked quite a bit about the cars and the things they're doing, and just trying to relate some of our Cup information to the nationwide side. So hopefully I've been a little bit of a help, not too much of a pain, and hopefully they'll have a good day here.
Yeah, Rob Martin, I'm sure you're going to be helping him a lot, and I know you're his biggest fan, so good luck today.
Appreciate it, guys. Have fun.
Well, starting right alongside Ryan is that 88 of Aric Almirola, and he's the subject of our Gillette Skeptic or Believer. Now let's take a look at his stats here in his 10 starts with the other Junior Motorsports drivers. Those two top fives, one by Danica Patrick, one by Dale Earnhardt Jr. Are you a believer or a skeptic, Andy, that Aric's going to step this up?
Well, I'm actually a little skeptic right now, Marty. I'm a believer in Aric Almirola, and I was really real hopeful that he was going to be one of those guys that's going to be the top of the series. For me to be a believer, he's going to have to put up some numbers in that top 5 column. He's got a couple top 10s, but he needs to step it up and put consistent top 5s on the board and be a contender to really live up to the potential.
And I'm a believer in his talents, just like you were talking about. And I think it's just that consistency. Finishing off these races, they've had some good runs. He needs to finish these off by getting himself into the top 5 more consistently.
All right, let's get a final check from pit road. Vince, you're up.
For Joey Logano, winning here at Dover is high on his priority list. He was raised in the Northeast. This is a special track for him. He made his nationwide debut here. He's been on the pole. He's led laps. He's finished second each of his last 2 starts here at Dover. He's done everything but win. Logano hopes today is the day he tames the monster. Dave Burns?
Vince, when you're tired, you take a nap, and that's what Brad Keselowski did yesterday after the first Cup Series practice. He did 6 laps in this nationwide car just to make sure it was okay, and then he went, as he said, took a nap, took some leave, and felt great for the final Cup Series practice. He's had a good night's rest. He told us earlier today he's ready to do what he did here 2 years ago, and that's to win here on the Monster Mile. Jamie Little?
Well, Dave, it seems like these days, wherever Kyle Busch goes, the history books follow. Yes, today, you've already heard it, he is on the cusp of tying Mark Martin for the all-time win record in the Nationwide Series. They also told us Kyle has asked Mark to join him in victory lane when that does happen, and that could very well happen right here today in Dover. Marty?
Thank you, Jamie. And before we check in on the rest of the onboards, take a look at pit road there. There's a little concern from NASCAR about some of that moisture. We're going to go an extra lap.
Well, I'm not really all that worried about this pit road. It's not too wet, and the pit road speed here is extremely slow. It's 35 miles per hour. The footing for the crews is probably the biggest thing that you worry about with this pit road being wet. You see the crews now working on their stall to try to improve that so they have good footing.
All right, let's check in on the rest of the onboard cameras. You saw one with Kyle Busch. We also have him with Justin Allgaier, Clint Boyer, Jason Leffler, Carl Edwards, David Rudiman, Stephen Wallace, and of course our in-race reporter, Ryan Truex. Our over-the-wall reporter is a familiar face, Mark Hollywood Armstrong, the front tire changer for the number 66 of Stephen Wallace, and there he is getting pit road dried out. What are the challenges here at Dover for you guys down there, Hollywood?
Well, Marty, one of the biggest challenges down here today, we still have a pit road, and with a caution coming out in 40 laps, that could make it very treacherous down here. A lot smaller pit box than we're used to week in and week out, but hey, we feel like we can get it done right here today, have a good day, maybe go to victory lane. But if any mistakes happen down here on pit road, well, you got these officials standing over your head to be sure that everything goes right. But hey, we're going to have a good day. Fans, enjoy it. Mother Nature's going to work with us.
All right, Hollywood, you guys be safe down there. Here's the Monster Bridge. It's one of the unique characteristics of this track where fans can actually have a seat right over the entry into turn number 3. And as they go under turn 3, let's take a look at our Goodyear track facts. They mentioned the lap 40 mandatory caution. We've heard how some guys are going to race hard to that. What else jumps out at you about this place?
Well, I'm looking at straightaways. Bank 9 degrees. I mean, there's some tracks we run on with banking less than that. So that's one of the big things about this track that makes it so tricky.
Yeah, it sure does. The corner's 24 degrees. That's what helps him carry this speed. But I look at that 35-mile-per-hour pit road speed. You really slow down a lot. You see a lot of guys get caught for speeding here. And even though they've widened this pit road, it's still very tight. We see some accidents happen on pit road.
You mentioned the straights at 9 degrees. That's the banking in the corners at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hey, let's listen in on the 6 car of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Just like every week, no mistakes. Be smooth on pit road. I'll do a better job than last week out here on the racetrack, and we'll get this thing to the end and have a shot at it.
Just keep detailed information coming to me, and we'll work on it. Nice and detailed.
10-4.
You see the Mississippi flood relief on the side of Ricky's car. He is, of course, from Olive Branch, Mississippi, and he is going to be donating his portion of the prize winnings to that Mississippi flood relief effort. And you can also do it. NASCAR has got their group behind it as well on the website. NASCAR/Unite. One car going to the rear of the 64. David Roonan didn't think he was going to be in this race for a while, and he missed the drivers' meeting. So now that he is in the race, he's just going to have a little bit further to go.
You think that's why he missed the drivers' meeting? He didn't know he was even in it.
Yeah.
Didn't know he needed to go.
All right, there he is. So there is David, as he is going to be starting way in the back. 1 to go, we're being told now, next time by the line. Let's talk about one other thing. This is the 5th time that qualifying's been rained out here at Dover. It's the 2nd time this year, and you know that the driver starting first when qualifying was canceled has only won the race once, and that was last week, Kyle Busch.
Yeah, there's a good chance it could happen again this week with Carl Edwards on the
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be a different driver. Carl Edwards, he's been fast. And Ricky Stenhouse, I like what Carl said. He said he was worried about Ricky because he was so fast in practice, and he was. I mean, he was really, really running fast in practice, and I think he's going to have a good shot at it.
Hey, Kevin Swindell is in that number 16 car making his first start for Roush Fenway Racing. Let's get an update, Dave.
And Marty, it's really his first real start in the Nationwide Series. He said earlier today, I've got a pit crew for the first time. He's very excited. But he also told me that he's very happy that he starts in the 5th position and not the 25th position. He said up front there, those guys may be fast, they may be tough, but they race you really well in the back there. Ooh, that's not so good. I'm really glad I'm starting up front.
I promise you he is, David. I want to talk to this young man after he gets 200 laps under his belt, see what he thinks about Dover after that, because he's got a real challenge on his hands here.
23 years old, has the only guy to win back-to-back Chili Bowls. He has 21 sprint and midget wins in his career, and now he's going to start 5th here at the Monster Mile as they are getting through turn 2. There's Stephen Wallace. During the qualifying show, during the rain and delay and subsequent cancellation, he came in and he freely admitted this is a 5-hour energy-sponsored race. He's feeling a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he is feeling a lot of pressure. Rusty Wallace has assembled a great team here, and he's got expectations of doing well. I mean, winning races, and that's kind of what he's pushing his team to do right now, is to step it up.
Yes, they get ready to go green. The rubber that's left on here looks extremely slick. I know these guys know to take it easy, but, man, this could be very treacherous here at the start of this race.
We told you about the competition lap 40, and also wanted to quickly update you on Kyle Busch. Remember, he was in our pit studio, and the big story all week long, of course, has been the probation. He was saying how it's not going to change his driving style.
He's got a very clean driving style anyway. I mean, he races hard, but he races pretty clean.
Here he comes down to turn 4. Pace car pulls off. Carl Edwards has led only 1 lap here since Busch made the switch to Toyota in 2008, but he's going to start on point. Green flag in the air, and we're racing at Dover. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. shoots around his Roush Fenway teammate and takes the lead.
Well, you have to have a lot of confidence in your race car on that high side right now. Ricky Stenhouse has that.
Oh, got a crash.
Yellow.
Multiple cars involved. The 81 of Donnie Neuenberger. And it looks like Blake Cook in it as well, and a lot of damage. The whole left side torn up on the 81.
Unbelievable.
And the damage on Blake's car is extensive as well.
Dale said it. He said this track's a little bit treacherous when it's green like this. You saw the dust coming off of turn 2. You know it had to be really slick down there. So I say it was really impressive what Stenhouse was able to do to pass Carl Edwards on the outside on that green track. This car here's torn. Blake Cook's car's torn up pretty bad here.
Yeah, this is a short day for both of these men.
Let's see what happens.
That's Mike Bliss in the 14.
Yeah, Mike was trying to give enough room there, but see, he got pinched a little bit getting down into turn 3. Created the contact.
Yeah, from that angle, it didn't look like Bliss could do much more to get to the bottom.
And some of you, I'm sure, are saying, wait a minute, Bliss normally drives the 19. Well, he switched with Eric McClure because they were worried about points.
Well,
19 had enough, 14 did not. Oh. Remember, David Rudiman started in the back of this field? Well, let's go on board.
I want to spin it. Come low, come low, come low. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
And he safely makes it through, but the two cars that did not, and there's what's left of them in pit road as we're under our first caution here, and lap number 2 at Dover. Well, if you'd like to get an idea where Dover International Speedway is located, well, just a little bit to the east is Atlantic City by about 112 miles. Philadelphia's 76 miles to the northeast, and northwest is Baltimore, Maryland, and the nation's capital is 93 miles away. And we're under our first caution after a 2-car crash here at the Monster Mile, and NASCAR's just added one more caution lap. Gives us a chance to get caught up on the 16 as Kevin Swindell started 5th. He's dropped back to 6th. What are you hearing, Dave?
Marty, that gave Kevin just a chance to catch his breath and catch up with his crew.
That thing take off okay for you, Kevin?
Yeah, it seemed like it. I just got to get used to their pace and such.
Yeah, 10-4. That was a good start, though.
It just a little free, but I'm sure it'll get better as we run here.
Dale Jarrett, what is the pace like at the front of these races at the start?
Yeah, the thing is, these guys, you know, they're going to slow down a little bit, trying to get a little bit of an advantage on the start, but then they get in the gas hard. So if you're not exactly used to how these cars take off and the drivers around you exactly how they may pace this, it takes a little bit of getting adapted to that, but I'm sure he'll catch up pretty quickly here.
Well, and Kevin is the 25th driver to start a nationwide race for Roush Fenway Racing. Of course, Jack is always big on trying to find new talent. 25 different drivers in this series. So we are told now we are still not going to go green here as they are trying to get the 82 off of pit road. And they needed to get a tow truck to do that. That's how bad the damage was. And there it is on the hook and finally off. Gives us a chance to talk about the NBA playoffs because they're going to continue on ABC Sunday afternoon. Where the Western Conference semifinals continue in Oklahoma City. It's Game 7 between the Grizzlies and the Thunder. The NBA playoffs are on ABC, home of the NBA Finals, Sunday. And our coverage begins with the Buick Regal NBA Countdown at 3 o'clock Eastern. Back here at Dover, first laps led by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ever here at the Monster Mile. As this is his 3rd race at this track. His best finish here was 11th last September.
He must like that high line. See, he's chosen that outside lane again. If he can keep that momentum up and get ahead of Carl Edwards.
The difference here is he'll be able to control the start as well. I mean, last start, Carl Edwards was controlling, and he still beat him off turn 2.
The lights are off on the pace car. And they make their way in towards turn number 3. It gives us a chance to reset the field for you. You heard that Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has now taken the outside with Carl Edwards on the inside. Then in row number 2, it'll be Allgaier alongside of Boyer. In row number 3, there you see it's Keselowski and Kevin Swindell. And then row 4, Elliott Sadler, Brian Scott. And row 5, Reed Sorensen and Jason Leffler. Pace car has pulled off. Cars coming up to speed. We're back to green flag racing. Good restart for Stenhouse, and Boyer's trying to get on his coattails, and it looks like it may succeed. And here comes the 31 as well, but Edwards closes the door.
Yeah, Ricky Stenhouse putting that Doug Yates horsepower to good use right there.
Behind them is Kevin Swindell, and he's got a couple of cars coming all over him. Further back, of course, you've got the 18 of Kyle Busch, as he has worked his way up. He's now running in 9th.
See Brad Keselowski there, the 22 on the inside. He only had a few laps in this car yesterday. You heard he wasn't feeling so well, so he didn't get the majority of the practice done. Just kind of filling this car out right now. Feels a little loose, it looked like right there.
And it allows Kyle to go on the high side.
That's the biggest thing. You know, Keselowski is not able to get really what he wanted for a setup in this thing by not running many laps. So he may have to spend a little bit of this race adjusting on the car.
On board with Jason Leffler there for the moment. And now Kevin Swindell has got Kyle Busch all over him. He's trying to hold the car down low. Here comes Kyle taking a peek underneath. He's going to have to give way. And here comes Kyle with Reed Sorensen in tow. Brian Scott trying to tuck underneath in the 11 as well.
Yeah, he's got caught up on the high side. Not a lot of rubber anywhere, but certainly not there right now. But he's doing a good job just giving way here right now. It's really important for him to make some laps and get all of these 200 laps under his belt today.
Joey Logano gets underneath him in the 20.
Yeah, right now he's got veteran drivers around him, which is a good thing because they're watching him and they're trying to figure out exactly where they need to pass him and not put him in a bad spot.
On board with Leffler as you watch Sadler trying to get underneath the 22.
Again, right now, these guys know that they have a caution at lap 40. They want to go fast and see what their car's doing, but they're not going to press the issue.
Dave, you've got more on the 22?
Yep, and Brad just had a couple laps in the car yesterday. We talked about that. I did talk with crew chief Todd Gordon about what he discovered and what Parker Kligerman, Penske driver who jumped in to practice it, helped him with. And Todd said that they both took me in the same direction. That gave him some confidence that what they were going to be able to do today would be correct for Brad. Right now the car not handling the way he wants to, but Todd Gordon confident that they have the adjustability in the car to go the direction they need.
Well, remember, it was Kligerman who set up the car and qualified it for Keselowski when he won at Gateway last October. So we'll see if they can make magic happen again. He's on the back bumper of Swindell right now, and that is for 9th. Elliott Sadler right behind the 22. Not missing anything up front. Stenhouse's lead is a full second over Clint Bowyer and Carl Edwards. Side-by-side action with Joey Logano as he goes underneath the 11 of Brian Scott. So move him into 7th. Let's update you on a couple of cars. Jeff Green, Lewandowski, Blake Cook already off because of the crash. They're all behind the wall. Woo, wiggled there by the 11 on Brian Scott. And let's go back just a few moments ago. Watch Michael Annett in the 62.
Oh, yeah. You're trying to get in the gas right at that point. You've got a car right on your rear bumper taking some downforce away from that. See a big wiggle. Nice save by Michael Annett.
Almirola got around him there. Annett has dropped back to 20th. Almirola has moved up to 17th. That's Jennifer Jo Cobb in the 13 as she goes a lap down. She's in 37th. Biggest mover of the race is the teammate to that 62 car, David Rudiman. And Rudiman has started in the back of the field, and now he's up to 23rd. Vince?
Well, and this was just the third start of the season for Rudiman. He was 9th at Texas, 14th at Nashville, running for Rusty Wallace, a handful of races to help that team. His baseline setup helped set the stage for the other two Wallace drivers, Stephen Wallace and Michael Annett, for the weekend. Rudiman starting at the back, missed the drivers' meeting, knew he was going to pick off a lot of places early. He said, man, it makes it hard on you at this tough racetrack. There's no doubt about it. He's got a car that can get him up there. We'll see how far up there he can get, Marty.
Vince, he's doing a nice job right now of doing all of that. He's got himself in a nice position. He's got about 21 more laps, so he should be okay. Work on his car and pick up a few spots in the pits then.
Swindell gets just loose enough to open the door for Keselowski and the two of Elliott Sadler as they both get around the rookie. Jason Leffler now approaching the 16 car. Uh-oh, trouble. The 52 has tagged the wall. Kevin LePage, you can see the damage down the right side. So our second caution coming out here on lap number 20.
Right front tire, Jimmy. Let's take it to the pit.
Well, Andy, this early on, you have to think that maybe that tire on the inside was rubbing something.
Yeah,
there.
that's probably not just a tire failure. That's something on the car, like you said, either rubbing or ran over something, blew that tire out. Because on 21 laps, you wouldn't have hurt a tire up there.
Let's go back, take a look. There he is. Ooh.
Right there. I mean, it didn't have anything to do with that incident in front of him, I don't think.
Yeah, that was J.R. Fitzpatrick that scraped the wall. And then the next corner, that's the end result for the 52 of Kevin LePage.
Well, you can hit that wall hard here. This is one of the toughest tracks. When you load that right front tire, you're going to hit hard.
Kevin, a two-time pole winner here at Dover. He was running 33rd, and no takers for pit road. So we'll also get to tell you that it'll be Carl Long getting the lucky dog. That'll give us a total of 33 cars back on the lead lap. We'll reset it when we return to Dover. Still under our second caution, gives us a chance to bring you up to date on the calendar. The Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Southern Nationals. We have qualifying tonight at 7 Eastern. The finals tomorrow again at 7 Eastern. Both of those on ESPN2. And then tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern on ESPN2, NASCAR Now, presented by 5 Hour Energy. And then presented by Shell Nitrogen, Monday at 5 Eastern, also on ESPN2. Our next stop on the Nationwide Series will be at Iowa next Saturday. That's 1:30 Eastern, and that's over on ABC. 23 laps led by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And how's his confidence level?
It's high, but then again, you know, I think about last year, and it was high coming into last year, and you know, things turned around really fast, you know, for the worst. And so, you know, I look back at last year, you know, I know where my confidence level is now, and I know we can do it, but you know, you got to keep things in perspective, and you know, they can turn around really quick if you don't watch out.
4 more cars are off track. LePage, you saw the result of him getting into the wall. Teague, Neuenberger, Rowe. Okay, Stenhouse has chosen the outside again. Any particular reason why you think he likes it out there?
It's a momentum deal, and he's gotten the lead both times like that, and he can control things there. I think that he likes the idea that he may get more grip there on this start.
Clint Boyer alongside with Edwards, Allgaier, Sorensen, Kyle Busch, and yeah, Busch is coming. This time it is Clint Boyer that gets a great restart.
That was a picture-perfect restart for Clint Boyer. He timed it perfectly. They came across the start-finish line almost side by side. Really ready for this start.
And I think that could show you that if it's going to be a situation that the new tire type deal might be the best time that outside is going to work.
Joey Logano trying to get underneath the 32 of Reed Sorensen. There's Brian Scott coming with him. Scott really loves this Dover track. He says it's his favorite track. He won the 09 truck race here. He's expecting big things today.
Means so much when you've had some success at a racetrack. You really feel confident in going and knowing what you need to get out of your race car to make it happen again.
You saw Kyle take a momentary look underneath the 31 of Allgaier, thought better of it. Now he's on the high side, and he's going to lose a spot to his teammate Logano. Maybe not. Here he comes back.
Yeah, he's battling hard, trying to make that second groove there work.
You're not going to make a cheap pass on Kyle Busch, I'll tell you that. He got forced up in the outside lane, but he's not going to give it up.
They go side by side down the straightaway into the corner. As you talk about, you feel like you're dropping 3 floors.
Now Kyle Busch has to give up at least 1, maybe 2, 3 spots.
Yeah, the 32 of Sorensen gets around him. Here comes Brian Scott to take a peek. Now remember, we've got the competition caution coming up on lap 40. Do you like the theory of what we heard of the guys during the rain delay talking about go hard in that first 40 laps so that you can find out what your car's got?
Yeah, you see right here, David Rudiman still making his way forward. And, Marty, I do like that idea. Drive your car hard, get the most out of it. They can look at the tires, Andy, I think, and get a good gauge on exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, and you don't want to mask any problems that you might be having. You want to really run the car hard, expose any weakness in here. We got to pass for the lead. Stenhouse now takes it back.
Ricky Stenhouse on the high side goes around the 33 of Clint Boyer. So Stenhouse has himself one heck of a race car here in the early go.
Yeah, and Clint Boyer was one of those drivers that told me that Ricky Stenhouse was the driver to beat here today.
Now we know why he wanted qualifying, because he was right. He could have had the pole.
Yeah, we heard Carl Edwards say he was really worried about Stenhouse, man. Watching how fast he was. He's watching him to go today. I think Carl Edwards will have something to say about it before it's over, too. This car looks like it's not quite where he wants it.
Yeah, and of course, this racetrack's going to change quite a bit here, probably still in these next 30 laps as we continue to get rubber put down on the racing surface.
Good battle between Allgaier in the 31, Logano in the 20. Neither one given an inch.
Logano is going to get the best of this battle. He ran down Allgaier from 5 or 6 car lengths back. Now he's got Allgaier forced high.
Yeah, if you saw our countdown show extended, we had Joey Logano there. He's finished second here in the last 2 races. He really wants to get rid of that. He wants to go to victory lane.
Yeah, what was he said during the break? Better than third, but not as good as first. Yeah. Let's go back to the lead. You got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. now by 0.4 of a second over Clint Bowyer. Vince, what are you hearing?
Well, it's interesting, the contrasting radio communication between the two. Ricky Stenhouse told his team he was just cruising along at cruising pace, having a really good car, a little loose in, but everything was good. And Clint Bowyer, who's behind Stenhouse, commented that Stenhouse is driving the car way too hard. He's not going to last. So one of them doesn't quite understand what the other one's got. But right now it seems like Ricky Stenhouse has got a real good race car.
Goes flying past Jennifer Jo Cobb. Jennifer now 6 laps down, struggling.
Well, you know, that's a relative thing. When you talk about how hard you run it, these cars are flying around here. Look at this battle.
Kyle trying to get underneath the 31 of Allgaier. He's got that low line, and he does make it look easy there.
Yeah, and that's a position you put yourself in. You have to really be careful not to overdrive it down in the corner on the inside of another car, because you'll lose some air there, and you can get yourself extremely loose there, Jamie.
Yesterday after practice, you guys, Jason Ratcliffe and Kyle Busch together said there is no way we can win with the car we have. So this morning I went over to his garage area. Jason Ratcliffe was thrashing on the race car. All 4 corners completely changed the setup from yesterday. He said, we're taking a swing at it. We don't know what we have. Right now, Kyle Busch saying he's tight and the car is getting worse.
He's picked up 7 positions. If they get it figured out, look out.
Something tells me they'll get it figured out before the end of the race. Whoa, look at this. Oh, my goodness. That was a close call there.
Well, Kevin Swindell, he's had a bit of a struggle here. Let's go back. He's dropped down to 18th. He qualified. Well, he practiced at 5th. Now, this is what happened with him a little bit earlier with David Rudiman.
Yeah, just slight contact.
Yeah, probably more air off the car there than anything.
Then with Ryan Truex in the 99.
Well, looks like Ryan had to chase his car up the hill a little bit.
Yeah, he got down on the apron with the left front, and that sent him up into.
Nice save. Right now he's got Josh Wise going underneath of him, and as these guys pass him, they're saying welcome to the Nationwide Series.
Yeah, he's doing a really nice job, though, with this race car. They'll make some adjustments on this pit stop that will be coming up here shortly, but he's doing a really good job. First time really out here with other cars around him and everything, and this is a different racetrack when you put a lot of other cars there that you're racing.
Let's go for the lead. Clint Bowyer wants to take it back, and he makes it look easy.
I think Clint's driving his car too hard.
I was going to say, maybe he knew exactly what he was talking about there.
Yeah, he must have.
Okay, so now we've had our 4th lead change as Clint Bowyer takes the lead back from Ricky Stenhouse. Now, these guys have pulled almost a second away from 3rd place Carl Edwards, although Carl now coming back on him, as you can see there.
They're coming up on a pack of cars that are trying to stay on the lead lap right now as we get ready to have this competition yellow.
Well, Morgan Shepherd in the 89 is 1 lap down, so now he is going to be 2 laps down. And now the caution is out.
Competition caution.
So it looks like it'll be Carl Long getting the free pass once again. We'll verify that to make sure. And it'll give us 33 cars back on the lead lap, and our race leader will be Clint Bowyer with around the pit stops coming up. So the biggest mover in the race so far, David Rudiman from 43rd, is up to 15th. We'll see if the pit crew, which is his Cup pit crew, working today, so expect big things there. See if he can pick up even a few more spots. All right, he's talking about vibration.
Yeah, I'd want to pick his brain a little bit on that one. Is it a tire? Is it engine? Is it transmission? Drive shaft? I mean, what exactly are we talking about here?
Well, we'll try and find out. So we'll keep an eye on that. And let's go back.
Loose bud. I need some stability in the back. A bit edgy free getting in. A bit edgy through the center. A little bit edgy off, but not bad off. I think a little up down to the center and through the center. Just the stability. Get the right rear in the racetrack a little bit.
Yeah, you know, that's one thing that you fight here is loose into the corner and then tight off. So you got to be careful not to get it too tight getting in the corner and get it feeling too good, because then you'll start pushing off the corner. Here they come down pit road.
Clint Boyer leading the way. And we'll start off with Jamie Little as Kyle is halfway down pit road. And Jamie, he's coming your way.
And Kyle Busch going for history today, but in order to do that, he needs a better race car. It is tight, and you heard him say he has a vibration. Rubber out of the right rear, going to fill it up with Sunoco fuel, and we'll throw it down to Vince.
The 6 car of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. a little too free on entry and sliding the nose. You see him there on the top of the screen. They're going to make a chassis adjustment, 4 tires and air pressure. Clint Boyer a little too free. They're going to go down 2 rounds on the track bar. 4 tires and Sunoco fuel. Dave Burns.
Third place, Carl Edwards, just a little snug in the center. They've made a wedge adjustment and air pressure adjustment. They came in Clint, Ricky, Carl. Carl is going to go out first.
Race off pit road and take a look. Josh Wise decided to try the 2-tire strategy early. He picks up 15 spots. Stenhouse's crew drops 4. So Edwards comes out first with Boyer in tow. Stay with us. Getting ready to go back to green with Carl Edwards and Clint Boyer up front. Let's go back to pit road as we had some issues. See what happened to the 6 as he was coming out. He actually got passed on pit road.
I don't know if his speed's off a little bit. I know he was taking it really easy here, but you can see he loses a couple of spots.
Now, David Rudiman came in 15th. He's going to restart about 19th as a result of this.
Yeah, he's impossible to get out of the stall. The way Timmy Hill's parked in his pit stall, there was no way for him to exit. Just lucky he didn't get into somebody. Green flag.
And here we go. So with Edwards, Boyer, and Logano as they try and break free of 4th place, Josh Wise. Remember, Wise took 2 tires.
Yeah, I don't know about 2 tires here at Dover. We'll see how that works out for Josh Wise.
Not good right now. Stenhouse has just gotten around him, and he's under attack from Reed Sorensen. Elliott Sadler side by side with the 18 of Kyle Busch. Whoa, look out. Brian Scott tags the wall on the inside of the backstretch. Or I'm sorry, here on the front stretch. And
yeah, 2 weeks in a row for this team crashing. Big crash at Darlington last week.
All right, you're good.
He was 13th at the time, and we mentioned just before, this is his favorite track. I mean, he loves
straight to the garage.
You heard the call. Go straight to the garage. Let's see what happened to him here.
It's just getting loose. Low air pressure, and you have to drive these cars pretty loose anyway.
James Busher got lucky to get through there in the 30. Let's go on board with the 66. Stephen Wallace.
Too wide. Still outside. Watch it. Stay high. Stay high. Stay high. There you go. Caution's out. Caution's out.
So our 4th caution, and there's the net result for the 11. Let's go back just 1 week ago to Darlington, and remember this was ugly.
Yeah, he was actually trying to just get slowed down and got turned by his teammate Kyle Busch. Just run into everybody slowing down, so an unfortunate couple of weeks for Brian Scott.
That was the view from Eric Almirola as he also ended up getting taken care of there by a bunch of cars. There's Eric getting ping pong, and then the 11 hard into the wall. He's back in the garage area, so no takers for pit road since we just had a round of pit stops. Give us a chance to step aside real quickly, and we'll be back to an overcast but dry Dover after 47 200 laps. Well, the Monster's already taken a chunk out of several cars here in the early going as we have knocked down 49 laps, but it has been costly for several drivers. We've had a total of 4 cautions, and this is the last one with Brian Scott for the 2nd week in a row, watching his nose stuff into the wall. So as we get ready to come back to green flag racing, Dennis Setzer got the wave around the last caution. We didn't get a chance to get that in. Well, he was also the lucky dog, so he's now just 1 lap down in 31st. And here comes Boyer, Edwards with Logano, Stenhouse, Josh Wise. That's your top 5, and we're racing. Another good restart for the 33 as he gets out in front. Edwards pulls into second, and on the high side, look at Stenhouse climbing.
I'm telling you, that car's strong today. Look at that 6 car working that outside. He is running it hard. I'll tell you, I'll give it to Clint Boyer. He's driving that car hard.
On board from Carl's perspective, Joey Logano on the low side, Stenhouse in that white number 6, and Stenhouse clears him. A little further back, there you see the 2 of Elliott Sadler. He's got the 18 of Kyle Busch coming up his tailpipe. Josh Wise down low, and here comes the 22 of Keselowski.
Well, these restarts are times whenever you have to go hard. You can make some time on fresh tires, but you have to be extremely careful because the racing's really tight.
Saw the 31. Allgaier wiggled just enough, and he gives up a spot. That was Almirola getting around him there, taking advantage of his loose condition.
See, Stephen Wallace looked like he got loose right there, too. Got forced up.
How about the battle for third heating up again? Here comes Joey Logano back on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Boy, Stenhouse is taking it high.
He's really driving it down in the corner pretty hard, and he's just not getting the grip there. And you drive it in there a little bit too far, having to coil bind the front spring of these cars, you get a little bit too much, and the front end won't stick and just slides up the racetrack.
Logano opens up a bit of ground now. Let's focus on the lead. There's the 33 with a 60 right on his bumper. Vince has caught up with Brian Scott.
Frustrating finish last week at Darlington, and I know you just radioed in that the car was really loose. What happened, Brian?
I just lost it on the restart of close proximity racing, and I just lost it. I got to apologize to everybody on my number 11 team. They've had to work their tails off because we've had bad luck, and now this is driver self-induced. I hate it for these guys. Kevin Kidd, everybody, they did a great job, and just stepped out from under me, and I thought I could save it. There was a car on the outside of me. I didn't want to get him, and ended up getting myself. I don't know. Just my fault.
There you have it, Marty.
Yeah, and if he does not get back out on the track, it'll be his 3rd DNF of the year. Look at David Rudiman. He gets underneath Ryan Truex. Move Rudiman up to the 15th spot. He's on the move again.
Yeah, you see Stephen Wallace also working on the back bumper of the 99.
So you see the cycle on Steven. That's the 81 of Donnie Neuenberger still out there motoring around. They went zipping past. He was in our first caution. Let's go back up front. You've got Boyer in front of Carl Edwards. And there they are. And let's get an update on that 60, Dave Burns.
Marty, we talked about the rain washing away the rubber and how it would be a bit of a puzzle for the crews today. What about the overcast skies? Listen to Carl.
Sun being out, behind the clouds. The track's not taking rubber like it did yesterday. It's much different, so think about that. Remind me to talk to you about that after the race. Write it down. Sir.
Okay, Andy, when you get invited to that Roush Racing post-race meeting about what happened today, you can find out what he's talking about, okay?
Well, what he's really talking about, I've noticed this too, that when the sun is out on these concrete tracks, the track itself takes rubber way better. I mean, you'll see it blacken up. But when it's overcast and cool, it takes a lot longer. It doesn't seem to rubber in quite as quickly. We see it now starting to darken up after this restart, but it doesn't take it as good as it does in the sunlight.
And DJ, he wants that note for tomorrow because the weather conditions are supposed to be the same.
That's exactly right, and that will allow you to make some changes on your car to start the race to be able to adapt to things a little bit quicker.
Whoa, things getting interesting between the Turner Motorsports teammates as you saw the 38 of Leffler get a little loose, and here comes Justin Allgaier trying to take advantage. That is a battle for 10th.
You can hear Justin Allgaier right there have to crack the throttle just a little bit, but it looks like he's still going to be able to complete the pass down into 1.
He does.
The championship leader coming into today, Justin Allgaier in that 31. On their first pit stop, he was a little bit tight in the middle of the corner, wouldn't turn, and a little bit loose coming off. The car was a little bit too turny, so they made a track bar and air pressure adjustment. It seems to have helped Justin.
There you see his cycle as he is currently in that 10th spot after starting 4th in this race. We've knocked down 62 of 200 laps. Here comes the battle for 4th. Reed Sorensen putting some pressure on Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Looks like this 6 car is not quite as good as it was on that first set of tires. If they made an adjustment or anything like that, but I believe they'll have to go back another way. It could just be the track changing that much.
These two have dropped 3 seconds behind the race leaders, and here comes the 18 into the picture. Boy, Stenhouse likes that high line.
Yeah, if that track does come in and you see that groove widen out, that might pay off for him. But right now, I believe it's really hurting him.
It looks like that car may just be a little bit tight. He's just having to, as he drives it down in the center of the corner, he's having to wait so long to get back to the throttle. It's just killing his momentum.
Side by side into the corner. 32 still trying to seal the deal. And it looks like he's finally going to get it done. And here comes Kyle. They go around slower traffic. Let's get an update on Kyle Busch. How about it, Jamie Little?
Well, after that first stint, everybody down here on pit road was very curious about the tire wear. So Kyle Busch's crew chief, Jason Ratcliffe, came down off the pit box. You see him there on the right-hand side, and he inspected all 4 tires. And I asked him what he was thinking, and he said, for a green racetrack, these tires are wearing beautifully. So he's very happy so far after the first stint.
He can read so much into how the car is handling by looking at these tires. You see Jason really studying them, and that tells you everything about what that car is doing. I mean, from camber settings to whether the car is loose or tight.
Yeah, and speaking of that camber, when I was in the garage area yesterday, Jason Radcliffe himself was changing the camber, making shim changes on the front end of this 18 car.
And you notice that Stenhouse is no longer in that picture. He has dropped another second behind those two. He's 5 seconds off the lead. Here comes Allgaier as we switch, and here he goes, dropping another spot on the left side of your screen as the number 2 of Elliott Sadler gets around the 6.
Yeah, 2-tire change for Josh Wise has been pretty decent. I mean, he's still in the top 10. He's fighting for that spot now, but it looks like it may have paid off a little bit for him.
On board with Justin Allgaier on the right side of your screen.
I think if there's a negative side to a 2-tire stop here at Dover, it would be, you see really wiggle out of turn 4 there. It would be on the restart with the low air pressures and the tires not matching up. And then if they get a long green flag run, his left sides may wear a little bit more, and that could hurt him.
Allgaier going to try it on the high side. He's got Leffler right behind him. Now Leffler tries to dive underneath, and he's going to make it work. Nice move, Jason.
Yeah, Leffler wasn't quite as patient as Allgaier was in making that pass.
Kenny Wallace now sizes up the 7. Wallace with 5 top 15 finishes this year, 2 top 10s.
He might be looking at another top 10. His car's pretty good, too. This is one of his better tracks for Kenny Wallace.
He's running in that 12th spot right now. While this battle continues, let's check back in on the race lead, because Clint Bowyer, there he is, way over there into turn number 3, has a 1.3 second lead over Carl Edwards, and we are 30 laps from halfway. That's significant. Stay with us.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Nationwide Series at the Monster Mile in Dover, where we're closing in on halfway, and we've got a new leader out in front. From the pit studio, Bestwick and Brad with a couple of things to look at. First of all, how did Carl Edwards get in front of Clint Bowyer? Well, they came up on some lap traffic. Bowyer leading in the 33. Watch J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 67.
J.R. just steps out a little bit and gets sideways. Does a great job of saving the race car. Bowyer gets woed up, but when he gets woed up,
Carl Edwards didn't.
Carl Edwards didn't. Oh, here he comes. He comes trucking by, and that's how he got to the lead.
So Carl is back out in front of this event. From time to time, monitoring the radio communication between the teams and the drivers, we pick up on certain things. Here's one between Carl Edwards and his team.
Well, that was pretty awesome. Yeah, it worked out okay.
It was pretty awesome. And another thing we pick up on is some of the spotters. Wow, look at Carl work inside that race car. I talked with Carl about reaction times and steering quickness and that kind of thing.
Steering boxes, yes.
We hear spotters every now and then mumble about a raindrop or two. But the track is dry, the radar looks pretty good, and we do stay under the green flag as we close in on halfway. Let's go up to speed with Nationwide Insurance. Some reports on the front runners. Dave's got Carl Edwards today, Dave.
Alan, last year through 10 races, Carl had only led 62 laps. This year, after 10 races, he's led 499. When you talk to him about what the difference might be, he'll walk you to the front of the race car, he'll let you look under the hood, and he'll point right to the engine, and he'll say, there it is. Horsepower this year for the 60, Vince.
Second place is the 33 of Clint Boyer, of course, driving for KHI, Kevin Harvick's team. Second in the owner's points. There you see Kevin keeping a close eye on this. A near miss for Boyer as he was almost caught up in that accident, and his spotter, Kevin Hamlin, radioed to Boyer, just take a deep breath. We're okay. You're better than the 60 you'll get back. Running in third is the 20 of Joey Logano. Logano indicating that the car continues to get free because of the slight drizzle that's falling. The track is cooling. You can almost see a little bit of the moisture on some of the camera lens. The track is cooling. The car is freeing up. The 32 of Reed Sorensen running fourth. Trent Owens, the crew chief, told me just before the race, we feel like we've got a really good race car today. He's showing it. You know, Sorensen's name, usually one of the names mentioned when discussing championship eligible drivers who could win. Maybe today's Sorensen's day. He's playing a little defense right now, Jamie Little.
Yes, he is, as Kyle Busch in the 18 goes right past him and gains one more position. A lot of guys in this 18 pit box holding their breath. They want to see their driver tie the all-time win record with Mark Martin. It would be a big celebration. They promised me that. So they're hoping their driver, who started 13, can move forward as he just gains another spot, Dave.
Jamie Elliott Sadler's picked up 2 positions since that restart, and today's race is really a big comeback for them. They were not very good in practice. Ernie Cope told me that they were really bad with this car that was also bad at Nashville, but he was confident they'd make changes, and I guess so, based on the way that he's racing right now. Reigning series champion Brad Keselowski in the 22, claiming he has a wiggle in turn 1. That's something he can continue to catch and hopefully keep moving forward. Remember, not much practice yesterday, and running this car basically green to the car on a green racetrack. Behind him, Justin Allgaier right now complaining that his car is just a little bit free off the corner right there as he matches the gas to go down the backstretch or the front straightaway. They've talked about it over the radio. They think they're going to lower the track bar a little bit to help Justin. Vince?
The 6 car of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has been real fast throughout the early stages of this race. In fact, he led 33 laps already today, but the car is starting to fade a little bit in the comfort zone. Can't get back to the gas, and he can't roll through the center. We've got a yellow.
All right, guys, we crashed off a 2 here.
Alex Kennedy into the wall as the 23 has heavy damage on the right front and right rear. So Alex, nicknamed the Kid, was running 24th at the time. Brings out our 5th caution. And that's the bridge where spectators can actually watch from, and they get a bird's eye view of everything that happens right on that straightaway.
And we talk about that 9 degrees of banking on the straightaways that Andy pointed out before this race. You can see as you come off the corner, a lot of times you're able to catch this and maybe not hit anything, but he catches the outside wall. And then that banking carries you all the way down to the inside where you slam that and really tear your race car up.
Yeah, if he could have kept it right against the wall off the corner, but see that banking, it carries you right to that inside wall, and man, that's where you hit the hardest.
As we call no, what happened to Kevin Swindell?
Holy cow!
Good Lord! That is the 23, and what happened here?
Must have pulled up in front of him.
Oh, wow.
Man. Oh. What a bad break for Swindell there.
Look at this.
Oh, no
mercy.
Man, that was a bad decision.
And
right
look at
there.
Eric Almirola dodging both of them. And right behind, that looks like Clint Boyer's car. One more look at this.
Man, that was a hard lick. You see, it knocked the whole right front suspension off of that 23 car.
So for Swindell, Not the kind of finish that he wanted to see here, nor for Alex.
Well, it's good to see Alex Kennedy get out of this car. I don't know if this is a bad decision on Kennedy's part or the spotter didn't help him. But, man, that was just a bad move.
NASCAR has asked for the driver of the 23, Alex Kennedy, and his spotter to the NASCAR hauler. So, obviously, they did not like what they saw.
That's why you have spotters. I mean, the race is under caution. You're supposed to be helping your driver get around the track without having any more problems. And, put this 16 car, Swindell, in just a terrible spot.
All right, let's listen in on the radio.
What did he do? He drove straight across the damn racetrack.
That's Kevin talking to the team, and letting them know exactly what happened.
He was like, wait a minute. Couldn't believe. I'm sure that Swindell couldn't believe that car was going to do that.
Especially because you could see all those cars coming up on the high side if you just look out to the right of your window there.
Yeah, and you have a lot of responsibilities as a driver of these cars. You've already made a mistake and torn your car up, but at the point in time, there's no reason to be in any hurry, and it's very, very unfortunate there.
And there's a frustrated Kevin walking away from the car. He was running 18th at the time of this incident that brings out our 5th caution.
Well, it's good to see both these drivers walk away from that incident. It looked pretty scary.
I don't know if are they both going to be in the same ambulance? That could be an interesting discussion. They'll make the mandatory trip to the infield care center, and we'll clean up the mess over on the backstretch. And this could take a little while.
Yeah, that threw a lot of debris all over the back straightaway.
All right, Joe Nemechek in the 87 will get the lucky dog. And again, from the Monster Bridge, there is the view. And it is a unique view. As watch what they get to see happen right in front of them. Wow. Man, Almirola.
Yeah, Eric
nice
did a nice job of missing that. Yeah. What a hopeless feeling, though, whenever you're sitting there and just really catching up, and somebody makes a mistake like that and gives you nowhere to go.
Pits are still closed. There you can see the flag designating no entry. The 23 car was only 12 points ahead of 31st in the owner points entering today, so this is not going to help their cause in that respect. We already told you that Joe Nemechek will get the lucky dog. He'll pick up a lap, get back on the lead lap. That'll give us 20 cars on the lead lap as you're on board with Kyle Busch. Clint Boyer. He's in our 2nd place position behind Carl Edwards, as there's the view of Ryan Truex. We've got a moment. Let's talk a little NBA playoff action, because ABC Sunday afternoons is the place to be. Semifinals in the Western Conference. It's a big Game 7. It's the Memphis Grizzlies and the Thunder. NBA playoffs on ABC, home of the NBA Finals. It's Sunday with coverage beginning with the Buick Regal NBA Countdown. That starts at 3 Eastern.
Yeah, I think Kevin Durant and his boys probably that'd already be getting a little bit of rest before they go on to face the Dallas Mavericks. Now they've got a big Game 7 to win.
I think they win Game 7 at home.
Good chance of that.
Still closed as far as pit road is concerned.
Yeah, what they don't want is all the cars coming off pit road, and they're trying to clean this mess up. They don't want to have a lot of cars racing their way back out on the track. So just keep them out there until they get this mess cleaned up, then they'll open pit road.
Yeah, plus they don't need to go in and get new tires, and then there's still debris all over the back straightaway too.
Well, let's talk about this while we've got the chance. We have now completed 90 laps. 100 makes the race official. We have had a few sprinkles, although the radar right now looks very good for us being able to get it all in.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar. I don't see anything on it, but still, this mist that doesn't show up on radar is what you worry about. As long as we keep that out of here, we'll be fine. So if I'm up on the pit box, I'll probably be making decisions to finish this race to the full distance.
All right, let's take one more look at this, and then we're going to throw it over to Tim Brewer at the Craftsman Tech Garage to talk about how durable these front ends are. Here comes Alex as he moves up. Bam. Let's send it over to Tim in the Craftsman Tech Garage.
Thanks, Marty. You know, one of the innovations NASCAR's came up with, this is a tether for the hood. What that does, it keeps the sheet metal from flying away. But one step further, look how large these tethers are right here. And they go around the wedge bolt, but they're around the spindle assembly. Now, what I seen on that car on impact, it literally ripped the frame rail apart right here, pretty much separating this whole assembly from the car. But these tethers, it makes it safe for the competitors as well as the fans when parts seem to be flying off the cars. Guys,
let's go right down to Jamie Little.
Marty, there was a big stack up right at the line to enter pit road. There's damage on the 18, damage on the 32, and I'm not sure who else. 4 tires. Let's go over to triple pits and Vince.
Joey Logano, top of your screen. The car's just 2 free. The track bar going down, 4 tires for Logano. The 33 of Clint Bowyer started tight, then got too loose, so they're going to go down another round and a half on the track bar. 4 Goodyear tires. Dave.
Leader Carl Edwards is going to lose the lead to Brad Keselowski. Long discussion for Carl about how to adjust the car down on the track bar a round and a quarter because he was loose. And as you see, Keselowski, the winner on pit road, Marty, was only a 2-tire change.
He picks up 6 in the 18. Kyle Busch has an issue with what Jamie was talking about. Look at the snout. It is just punched. Now the 32 of Reed Sorensen also has damage.
It's a big stack up somewhere. All these cars got caught up in it.
Let's go back and show you exactly what happened.
Getting down off the track to get to pit road. You see, you're trying to make a little bit of time. Everybody jams on the brakes. Looks like Reed Sorensen got the worst of it, but Kyle Busch has plenty of damage on the front of his.
All right, Sorensen is back out. So is Kyle Busch. We'll get an update as much as we can and as fast as we can. Stay with us.
43rd year of racing here at the Monster Mile, and we have seen some classic cars, some classic drivers, and some classic races here over the years.
Old-timey, good-looking hot rods racing on the asphalt back here in Dover.
Check this one out. Parking 50 cents.
Wow.
David Pearson celebrating the win. How about Bobby Allison in the Matador?
The Matador, baby. Coca-Cola sponsored car by Bobby Allison getting around.
Great history of racing here in Dover, Delaware, and at the Dover International Speedway, where our NASCAR Nationwide Series race is just about to halfway, and it's under caution. Brad Keselowski taking just right side tires under the caution to get the lead. Justin Allgaier hanging in there as the championship leader, and Kyle Busch trying to tie Mark Martin for all-time wins, but his race took a little twist of plot under this caution when he got some damage to the nose of his car along with Reed Sorensen in a stack-up entering pit road. Busch has fallen back from 4th to 18th position, while Sorensen has fallen from 5th to 19th. There you see the patch job on the nose of Kyle Busch's car. The caution flag brought out when Alex Kennedy pulled a U-turn on the back straightaway in front of Kevin Swindell. Jamie's with the young driver from New Mexico.
And you see the aftermath of his car right there, and amazingly, he is okay, but I know you feel bad. What exactly were you thinking? Because you were at the bottom of the track, and then you started going back up the track.
I was just trying to get back rolling again. I just didn't know how bad the damage was, and remember I was expecting it to turn, it didn't. And so I had the wheel cranked and everything. I was trying to go back up the track to just try and get back down to the pits and everything, see if we can maybe salvage the car as it was, and it wouldn't turn. And it started turning on me. It started feeling like normal, and then all of a sudden it just stopped turning and went straight to the top. And so I wasn't expecting that, and so I just got stopped, thinking, okay, I can't roll back down in case people are coming. But I feel horrible for Kevin. I ruined his day, I know, and I can't apologize enough for that.
All right, Alex Kennedy and his spotter have been called to the NASCAR hauler. They will make their way there now, and we will talk to Kevin Swindell in just a moment.
Jamie, thanks, and quite a mess of the 23 car as well as the Swindell 16 car, and the cleanup has been extensive under this caution. Speaking of Kevin Swindell, he's just come from the care center. Jamie?
Yes, and he has been checked and released. First off, are you okay, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just I'm frustrated as you could possibly be, I guess. This is something that should not happen. You're just trying to relax, talk to the crew chief about the car, and get a drink, and all of a sudden there's a car sitting in the racetrack. So it's nowhere to go, and you can't really move around at this place to get out of the way. And I hate it. Tore up a good Roush Fenway Mustang, and we were finally getting rolling here.
Showing the replay right now. What did you see?
First you see him moving, and you assume that between the spotter and him paying attention, he's going to stop. So you just you kind of shoot for the hole above him. They're really, you can't judge it. It's just kind of, you're stuck in limbo there. So was hoping he was going to stop. He didn't stop, and hit him and hit the inside wall there too. So it's you know, the car didn't sit well with the green racetrack, but we were getting better and moving back through there, and was excited to make an adjustment there to get us a little better and you know, just finish the laps and learn this and learn these cars. So it's frustrating. Got to thank Roush Fenway and all these guys for this great opportunity, and you know, maybe I'll get another one sometime.
This was a tryout today, and we hope to see him back in a race car soon. Alan?
Jamie, thanks. Certainly bizarre ending to the day for the young driver from Tennessee. Now, we saw the damage, the patch job on the nose of Kyle Busch's car a minute ago before we went to the interviews. Here's the stack up that caused all the damage to the 18 and 32.
Yeah, you saw a lot of sorry. You see Kyle get in the back of Joey Logano, who almost gets in the back of Clint Boyer. Reed Sorensen gets a little dented. They all get banged up. You see Kyle's front end there. He has a significant indention in the front of that race car. It's going to hurt him a little bit, but they're putting the Bear Bond on it, trying to create a even surface there so you can get a little bit of downforce on the nose of that race car.
And they were looking at Sorensen's 32 car with, again, a little more on the right front fender than just the grill car.
Sorry about that, man. 10-4, we're still on the lead lap. Just do your best. We'll see how it is. Just do your best. Try to get some track position back. And got 100 laps left, so anything can happen. Looking on different fuel strategy or something here in a bit. Might work out for us, so just stay in there.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe that happened.
The good news, if there is some for the 32 guys, they didn't lose a lap and there was no damage to the splitter. So Trent Owens, the crew chief, assuring Reed Sorensen that it could have been a lot worse.
Vince, thanks. So you see Sorensen falling back to 20th after a couple of pit stops to repair the damage under this yellow. And again, Kyle Busch in 18th position. Now we're about to reach the halfway point of this race in a little bit over a lap from now. And on a day when we've been dodging rain showers, that means this will become an official race. So from there to the finish, if Mother Nature intervenes again, things could get kind of interesting, though the radar looks pretty good for now. Brad Keselowski leads as the cleanup continues here at the Monster Mile. The restart next.
Green flag flies as we get back here to Dover International with Brad Keselowski. He chose the low inside line. That's Carl Edwards on the high side. Behind him, it's Joey Logano and Clint Boyer. And Edwards shoots out in front. Just as we went back to green, 2 wave arounds. Derek Cope got back on the lead lap. That gives us 21 cars. Donnie Neuenberger stayed out, but he's 62 laps down. James Buescher on the high side there, trying to get it back into line, forces his way in. Ryan Truex, and here comes Kyle Busch. Now remember, he restarted 18th. He's already up to 12th. He goes on the high side of 64. Let's go back and take a look at this.
Yeah, I saw this good in turn 1. I mean, he just blasts out to the outside, 3 wide, just passing cars 2 or 3 at a time.
Well, Ricky Stenhouse made it work, and he's making it work. And there you see him right there as he's still side by side with the 64 Ruderman. Now coming up on the 09 of Kenny Wallace. And that's Buescher in front of him in the 30.
Yes, Kyle's making pretty good work from these guys, but once he gets through here, I think he'll be able to get a real handle on exactly how this damage on the front end has affected his race car.
He's up to 10th, looking for 9th. Meanwhile, there's Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano. That's the battle for 2nd. Logano underneath. He'll take the spot. Here comes Clint Boyer in the 33. A little bit further back is Elliott Sadler. Carl Edwards, as we've now gone 105 laps, so the race is official. 5 different leaders with 10 lead changes. It's Justin Allgaier in the 31 trying to track down the 99 of Ryan Truex. That's for 7th. And there's Kyle Busch lurking in 8th.
Yeah, he's certainly running some pretty good lap times right now, so it doesn't look like it's hurt his car too much. I don't know if I know that he was needing to make an adjustment on his race car to make it a little bit better to have a shot at winning. Hopefully they got that done before they had to start repairing the front end.
Yeah, and you don't know what that damage to the front end actually did to the car too, so it may not work with the change they made. We'll just have to see.
Let's go back, show you a little bit earlier. There's the damage with the bearer bond all over the front. On board from David Ruderman's perspective. Ooh. Did he rush the wall there?
Yeah, looks like he got into it just a little bit.
I guess he figures he's already got it skinned up. I mean, he's not going to try to save anything at this point.
So Kyle now in 9th position, and let's get an update on that 18. Jamie?
Well, Marty, there was concern that the radiator was bashed in. The good news, it's not. It's okay. The only damage is right there in the front. The Darabont tape is on it. And guys, from the looks of it, that damage is making him faster.
Definitely make him more aggressive. We'll have to see, like Dale said, when they get out here, kind of get strung out, we can look at lap times and see if he's better than he was that first or second run.
Yeah, as we're riding along right there, it looks like his car might be a little bit on the tight side, and that could be from that front end damage. They'll need another pit stop to maybe make another adjustment.
On board with Stephen Wallace in 13th, there's Ricky Stenhouse, who led a total of 33 laps early in this race. He's trying to fight his way back, and here comes Reed Sorensen. He restarted in 20th. Let's move farther forward, and then on the left side of your screen, the battle for 3rd as you've got Boyer going around Brad Keselowski.
Well, that's a battle of a car with 2 tires on the last stop with 4 tires on Boyer's. I think Keselowski's doing a good job with just the 2 tires, but we've seen it happen a couple times today. It looks like you need 4 if you're going to change tires.
Yeah, and I think that may have been a gamble to see as we got to halfway, that long caution, was it going to actually rain right then, then they might steal a victory.
And you saw the 11 looking like a modified as Brian Scott's gotten back out. He is a total of 58 laps down in 33rd position right now. That is Stephen Wallace right in front of Reed Sorensen and Ricky Stenhouse.
Yeah, there's a car I'm really surprised in, Ricky Stenhouse. You can see that Reed Sorensen is up there in front of him with all the damage on his car. It looked like Ricky Stenhouse at the beginning of this race is going to run away and hide from everybody.
Now, he just blasted out front on the initial start, and even on restart after they changed tires one time, he was real fast for a few laps, but then after that, it's like his car just went away.
That's Eric Almirola in the 88 right behind him. And there goes the 32 of Sorensen taking a peek underneath Stephen Wallace.
Yeah, before he received that damage as they came to pit road there, Reed Sorensen had a really good race car running up in the top 5 all day.
Well, he's picked up 7 spots now, moving into 13th after the restart in 20th.
See Stephen Wallace there tracking Reed Sorensen. He had a top 5 finish, his first of the year last week at Darlington. You have one of those, you want to have some more. You kind of want to get used to that, don't you?
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of momentum, and you like that feeling, and you want to put yourself in that position a lot more. Then that puts you in a position to maybe get a win.
Well, he has 8 top 10 finishes here in 9 starts. His best was second back in June of 2005, so he gets around this track. Back up front, Carl Edwards has opened up a 1.3 second lead over second place Joey Logano. And Vince, what are you hearing on that 20 car?
Well, it's just been too free here in the first half of this race. They've been working to snug it up. You know, Joe Gibbs Racing has won the last 3 owners titles, and the 20 headed up by that man, the crew chief Adam Stevens, is once again leading the owners points. Certainly is a nice luxury to have guys like Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin in the seat, but it should be noted that Adam Stevens has done a terrific job in his first year on the box, but right now he's challenged by getting that thing snugged up for Joey Logano, Marty.
Well, and I'll tell you something, this is, as we look at the 18 of Kyle Busch trying to get underneath the 31 of Justin Allgaier, Joe Gibbs Racing in each of the last 7 races has led the most laps in one of their cars. They have led 80% of those laps. They haven't led a lap yet today. So a big change in the trend so far as we are past halfway, working lap number 118.
It's a good battle right here with Allgaier and Busch. Now it looks like Kyle gets the better of it.
Yeah, it looked like Allgaier might have got his left front down on the apron, had to come out of the gas, may lose a spot.
So Kyle goes up to 8th, and here comes the 30 of James Buescher. And remember, Buescher in the pre-race told us, he says, I had a pretty good truck last night, and my car's even better. He finished 8th in the truck race last night. Of course, the truck race was won by the guy that's a couple of cars in front of him, the 18 of Kyle Busch. That battle has settled down for the moment, and right now, Carl Edwards' lead is being narrowed as he's run into some traffic. Joey Logano is closing. Stay with us.
The 5-Hour Energy 200 at Dover for the NASCAR Nationwide Series. Make sure to go to NASCAR.com for all your latest NASCAR information. From the pit studio with Bestwick and Brad watching the race for the lead. Carl Edwards had a 1-second advantage on Joey Logano. But as we said before going to the break, they got into traffic. And Logano's closing in.
Yeah, he is. He's closing the distance, Alan. And when he was in here in the pit studio with us earlier, he told us off camera he's got a great race car, feels good about today, thinks he can get that thing to victory lane. He's working on it.
For now, clear of traffic. They've settled in, so let's catch up on what's happened so far with our 5-Hour Energy Rapid Recap. Race started an hour and a quarter late due to rain. Carl Edwards, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the front row after qualifying was rained out. We've had a few moments, including this one on lap 1.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate incident right here. Mike Bliss gets into the 82 car, the 81 car. Actually, the 82 car runs into the teammate car, and they both are out of the contention.
Donnie Neuenberger and Blake Cook. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., high hopes for the day, but right in the first pit stop, lost some track position, and he's continued to slide back ever since. Stenhouse now running in 13th spot. Nationwide Series Championship contenders, including Stenhouse, Allgaier 31, Leffler 38, have all been running decently. Leffler, the highest of them right now, in 5th position. Elliott Sadler also having a solid run. He's in 7th at the moment. Guys who've led the most laps today, Carl Edwards and Clint Boyer. Watch this lead change between them.
Yeah, you saw Gerald Fitzpatrick get sideways. He saves the car. Boyer woes it up. Carl Edwards is coming from about 15 car lengths behind. There he goes, uses that momentum and takes the lead from Clint Boyer.
Edwards now running in the lead with Joey Logano 2nd and Clint Boyer hanging in 3rd spot. This is the big crash of the day. Alex Kennedy lost it off turn number 2. Hard hit to the inside wall. Then a moment later when he tried to fire up and turn around, right into the path of Kevin Swindell. Fortunately, both drivers okay, but a long cleanup from that incident a little bit ago. And that's where we stand here with 73 laps to go as you watch Carl Edwards, the current leader, work his way through some of the lap traffic. Logano kind of staying right with him. As the traffic works, Logano closes in, and then when they get free of traffic, it looks like Edwards puts a little bit of a gap on him. There's Clint Boyer in 3rd. And remember, Brad Keselowski took just right side tires on the last set of pit stops. It gave him the lead. He has been shuffled back now in this run of racing to the 4th position. You keep watching this, Brad, and every time they catch traffic, Logano's looking for a way around, but there's no way around.
There's nowhere to go, and he's doing the right things, being very, very patient. He seems to have a little bit better car than Carl Edwards right now. Watch him get to the bottom of this racetrack. Look at him. He's 1.5 feet off the apron there, just cruising around that bottom. Shortest way around the racetrack. He is stuck. I think he's going to give Carl Edwards a little bit of a challenge here in about 20 laps.
Joey Logano said Dover, his favorite racetrack, one of his favorite racetracks, despite the tumble he took here in the Cup race a little while back. Logano finishing 2nd in the last 2 Nationwide Series races here. He's looking to move up a spot today. All right, let's drop back a little bit and get you up to speed with Nationwide Insurance. We're looking at Ryan Truex in the 99, Jamie.
Well, all odds were against Ryan Truex when he came in, Alan. He started 17th. He just got the cast removed from the broken wrist he had. Actually, he had surgery on it. And this is his first time here at Dover in a Nationwide car. I'll tell you, he has brought that car to life. The team has worked hard on it. His brother Martin Truex up on the pit box. Everything is working in the right direction as Ryan Truex continues to move forward. Behind him, the 38 is Jason Leffler. He loved his car so much at Darlington last week, they turned around and brought it here this weekend. And he told us earlier on, he's never been so confident going into a race. They've had to work on the car a little bit, but since the last stop, they have done a great job. And just behind him, look who's knocking at the door. Kyle Busch, after restarting 18th, having that damage on the front nose, the car is looking good. It's made him faster. Kyle hasn't said a whole lot from the seat, but so far they're looking good as he continues to look for history today, Dave.
Jamie, Elliott Sadler runs in the 8th position. That's 3 back from where he restarted. And that's because his car is losing grip, according to the driver. Radioed in, I've got to let a couple of these guys by because I'm about to wreck. This on a day when he'd like to be the first KHI driver to win in the Nationwide Series for that company. Going to be tough to do. Justin Allgaier swinging wide right behind him, way up the racetrack. Part of the reason is, well, listen to the radio.
I am plowing tight, tighter than I was the first run by 10. Sure you only went down 1 on the track bar? 10 bar.
He said just a couple of laps ago, I can't even shake it loose, which is to try to make it go loose off the corners. Tough race car right now for Justin Allgaier. Vince?
the 32 of Reed Sorensen running 10th. Sorensen was running up around the top 5, remember, and then he had that collision with the 18 just as he was getting to pit road. That bare bond tape on the right front damage has affected the car's handling, but he's still been moving up a bit, still a little bit loose, Alan.
All right, Vince, thanks. And again, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has fallen back to the 12th position in this race after starting second and leading early. So championship standings as we run in Dover. It is Allgaier who is up barely on Elliott Sadler. But again, a long way to go today here at the Monster Mile. 64 laps remaining in the race.
Why?
We're under caution for the 6th time. Points leader Justin Allgaier. Tire goes down on the right front, and he is into the wall. Big points implications and big takers on pit road. Let's show you the pit stops first. That is the 2 and the 60, I should say, and the 20 coming down. Jamie?
And the 99, you see him right there, Ryan Truex. The car is good, no changes. 4 tires, fill it up with fuel. Vince.
Joey Logano, they say they're just chasing the track a little bit right now. They're going to take a round out of the right rear and 4 tires. The 33 of Clint Boyer just loose. Starts off tight, but then it gets too loose. They're going to take air pressure adjustment in 4 tires, Dave.
Tough call for the leader, but with 60 laps to go, they decided to come down pit road. Slight track bar adjustment. The car a little bit free at the end of the run, and Carr will maintain his position, leaving pit road, and he compliments the crew, Marty.
And this should be good enough for everybody to go the distance. Elliott Sadler and Reed Sorensen pick up a spot each. Jason Leffler loses a spot. As let's go back and show you what happened. Now remember, we heard on the radio Justin saying this car was so tight. Here's what happened.
Yeah, and usually when you're tight, you're abusing that right front tire. You can see it go down. Hard hit into turn 3, but we saw Justin be able to get out of the car okay.
Let's go on board. And watch this shot, what happens to the camera. That's a hard hit when it moves that camera, because they are bolted in solid. All right, so there's what's left on the right side. It's pancaked against the wall here at Dover. Stay with us. We'll reset it. There's rain in the air. Welcome back to the 5-Hour Energy 200 here at Dover, and make sure to go to NASCAR.com for all your latest NASCAR information. We're under our 6th caution after points leader Justin Allgaier tags the turn 3 wall. Let's get you caught up on what's going to happen with ESPN's coverage of Major League Baseball, because we continue Sunday and Monday night. First, the latest chapter in the Red Sox-Yankees rivalry. Sunday Night Baseball, 8 Eastern. That's right, Boston against the Bronx Bombers. And then on ESPN's Monday Night Baseball, 7 Eastern, Ryan Howard and the Phillies take on Albert Pujols and the Cardinals. Major League Baseball on ESPN, Sunday and Monday night. Let's dial up our in-race reporter, Ryan Truex. He's running a solid 6th.
Hey, Ryan, Dale Jarrett, you have a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, man, looked like you're having a pretty good day. What's going on with your race car?
Yeah, we're having a great day. I'm having a lot of fun here. Our car is pretty good. We started off pretty free. Got myself in a little trouble there early on. But we got this thing fixed up. Jerry's been making the right calls. The crew's been doing an awesome job on pit road. And been trying to do my part out here, and I'm having a lot of fun right now. Have a really good car.
Well, it looks like you're doing your part. How much has the racetrack changed? We can see it rubbering up a little bit, but has it changed significant, or just the changes y'all made on your race car?
Yeah, I haven't felt much of a change in the racetrack. You know, the rubber's definitely been building up, but yeah, we've done some changes to the car. Got it finally tightened up there on that last stop, and it's just been fast ever since.
Well, all I can tell you is you're looking like Big Brother. Keep going, buddy. Thanks for talking.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Let's reset some other things for you, because as you can see, we are bringing everybody down pit road, and Josh Wise stayed out. Remember, we told you that rain was in the air? Well, the 7 car of Josh Wise took the gamble and decided to stay out. He is leading Edwards, Logano, Boyer, Keselowski, and Ryan Truex. When we go back to racing, the 2 car of Elliott Sadler, who would be our new points leader if everything stayed the same, well, he got caught speeding, too fast entering. He was 8th at the time. And the 88 of Alec Almirola, too fast exiting. He was 14th of the time. This is the 49th speeding penalty here at Dover since 2007, the most of all of our tracks on the tour.
it's tough to get down to that 35 mile per hour. And then things are so close, you know that every little bit that you can get on pit road could help you get another spot.
Well, the red flag is out because of the moisture in the air. And while we have this moment, Jamie Little's caught up with Justin Allgaier.
Yes, as the rain continues to come down, the wind is picking up. Justin is okay as we watch his car get towed down from behind. Justin, your first DNF, we're thinking at this point, what happened?
I just lost our front tire. You know, we the second run there, we got the car pretty good, and we were making up some spots. We lost on pit road, and then we came out of the pits on that last caution, and we're just too tight. So hopefully the Wolfpack rental guys will get it fixed and be able to go out there. But I know they're more optimistic than I am. It hit pretty hard, so just a rough day. Not the way we wanted to leave Dover, especially coming in here as a point leader. But I know that everybody at Turner Motorsports has really been working hard, and hopefully this is just a minor speed bump of what we got for the rest of the year.
Hard to gain, easy to lose in the points battle. Justin Allgaier, smile on his face, though. He'll be back. Marty.
And it's his, well, it's been 21 starts since his last DNF in the series. We mentioned the fact that Josh Wise is the race leader. And here is the crew chief call. Let's talk to him, Vince.
Well, Tony Eury Jr. made the call to keep Josh Wise out when others pitted to go to the front. Maybe just the thought process behind your decision.
I mean, it's been missing all day. It's getting late in the day, so the mist is starting to roll in. So, you know, we were fortunately we got loose there on that run, and we were last car on the lead lap. So, I mean, it was like a no-brainer. Just stay out, take a chance here. Track dries quick, but daylight's going to be the issue. So, hopefully we can just keep this rain coming and get Josh a win for all of our sponsors here at Junior Motorsports. And just, you know, we've tried really hard today, but we don't have the car to win it, but we'll take them any way we can get them.
Thanks, Tony. Marty?
And you can hear the jet dryers firing up as they're going to try and keep this racetrack under control. We don't want to lose it, and it's not a heavy rain, so that's a good move on NASCAR's part. Obviously, they want to try and finish this. The heavy cloud cover, it's a lot darker here than it shows on your screen because our video guys can sort of tweak the knobs. That's a better view of what it really looks like. Technically, it's about 8 o'clock when we will go dark. There are no lights on the track. You know, if this call works for Tony Eury and Josh Wise, well, let's flash back a little bit. Let's take you back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Remember Mike Bliss, guys?
Yeah, this is a little bit different situation. Mike Bliss had a good car, but he did stay out, got track position. They actually went back to green and then had another caution, and he got the win. But this is a little different. You know, there's not a lot of gamble here for Tony Eury Jr. because they were the last car on the lead lap, and if they pitted, that's about where they were going to wind up. So, yeah, not really a gamble.
You heard Tony Eury Jr. say they probably didn't have the car to win today, but you take them any way you can get them. You don't ever apologize for taking that trophy home.
Here's the last 5 rain-shortened races with the eventual winner, Mike Bliss being the most recent. Ron Fellows in Montreal in 2008, Bristol 2008 with Clint Boyer, Johnny Sauter at Milwaukee, and Bobby Hamilton Jr. back in Phoenix all the way in November 2003. So here we are again waiting for the weather to cut us a break. And Vince is caught up with a man who started on the outside of the front row. He's dropped back to 12th. Vince, let's talk to Ricky Stenhouse.
Well, Ricky did indeed start up front, led 33 laps early, and then the car seemed to go away a little bit. What left you handling-wise?
I don't know. It's really frustrating. We're fast every run, you know, every practice, every, you know, first run of the race, and then all of a sudden our Mustang gets really, really loose. And, I don't know if it's something we're doing every week that, you know, that might get it free, but, you know, that first run, I didn't really have any too big of a complaints, but our Mississippi flood relief Ford just got really, really loose there and made big changes that last pit stop and seemed to make it better. You know, we crutched it, but I don't think we made it as good as it needs to be yet. So we made some more changes here. Hopefully we'll get back racing and see what we got.
Thanks, Ricky. Dave?
Vince, I caught up with leader Josh Wise down here on pit road. So, a little gambling here. There is a casino nearby. Not a bad move, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Tony Jr. is pretty good at sneaking stuff like this out. So, I don't know what the radar looks like or anything, but, you know, we were like the last car on the lead lap. So, you know, why not stay out and just take the gamble and see where it puts us here and just keep doing our rain dance.
Did you protest at all?
No, I mean, these guys are working hard on this thing, and we'll just, I'd like to keep racing, to be honest with you. I'd like to keep working on our car and get us a good finish here, and we'll just see what happens.
That's kind of a look toward next week, guys. Remember, Josh has about 3 more races in this car before he has to hand it back over again.
That's right. Danica Patrick will be back in the car at Joliet in June, and he'll be driving it when she is not. She has 6 more scheduled throughout the rest of the year. You heard Josh say he didn't know what the radar looked like. Well, let's show you what the radar looks like, because it's a bit deceiving, because it shows that, well, there's just that light little patch, and that is it. But right now it's steady enough that we were forced to go into this red flag situation.
Yeah, and it's like we heard Tony Jr. say, this stuff starts forming late in the afternoon, and it can actually just build right there over the speedway.
Yeah, and Josh Wise, he's acting like your old driver, Harry Gant. Harry never would in a rain delay get out, wouldn't take his helmet off. He sat there. It didn't matter how long we were there. So Harry said it was bad luck to get out of that thing.
Well, Kyle Busch doesn't worry about bad luck. He's out of it already. How about Joey Logano? Remember, he's finished second here in the last 2 races. He's third right now, Vinny.
Well, and he and crew chief Adam Stevens just finished up a conversation. And, Joey, I know you guys have been trying to get this thing tightened up, and you and Adam were just visiting. How good is the race car right now?
Well, I don't know. We just made a change on it, so I was hoping to find out what it's going to do. I still think we're going to get back out there. We'll be fine. I think our GameStop Toyota is pretty good. Just fine-tuning it. I know where I'm losing the speed. We just got to get it a little bit better, and just need a little bit more rear grip from landing into the center. And hopefully he's found the magic for me. And it seems like I can get to Carl through lap traffic and stuff, but once I get there, I can't do nothing. I lose too much downforce, and so we just got to get our car a little bit better so when we do get there, we can do something with them. And I think these changes should be good enough.
Thanks, Joey. Jamie?
And Carl Edwards here, still all buckled in his car. Do you know something we don't, Carl?
I'm being real optimistic here. I feel like we're going to get to race again. It looks like the precipitation just stopped, so I hope we get to go racing. It'd be hard to lose one that way right there. We really had no choice. I mean, I didn't think that rain would amount to anything, but Josh's guys there, I think they actually took a better gamble than it looked like. I thought that was pretty pretty brave of them. But I hope we get to race again. This Fastenal Mustang is good. I feel like we got 4 tires here and we got a good shot at it.
Carl, 2 pit stops ago, you guys came in. It looked like you checked up, and then it was just a domino effect, and 4 or 5 cars had some damage. What happened there?
I don't know. I didn't really catch what happened. They told me that a couple cars got torn up, and they told me to be careful. So, this pit road's really tough. It's been a little bit wet down there the whole day, but it's just one of the things here. It can happen to anybody. You can get caught up with something that's so tight, so narrow, and so slick. So, hopefully that's the only thing. I'm sitting here hoping we race again, but I mean, this place is wild. Anything can happen. So, we've got 1 spot better to get, but there's still a huge risk with racing. So, I do hope we get a shot, though.
There's a little trend here. You finished second to first-time winners twice already this year. Trevor Bayne last week with Regan Smith. Looking like it may happen again today, Carl.
Come on now. No. Well, congratulations to those guys, but I feel bad for Josh if we go racing again. I'm hungry for a win here.
All right, so you're not going to let it happen if we get back to racing. Let's go to Dave Burns.
And caught up with Brad Keselowski, who's out of the car. Everything okay?
Yeah, it's great. It's been a long day and already a long weekend. So what to see? I don't know. It still feels like it's raining pretty good, but we'll see if they get it dry. This place dries pretty quick, but I was kind of pulling for it to keep raining. I'd like to see Josh Weiss win. That'd be pretty cool. He's been around for a little while and worked his butt off to get the opportunity he's got, so it'd be cool to see him in victory lane. So I don't know. Price of gas is pretty expensive, and all them jet drivers running, and we're going green and all that stuff. I think we should just call it.
All right. Well, hey, I want to ask you real quickly, without any practice in the car, now, how has it been to drive it today, and how hard has it been to get it where you want it?
It's been not much fun, but we're working on it really hard with our Ruby Tuesday, Discount Tire Challenger team, and not where we want it. And we're just seem to fight the same problems every week, but we keep trying different stuff, and we haven't hit it yet. But a little more work, and we'll find it. Just got to keep digging.
All right, thanks, Red. Hey, Vince, Brad's pulling for Josh Wise. Who you got back there?
I've got Clint Boyer. I don't think he's pulling for anybody but the 33, and that'd be Clint Boyer, oddly enough. Do you have a car that can get there? How important is it to get out front and get that clean air? Does that make all the difference?
Yeah, I mean, that clean air was really important for our Rheem Chevrolet. I mean, we were out front and actually pulling away from him, and that's pretty wild. I saw him getting loose, and he started to back up the track, so I started to go low, and he gassed it and come back across, and I just had to check up. Carl got around me, and you know, as soon as he got in the lead and got that clean air, he drove off, and I was fighting it and struggling a little bit. But you know, they start out having to compensate for it. Everybody's fighting really loose. I mean, even them in front of me, you know, you can see them fighting loose. But we try to compensate for it, kind of overcompensated. It took too long for it to come in. It seems like no matter what happens at the beginning of the run, it still falls off the same. So you might as well get going.
Has the track reacted a little bit differently than what you thought it would, as we've had a little bit of drizzle throughout the course of the race here and there?
No, you know, I mean, it was, I watched that truck race and listened to the radios. Everybody was fighting loose yesterday, too. It seems like, you know, it did surprise me a little bit on how far our car fell off there, how loose it is, you know, getting into the corner. It just seems like it's really difficult to get her in, but a little bit worried about my Cup car tomorrow. I think I'm going to be on the phone to Shane here in a little bit.
Always looking ahead. Let's go back to Alan Bestwick.
All right, Vince, thanks. And while we talk to some of the drivers under the rain, NASCAR reporting, by the way, they think they will get back to racing here shortly. There's Josh Wise, and a great story around the car that he's driving today, the number 7 machine that is sitting right behind the pace car on pit road now and in the lead of this race. More on that from Dave Burns. Dave?
Alan, I'm going to have Era pan around here to the car. Era, if you'll join me over here. This is the decal they ran down here this weekend for Steven Siller, who was a first responder who ran to the towers, actually walked to the towers because he couldn't get through the tunnel to try to help, and ultimately lost his life in the event. There's apparently a run that goes along with this, Alan, and a great way to raise money for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. And, of course, they're running that paint scheme today, and looks great on the 7 car. It looks even better out front.
Yeah, that foundation, one that benefits children who have lost a parent in combat, and the Junior Motorsports team running that here in Dover, of course, a town with such a big military presence, the Dover Air Force Base just miles down the street from this racetrack, running the paint as a thank you to the men and women who serve. And I can't think about Dover without thinking about 9/11 and the first race run after the 9/11 tragedies. Dale Earnhardt Jr. came to this racetrack, remember, after the sport had shut down along with everything else for a week, won the race, pulled out the American flag for a victory celebration, and there were so many people at this racetrack that is so close to New York and Washington that just so enjoyed that Star-Spangled celebration here at Dover in the period following September 11th, 2001.
Really a defining moment right after that event did occur. And like we talked about earlier with Dover Air Force Base right here, there's a huge military contingency that comes to this racetrack, and the surrounding area is supported by it. So very appropriate.
And Josh Wise driving that number 7 car. Thank you to the troops car, and waiting to see if this thing might get rained out and they might be able to steal a win, or if he's going to have to buckle up and go back at it. We talked about Kyle Busch and the damage to his machine earlier in that pit road stack up. Reed Sorensen got nicked up in that pretty well too. He's sitting 9th right now, Vince.
Yeah, he's one of those drivers hoping that this race goes back to green because he feels like he's still got something left in him. Car wasn't too bad, and then you had the contact with Kyle Busch coming onto pit lane. How did that change the handling of this race car?
Not near as much as I thought. The guys did a great job getting tape back on it. And it still drives good. We had to start at the tail end of the field, and we're back up here in the top 10. This Dollar General car is fast. Definitely probably one of the best cars we've had all year. And yeah, I don't know what happened on pit road. They all checked up. By the time I got the brakes, I was already into Kyle. So just something stupid that you don't want to happen, but it did. And I'm doing my best I can to rebound from it and get back to the top 5.
How has the car been changing throughout the course of the fuel run?
My car's been good. It's been pretty consistent. Once the rubber builds up on the track, the back of the car starts moving around a little bit more. But our car is really good on long runs, so we haven't done a whole lot to it. A little bit of air pressure and a little bit of track bar to try to help the back of the car. But other than that, it's been really good.
Yeah, Crew Chief Trent Owens told me before the race he was optimistic for a good day. Seems like it's coming to fruition, Alan.
All right, Vince, thanks. And as we watch Reed buckled in there, Reed, one of the drivers who has been in front of this Nationwide Series championship at a point this season. And you see his last 4 finishes here at Dover have been solid.
Yeah, Reed Sorensen does a good job basically every racetrack we go to, but in particular here at Dover, he has been very, very strong. And we just keep waiting, Alan. He is going to get to victory lane. I do think he's a multiple-time winner this year in this series, and it's just a matter of him getting that confidence and getting over the hump in order to get it done, but he is very capable.
Now, under the pit stops just before the red flag, we heard about Elliott Sadler getting a speeding penalty that's going to knock him from 8th position back a bit. Let's hear from Elliott.
Yeah, and Alan, as I was watching Elliott right here, I was thinking how comfortable he looks sitting here right now. I haven't gotten that impression listening to you on the radio. Didn't get that impression after the speeding penalty either. What's it been like for you today?
We're just, we'll find a little handling stuff here and there, but that's typical Dover. I mean, but we still have been running in the top 5 or 6 all day long, so pretty happy about that. I'm not sure about the speeding penalty. I'll go check on that afterwards, because the box they said we were speeding in is actually where you slow down to get in your pit box. So I'm a little bit confused on that, but anyway, everybody's done a great job on One Main Financial Chevrolet today. We're doing what we're supposed to do, and that's be consistent, running in the top 7 or 8. I just hope that the rain or stops will get a chance to overcome this penalty that I gave my race team.
Did you make any changes on that stop? Because I heard some confusion on the radio, and then wasn't sure that you got to anything to try to help the car.
Yeah, we made some track bar adjustments and some air pressure adjustments to kind of help go back to where we were the run before, where we actually, I think we were running 5th or 6th before we pitted. So we went a little bit too far on that last change, which you got to try to find the edge of these race cars for speed, and we'll go back to where we felt like we were the most consistent and the best on the long run, and hopefully we'll get a chance to try it.
Vince, if they finish this way, it'll be the first time that Elliott Sadler has led the points, if they finish this way, because he would be the points leader leading here.
And visiting now with Jason Leffler, just spoke with your teammate Reed Sorensen. He was pretty happy with his race car. He's a spot right in front of you. How do you feel about the 38 car, which you've got right now?
Car was really good that last run. I mean, we ran 5th or 6th there most of the run, and then I think they hung a lug on that last stop, so we lost a couple spots. But guys on pit road done a great job till then. And Great Clips Chevy's pretty decent, so I'm thinking we're going to get back racing here. And Eddie Pardeau's got her tuned up, so going to go forward.
You've won here before in the Truck Series. How much does that play into the confidence level that you have when you come to a tough place like Dover?
We've always run well here with the 38 car. It's one of our better places, and I've run well. So, yeah, I mean, that helps. You're confident. You kind of feel like you know what you want in the race car, and that's helped this weekend a lot. So just looking forward to getting this thing back underway, and hopefully we can get up front.
Yeah, guys, sometimes you got to run a track where it's got to hang that car out. Jason Leffler always seems to run better at those kind of tracks. Alan?
All right, Vince, thanks. The Truex family calls this racetrack here in Dover home. Ryan Truex serving as our in-race reporter today, one of the young new faces on the Nationwide Series. Let's get to know Ryan a little bit better.
My name is Ryan Truex. I drive the 99 Toyota Camry for Shauna Waltrip Racing.
I got the funny suspicion we're going to hear a lot more about Ryan Truex.
I grew up in New Jersey, Mayetta, New Jersey, pretty much in the middle of nowhere, middle of the sticks. My brother is Martin Truex Jr.
He got his big brother and his hero, Martin Truex Jr., being not only a driver coach, but a brother to help keep the young man calm and help him learn.
Who knows where I'd be without the last name right now? I might not even be here. So obviously I'm grateful to have that, and just to have a brother who's been in this sport and knows what it takes to make it. This is a little embarrassing, but when I was little, my favorite driver was Jeff Gordon. A lot of kids in the 90s, when they see Jeff Gordon's car on TV, they don't even know who it is, but they see his car and they pick that as their favorite driver. My worst fear, that would be spiders. That's an easy answer. They gross me out. I see a spider and I'm freaked out. I hate spiders.
And Ryan Truex said, I don't think I want to watch myself. I don't like to watch myself on TV. And he looked up right when the spiders are coming down. So not a fan of spiders, huh?
No, not at all. I'm not a fan, and I never will be.
All right. Well, are you a fan of monsters? Because you're looking like you're 5 spots away, and your car's pretty darn good. You might take home one today.
I'm having so much fun right now. I can't even explain it. This is just awesome. Can't thank these guys enough for giving me a good car. Jerry and all these guys have been working hard. Pit crew's been awesome. We've had blazing class stops so far, and everything's just been working. So, I almost wrecked it off forward and kind of got my scare for the day. So, we got us a good car here, so I'm having a lot of fun with it.
I said coming into the race, so many things were stacking up against you. You just got your cast off, so you're driving with just a splint. I know it doesn't feel good. You said the racetrack is scaring you with this car, but you're not showing it at all. How? What's happened with your car here in the last half of the race?
The biggest thing is just getting experience and confidence. And the more you run around this place, the more you get confidence, the more you get used to it. I came on the radio when we first started running. I said, I don't know if you guys know this, but it feels like we're going about 400 miles an hour out here. And my brother came on and said it'll get better with time, and it has, and we got a good car now. So I'm just having fun. This is awesome.
Got your friends and family here, your brother on the pit box. It's a good day for Ryan Truex. Vince?
Pretty decent day for James Busher as well, the 21-year-old knocking on the door of the top 10. I know you guys have been trying to get this thing snugged up a little bit. You feel like you're making any progress?
We've made progress every pit stop. I mean, the guys on this ABF Chevy's done a great job today. Stewart's been making good calls, adjusting on the thing. It's just been really, really loose about all day long, and every stop we keep getting a little bit better and a little bit more speed, and I think that last run was our fastest run of the day. So we've had good stops, and we're going forward and just slowly but surely picking them off. And seems like every time that we have a restart, I get lined up on the outside, and my car won't run the top. It's even looser on the top, so we lose a couple spots, and we got to run them back down and get back to where we were. So, sitting here 11th, we get to restart on the inside, and hope it dries up. We can get back out there and try to make up some more progress.
James Busher currently sitting 11th. Dave?
Hey, Vince, on lap 1, Mike Bliss had some contact, and the damage has remained, but he's maintained his position in the top 15, running in the 14th position right now. But, Mike, I want to think about back a couple of years ago to an anniversary that's about to come up when somebody made a great rain situation decision, and you won the race at Charlotte. So do you think Josh Wise and Tony Uri and those guys made it right? It looks pretty dry now.
I told Paul, my crew chief, on the backstretch, says, I think we ought to stay out. I said, there's only 4 guys behind us, right? And he said, yeah. But I said, man, I'd stay out. He goes, well, we're out. We didn't get our tank full of fuel, so we need to come in. I said, all right, but I'd stay out.
That would have been a perfect plan, Alan, except for one thing, not enough fuel to go the distance. That's Mike Bliss running a top 15 right now and recovered after the first lap, guys.
Well, except for 2 things, Dave. Not enough fuel, and they're going to restart the race. Drivers, to your cars. The command has gone out. You see Carl Edwards beginning to cinch back in. For Josh Wise up front, well, it was a good try.
Hey, gotta try. Give it a shot.
It was a good try.
Give it a shot, absolutely.
But now you're going to have to make a choice. And that choice is probably going to be to come down pit road and get some service. So that should probably put Edwards back in the lead. And I'll tell you what, if Wise does pit and you've got Edwards and Logano now side by side at the front of the pack, I'm really going to be interested to see what happens, because as you and I talked off the air a little bit ago, I just see that 20 as being poised to get to the front, sniff that clean air, and get going.
Yeah, and then you heard Joey talking about they made an adjustment to the race car that has yet to been able. He hadn't been able to figure it out completely. He needs some laps and some seat time. So these next 10 laps is going to be interesting once we get started. Clint Bowyer's got a fast race car as well. Got shuffled back, so hopefully he can get back in the mix. The guy who didn't seem like he was ready to go racing was Brad Keselowski, sitting in that 5th spot. I think Brad wants this to be over with, so maybe that gives Ryan Truex an opportunity to get back up and get in the mix and get past Brad Keselowski, and maybe we see Ryan Truex get towards the front.
There is Joey Logano getting cinched back up and trying to figure out what he has to do to get to the front and break through and win this thing here in Dover today. Just joining us, hour and a quarter rain delay at the top of the race. Now we are about 23 minutes into a rain delay, 3/4 of the way into the race. And we've still got another quarter of this race to go at 56 laps remaining.
A lot of racing left, a lot of opportunity left. The guys have a chance to adjust on these cars maybe one more time, maybe come down pit road a couple more times and get some fresh tires and a little bit of fuel and advance themselves. So anything can happen, caution-wise as well as weather-wise, these next 56 laps.
Yeah, Dover has a history of late caution. 6 of the last 9 races here. The last green flag run has been 10 laps or less. So we get it going again here shortly. We probably haven't seen the end of the yellow flags, and we haven't probably seen the end of the pit strategy that'll play out toward the end of this race. So for drivers, it's the stop, go kind of a day in the weather here at Dover today. But they're getting ready to have to go again, and this time it will truly be go time, because the checkered flag will be in sight one way or the other.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. We're past halfway or whatever. And the bottom line is, though, it's the distance of this race. This is the perfect distance. 200 laps this race, and any of these nationwide races gives you an opportunity to not feel like you're worn out waiting. I mean, if we still had another 100 laps, 155 laps to go, it would be a long evening. We have a great shot at getting this race in full and complete lap count, simply because the laps are, they're not arduous. There's not too many of them, so perfect number of laps.
Got about 2 hours of daylight left, assuming the overcast trims some of the available daylight away. If it stays dry, it won't take long to run the race to its finish. But again, as I mentioned, a couple different ways, the checkered flag's in sight. If the rain comes again, with the amount of time it takes to dry the racetrack and so on, you could then be looking at a shortened race. But for now, we have plenty of daylight left to go, and the drivers getting buckled in with 56 laps remaining in this race. So probably about a 50-lap run to the finish of this one remaining. Marty Reed, Dale Jarrett, and Andy Petrie been trying to figure out what's going to unfold in the last quarter of this race for themselves. And DJ and Andy, I'm particularly curious the start and stop kind of a day for the pit crew, Andy, and the driver, DJ. Any extra hurdles involved there to get geared up for this last run?
Yeah, Alan, it really is. I mean, all the things that can happen. I mean, this mist is not showing up on the radar, so it really has the crew chiefs wondering if we will see any more rain. They can't really predict it by looking at the radar, but yeah, this starting and stopping it's no fun for anybody.
No, it's really not. And from the driver's perspective, once you get in the seat of that race car, you like to kind of finish things off right then. But it's your job. You put your mind back to what you have to do and realize that this could come again, and you've got these next 56 laps, you're going to have to get after it.
Well, just a moment ago, we were listening in on Josh Wise's radio.
Ball's worth a try, eh? Yeah. Heck, still might rain. It's misty outside, turn 3 and 4, but I don't know if it just kind of stays like that, so we'll see.
Well, and that's exactly what we'll do. We will see. Let's talk about the motorsports calendar while we've got a moment. The Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Southern Nationals. We have qualifying tonight at 7 Eastern here on ESPN2. Finals tomorrow at 7 Eastern, also on ESPN2. NASCAR Now, presented by 5 Hour Energy tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on ESPN2. And then the Monday edition is presented by Shell Nitrogen, 5 Eastern. ESPN2. Switch over to ABC next Saturday at 1:30 Eastern for the next stop on the NASCAR Nationwide Series at Iowa. And of course, 2 weeks from now, a huge race coming up at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
In a world where speed and danger define glory and immortality, there exists a modern-day Coliseum, building legends for 100 years, hallowed ground that holds disaster for many and dreams for few, where desire and defeat collide with tradition and triumph at 230 miles per hour. The Indianapolis 500, Memorial Day weekend, live on ABC.
And, of course, as we take a look at this year's Indianapolis 500 storylines, Helio Castroneves seeking a record-tying 4th win, trying to become the 4th man to do that. Dario Franchitti seeking his 3rd win in 5 years. Danica Patrick finished 3rd in this race last year, and she has 5 top 10 finishes in 6 starts. And today the track did open for practice, and so far Ed Carpenter the fastest at 224.79 miles an hour. That's fast. And as we wait for the jet dryers to pull off, in fact, I think they have shut them down, and maybe an issue on Brad Keselowski's car. Take a look. The guys are going into the bag.
Sometimes these radios, they get damp and don't work, or maybe it's the helmet or the earplugs, something like that. So you never know, Andy. It affects these electronics quite a bit in these race cars.
Yeah, that's the first thing you want to get covered up when it starts raining, is that window opening, because it's just wide open to the weather.
The red flag period is over. We're now under a yellow caution, and the cars have begun to pull out, and there you can see they are buttoning up the 22. We'll try and get an update on exactly what the problem was. There's our race leader, Josh Wise, but now he's got an issue. Jamie, what's going on?
Push me, guys, push me.
Yes, he cannot even turn the car over, and they're trying to push him. He's trying to fire it. He said neither box would work. He had no power at all. As his team continues to push him down, he's trying to crank it. Still nothing. Nothing from the race leader, Josh Wise. They're still pushing them, guys. They're running out of steam. No power whatsoever.
And you see the rest of the cars going around them. And you know the NASCAR rule, you must maintain pace speed.
Well, and NASCAR does let these cars, gives them a chance to get them started and everybody get going, because you've got them hot, you've parked them on pit road. It's kind of a different circumstance when you've got this rain delay. So they will give them every chance. They'll send them right back to their spot. Not that that's going to matter, because he's probably going to come down pit road anyway, but I suspect he may have hit that kill switch inadvertently getting in the car.
Okay, so he does get it refired and come back around. Let's get the update on the 22, Dave Burns.
And Marty, that was ear molds for Brad Keselowski. They, of course, have a helmet without speakers in it per se. You run these ear molds that are molded exactly to your ears, kind of like you guys wear up there in the booth. And when he pulled them out, or pulled the helmet off at the rain delay, he pulled the wires out of them. So they actually had to run back to the truck and get his extra set. They ran him out to him, and he is good to go.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dave. Third straight Dover race with a red flag. This one, 28 minutes and 26 seconds officially. And it looks like Carl's dragging a little something. Doesn't look serious.
Nah, it just looks like it may be a little piece of tape or something he's dragging from under the car. But I think he stopped right there to change the steering wheel.
Pit road is officially closed at this point. And there you see the 7 right in front of the 60. We'll have 2 laps to go once they come back to the line.
Yeah, it looks like Josh Wise will take full advantage of both of them. Or did he come down pit road?
Yeah, no, he didn't.
Yeah.
And you'll wait. Yeah, it's not open yet, but he'll wait till that absolute last minute just in case it happens to start raining again. He's waited out this long.
Well, let's remind you, because it's been a while, the 2 of Elliott Sadler, too fast entering. He was 8th at the time, so he's got to go back to the longest line. And the 88 of Eric Almirola, too fast exiting. He was running 14th. The lucky dog goes to Mike Wallace in the 01. That will give us 18 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, but you got a couple of cars. Josh Wise is going to make a pit stop. You got the 2-car of Elliott Sadler now going to the rear, so it's going to shuffle things up just a little bit on the 1 to go.
The 1 to go at the stripe. On board with Clint Boyer. And you heard him talk about how important it was for his car to get out into the clean air. Right now he's shown in 4th position.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows he's going to be restarting in 3rd position. So, Dale, do you have a plan to try to get this lead early from that 3rd spot?
Yeah, I'd have to say that your plan would be to get on Carl Edwards' bumper, try to get him loose as he and Joey Logano are racing side by side and past both of them. That sounds easy, but it doesn't work like that very often. But that's a good plan to start with.
You saw Josh Wise pull down onto pit road, so he has surrendered the race lead. Jamie?
And right now he's thinking, don't stall it because it won't turn over. He's having a hard time hearing the guys on the radio, but he said everything else looks good. They're going to put 4 tires here. Definitely a heartbreak. They did have hope they would get this win, guys.
That was worth a shot.
And as he comes back out. So now the race leader is Carl Edwards. Let's get an update. Dave Burns.
And Marty, everybody loves when a plan comes together, especially leader Carl Edwards.
All right, good call, Mike. That wasn't looking so good for a minute, but that was the right call. Yeah, if, like I said on the radar, if it had been a bigger green area, we'd have probably rolled the dice there, but it was nothing.
Now remember, Carl pitted, took on 4 fresh tires. His car was just a little bit free, and they made a slight chassis adjustment to try to help that. Maybe that'll help him hustle it to a win.
Well, and Carl has selected the inside line. There is Mike B. And let's reset it for you, because there is Carl with Joey Logano right alongside. Then in row number 2, you've got Clint Boyer and Brad Keselowski. And then in row number 3, Ryan Truex working on a career best finish, and Kyle Busch. And then James Buescher, Reed Sorensen. That rounds out your top 8 as we get ready to go green flag racing once again at Dover. The high line working for Joey Logano. And remember what he said, if he could get out front.
He's not there yet, though. Here comes Carl Edwards back on the inside.
Clint Boyer tucked down low as well. There goes Kyle Busch on the high side around the 99. Here comes the drag race to the start-finish line. And officially, it's Edwards still leading on that lap.
Well, Logano really giving him the fit up top off turn 2, though.
We've had 6 different leaders, and now it looks like Joey is going to make it 7. And this will be the first time today that a Joe Gibbs racing machine will lead. And remember, we told you in the last 7 races, they led over 1,100 laps, 80% of them between those 2 cars.
And you don't have to look too far back to find Kyle Busch now in 5th spot.
It is Logano, Edwards, Boyer, Keselowski, and Kyle Busch. Let me clean up just what we had to do on the restart. We also had 6 wave around: Scott, Cope, Eflin, Clements, Fitzpatrick, and McClure. So that updates you on all that action. And up front, it continues. Side-by-side action further back as there is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with Ryan Truex going after each other. That is the battle for 8th.
Heard Ricky Stenhouse talk about how his car had been so loose the majority of the day. That's a dangerous position to put yourself in right there.
James Buescher right behind him in the 30 and the 09 of Kenny Wallace.
Able to make that pass, though. They made a good adjustment on that 6 car.
So he gets around. Here comes the 30 around the 99. So Truex going in the wrong direction. Go for 5th place, Reed Sorensen. And Sorensen flies by Kyle Busch.
Well, that's where Reed Sorensen was running before they got in that little bump up coming to pit road. So they've been able to take advantage of these caution flags and get themselves back in a good top 5 position right in the middle of the points battle for this championship.
Yeah, we heard him talk a while ago. He's really surprised that it didn't hurt the car any worse on that, because it was a lot of damage to the front.
A bit farther back, you got Ryan Truex, and there's Kenny Wallace, and those guys are duking it out for the 10th position. So Truex restarted in the 6th spot and has fallen back 4. And here comes Elliott Sadler. Remember, he had to go back to the back of the field for the speeding penalty. He's trying to get underneath the 66 of Stephen Wallace.
Yeah, every one of those positions that he can pick up is a point. He's the points leader right now. You know, Elliott said that they went back on the changes on their race car, see if they could help it in these last 50 laps.
So Sadler right now shown in the 14th position. Mike Bliss will be his next target. There is Joey Logano, and he has opened up a bit of ground on Carl Edwards, about 0.6 of a second. In 3rd, it's Boyer. Keselowski is 4th, and Sorensen and Kyle Busch have a pretty neat battle going on for 5th. Boy, Joey, once he got into the clean air, the car's really glued.
Yeah, as I talk to a lot of these drivers and crew chiefs about these cars and the things that they're doing, they talk about how important the aero is on it, keeping the platform up, but getting them out front really makes a big difference. And you can see it's made a big difference for Joey Logano, Vince.
Well, and the key for Logano throughout the course of the day has just been to get that car tightened up. They've made a track bar adjustment at the first stop, track bar adjustment at the second stop, wedge adjustment on the 3rd stop. And you heard him tell us during that rain delay, he hoped that that last adjustment was the key. And also, Clint Boyer, recall, told us how important clean air would be. So Logano was out front. They've made the wedge adjustment, seems to help his chassis, and he has the clean air. That might be the winning combination for the 20 of Joey Logano.
And you see the action with the 88 as you finish up, Vince. That's Eric Almirola. Remember, he was caught speeding, exiting pit road, and now he has fought his way around Stephen Wallace, move him into the 15th position.
Should not have to make another pit stop. Every car has enough fuel to make it to the end. And I'd be surprised to see any more of the leaders make pit stops. So you have what you've got here. You got to make it work to the end of the race. And Joey Logano, man, his car is really hooked up right now.
41 laps to go, and boy, you're right. Joey has opened up a 0.7 of a second lead over Carl Edwards. Let's check in on Mike Bliss, because he's been working his tail off. He's in that 14. Remember, they switched the rides around. They put Eric McClure in the 19 to guarantee the points in case they needed him for qualifying. And as there goes Ruderman around Kenny Wallace. Then here goes the 14, and here comes Sadler right along.
Yeah, once you slip just a little bit and get up out of that bottom groove, you can see how important it is to keep these things on the bottom. Kenny Wallace lost 3 spots right there.
The 14 car was 32nd in owner points entering today, 13 points out of the top 30, and Bliss is giving it a good ride. He's 12th right now, although he's got Sadler coming up on him. There's Eric Almirola trying to close as well. In fact, Sadler has gotten around him. So move Sadler into that 12th position. He'll try and chase down David Rudiman. And everybody's trying to chase down that man, Joey Logano. Logano now 0.8 of a second in front of Carl Edwards.
All three of these top cars are running almost identical lap times, and actually Clint Boyer in third was the quickest car of the last lap.
So Logano, 2 straight second-place finishes. Carl has the last win on concrete. In fact, he has a total of 6 concrete wins. That most recent coming Nashville back in April. And then there's Clint Boyer, as Boyer has won his last 2 races here at Dover when he led. And he has led today. Those are led back in 09 and 06. A little bit farther back, you've got the 09 winner here with Brad Keselowski. Is there a recurring theme here, guys who are really good, doing well at Dover? So he's running 4th right now. And then a man who's trying to snap a race streak of not winning races is here comes the 32 of Reed Sorensen.
Yeah, really good job again by Reed Sorensen, coming back from having to work on this race car, going back to the back of the pack, got himself back in the top 5.
His last win was Gateway back in 2007. Now, we don't have to go very far to get the last win for that car, the 18 of Kyle Busch, just a week ago at Darlington. And he is back into the 6th spot right now, but he has not led a lap today. Behind Kyle Busch, it is the 38 car of Jason Leffler, and Leffler has a really good streak of top 10 finishes here at Dover. It's like, I think, the last 4 races, if I remember correctly, right off the top of my head.
I think it's 5, Marty. He's just really good here.
You're on board with him right there. Morgan Shepherd, that was the car being passed on the left side. Morgan's had a very long day of it. He is 24 laps down in 27th, but he's still trying. And there is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Stenhouse running in the 8th spot, 6 seconds behind the race lead. He led 33 laps, but all of those came early.
Yeah, they did come early, but he fell back out well outside the top 10. So getting himself back here well inside the top 10. Now going to battle Jason Leffler for that 7th spot. So this is a big gain for these guys. They're really glad that this thing went back to green.
A little bit farther back, there is 8th place, James Buescher. That's where he finished in last night's truck race.
Yeah, we talked to him during the break. He said that they'd been making steady progress on this car. He'd been losing it on the restarts. He wanted to start on the inside on that last restart. He got his wish, and now he's running 9th.
And yeah, correct me on that. It was 9th, not 8th. He finished 8th yesterday in the race. And then there's Marietta, New Jersey's Ryan Truex Jr. As he is rounding out the top 10. He is 9 seconds behind the race lead. Let's go back a little bit, and you'll pick up Elliott Sadler. He's just gotten around David Rudiman, so he has picked up a spot, moving into 11th.
Yeah, that's about 8 spots that Elliott's picked up since he had to fall back to the tail end of the longest line on that restart. So each one of those, again, is 1 point as he battles for this championship. So very important.
And right behind him, you got David Rudiman in that 64 after having him start dead last in that Rusty Wallace 3rd car. He's the top running car right now for RWI.
Well, and Elliott talked about what it's going to take to win the championship under this new point system.
This new point system, you have to be consistent. You have to run every lap. And we found out the hard way at Daytona by getting in that wreck, finishing 38th. We've put together all these good runs here, and we're still not leading the points. So that tells us we have to figure out how to run every lap through Homestead.
And as they run right now, guys, he has that championship lead. If he can hold where he is or move forward some more, be the first time that he's led the points. That's what he's looking for. Remember, his car was losing grip, and he was letting people by before that red flag. And they did make some adjustments on the car. He restarted, even though he had the penalty, and restarted 16th. He's driving it forward.
And he's got top 5 finishes in 6 of the last 7 races, including 3rd last week. And Jeremy Clements slowing on the back.
Yeah, he's been running on 7 cylinders. I think that motor finally just let go.
Clements in 23rd position, 2 laps down, so he's going to make it safely back to pit road. There will be no caution. So with 27 laps to go, we stay lean, mean, and green. Let's go back to the race lead. Joey Logano's margin has narrowed now as Carl Edwards, as the run has gone a little longer. Carl's car coming to life, and it's down to 0.2 of a second. They go around Michael Annett in the 62. He is 3 laps behind in 23rd.
A lot of this all depends on where you catch this lap traffic. If you can catch them entering the corner, then you can keep going pretty good. But if you catch them on the exit, sometimes you have to get out of the throttle, and that allows that second place car to catch up.
You saw right there in the middle of the corner, Carl Edwards pushing his car really, really hard. He got sideways and had to correct it and lost a lot of ground.
Nice save for Carl. Drops about 2 car lengths farther back, and Bowyer in third. Let's go on board, watch him work the hands.
You can see just right there the focus in his eyes and just how he's working this car. He's giving it everything he's got. We saw in the pre-race where he did all these reaction time testing, and he's probably got some of the best reactions in anybody on the track, and he's using them up right here. Yeah, look at that. Man, had to wheel that car. I like to hear that.
So he's going to get him.
That's what he said. And he is working hard behind that wheel. Look at that.
Well, I promise you, if he doesn't, it's not from lack of effort, because you know that Carl's he's got about 24 laps to go up there and see what he can do with Joey Logano. He needs to look in his mirror, though. Clint Bowyer's coming up here and might have a little bit to say about this, too.
Bowyer is sneaking into the picture. There you got your top 3. Now, of course, Joey has finished second here the last 2 years, and that would sort of give him the opportunity to put one incident maybe into the background that he's more famous for here at Dover than those second place runs. And it was, of course, in the Cup race back in 2009.
Well, this was just spectacular, amazing. I don't think we ever expected to see a car do this here at Dover.
It's just scary, man. I'm telling you, this car just flipped and kept flipping all the way down the track.
And as we said, Joey wants to be remembered for race wins, not that. And right now, he's starting to open up a little bit of ground, but here comes Carl right back. So
you have to wonder one of 2 things. He said his car would continue to loosen up. Is that what it's doing? Or did they get it a little too tight? He may have abused that right front tire, getting that lead that he got, and now the car may be pushing just a little bit.
It looks like Josh Wise right in front of Logano. And it is. Josh is the last car on the lead lap. His gamble that he stayed out.
That right there is what I was talking about. You could see the run that Carl Edwards now gets on Joey Logano because he couldn't use all the throttle. Had to wait on Josh Wise to get out of the way.
Back on board with Carl as he works the wheel.
I love this shot right here. You just see how intently focused Carl Edwards is on trying to get this spot. He's got to hit every mark just perfect. He's trying something a little different right there, going up high. See if he can get a little run.
Yeah, that's see if he can keep a little bit more RPM and momentum through the center of the corner, get back to the gas, and use the straightaway, make it a little bit longer.
Slower traffic. That's Eric McClure in the 19. They both get around safely. And the laps continue to wind down. We're down to 18 to go. More traffic coming up for the race leaders. Clint Bowyer not able to close the gap on the front runners right now.
Yeah, but he's in the mirror. They can see him coming. He's probably saying, don't forget about me, boys. I'm still here.
Yeah, Clint's car's been really good today on the longer runs. He and Carl Edwards seem to have the better cars in that respect. But Joey handling this traffic really well right now.
Joe Nemechek in the 87 as they get safely around Joe. He is 2 laps down in 19th position. Here comes Bowyer up on the 87, and now our race leader Logano's got the 01 of Mike Wallace.
Yeah, and if you're sitting there with Carl Edwards knowing how important that clean air is, he's just hoping that Joey Logano will catch somebody at the wrong spot. He can make a real run and take advantage of that and get out front. Then he probably figures that Joey will have the same problem he is, which is not being able to get his car to turn quite as well when you're behind.
So when you got Carl Edwards that close to your rear bumper, does it not put just a tremendous amount of pressure on you? How much are you looking at him right here?
Oh, all the time. You've got to see, is he gaining on me? Where's he gaining on me? What's going on? But you have to pay attention to what you're doing. You can't lose your focus on hitting your marks on this racetrack either.
15 laps to go, and that's the gap. Oh, and Joey wiggled.
Yeah, he wiggled right there. That might have been the one little move he needed. Carl's inside.
Carl takes down low. Can he make it stick? Yeah, side by side through the corner.
Yeah, he's going to have to hang tough right here, try to get in the gas, but you got to be careful coming out of the corner.
Joey holds on for the moment, and look who's right behind both of them. Here comes Clint Bowyer. A great 3-car battle with 14 laps to go, and Carl going for the lead, and he's got it.
Oh, he's got it clear now.
All clear. Great work.
And Joey got loose.
Now. Hit your marks.
just a one little wiggle. You know, his car was probably just going away a little bit right there, and as he pushed it just a little harder, that was enough for Carl to get inside.
It was one of the few times that Joey Logano had caught a car and had to pass him on the outside. He'd been able to keep his car right on the bottom in other cases of catching these lap cars.
That's Clint Boyer's view in third. And that's how fast they're flying around this racetrack. Last lap time, 24.2 seconds. And this time by, 12 laps remaining.
Now Joey Logano's going to look for the same thing. He's wondering where all those lap cars are that Carl might have a tough time. Give him a chance to get back up there.
It's going to be a lap or two before they catch any of the lap cars.
Carl Edwards has one win here at Dover back in June of 2007. Let's check in quickly on Elliott Sadler and James Buescher. Those guys are going after 10th place.
Yeah, that might not sound like a lot, but as a race team like Elliott Sadler was talking about, being consistent, boy, it sounds good when you can say we had another top 10 finish instead of finishing just outside of the top 10 in the 11th.
Especially with the penalty. I mean, they had a late race penalty. Cost him a lot. And Elliott did a good job staying focused now. He's just trying to pick these cars off one at a time. He's going to hopefully not take any chances, I was going to say, but he's taking a chance right here with James Buescher.
Well, Buescher got loosed. Can Elliott take advantage? Side by side through the corner. Can he get him at the exit? Still a drag race.
And this should be where Elliott Sadler's experience takes over. Be patient right here. You know, he's raced for championships in the Cup Series. He's made the chase before, so he knows exactly what he needs to do in this situation. Not push the issue too much, but he does want to get in that 10th spot.
Still side by side with 9 laps remaining. Nothing has changed up front. In fact, Edwards now has an 0.8 of a second lead. That's why we're staying on this battle for 10th. He can get alongside him. He just can't clear him.
Yeah, James Buescher doing a nice job getting a nice run off the corner, but Elliott Spotter clears him, moves up and takes that 10th spot.
So another point for Elliott Sadler, and he could come out of this day with 8 laps remaining as the new points leader. Justin Allgaier ran into trouble running into the wall. He's going to come out of here probably around 4th or 5th in the points, depending on what shakes out. The race leader is Carl Edwards in that 60 Fastenal Ford. It's a Ford followed by Joey Logano's Toyota, Clint Boyer's Chevy, Brad Keselowski's Dodge. How about all 4 manufacturers in the top 4?
Just the way NASCAR likes to see it. Everybody competitive.
Boyer trying to close the gap on Logano. They are both over a second now behind the race leader. And there is Stephen Wallace. The significance there is Stephen is 16th. He has just been put a lap down. We have 15 cars on the lead lap. Next time by, just 5 laps remaining.
Well, since they've gone back to green, though, the pace has just been torrid. You know, we hadn't seen these guys 15th and 16th being put a lap down in other parts of the race, but these guys knew it was time to go win. Stepped it up a notch.
Clears J.R. Fitzpatrick easily. Kyle Busch. Just to update you, Kyle is back in 6th position, not able to make any ground as he is 9 seconds behind the race leader. And Carl, with a win here, well, it would tie him with Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick for most on concrete, 7. And he has less than 4 laps remaining to claim his 3rd win of the year.
See Kenny Wallace up ahead of Carl Edwards, trying to stay on the lead lap.
Kenny is in 15th spot. Last car on the lead lap.
The 62 record right here in front of you.
Oh, got the 62 of Michael Annett spinning around, and the yellow comes out. The one thing Carl did not want to see, but Joey Logano's happy because he's going to get one more shot.
Uh-oh. Now Carl's got to ride around thinking, where do I restart?
Something broke.
You hear Annett saying something broke.
I had Schrader said that one time to me. Broke something at Sears Point. I said, what was it? He said traction. It looks like he does have something broken. Annett does.
Annett was running 20th, 3 laps down. Watch the top of your screen.
Yeah, it looked like he may have lost a tire there. That thing just took off to the wall.
Yeah, he did a nice job there because that could have been a lot worse.
It was actually in a lucky spot. I mean, where that tire went down was almost all the way off the corner.
So Annett still able to make his way back towards pit road, and now we will get into a green-white checker finish here at Dover. And you look into the eyes of race leader Carl Edwards.
Well, this is going to be exciting right here. I mean, these cars are well matched. I mean, the 33 of Clint Boyer, he's fast enough to win also.
Which one would you pick? You want to go high or do you want to go low?
I'm thinking Carl Edwards is going to take the inside. I don't think after you've put this many laps on the tires, you can get the grip that you need in that outside lane.
I'm thinking outside.
Which lane do you think, Jason? We almost got him that last restart on the bottom. Yeah. Tough. You personally have looked about the same in both lanes. Pit road is open. It's a quickie yellow. Quickie yellow. Stay out. Stay out. You're better than he is on the short run. Just do what you've been doing all day. Get up on that wheel. Show him who's fault.
Well, this will be our 4th Dover green-white checker, and let's get an update on the 20. Vince.
Well, you just heard the radio communication to Joey Logano, encouraging him, feeling like he's better than Edwards on the short run. On the long run, Logano just got too loose, but on that short run, the car was pretty solid. We'll see where Carl chooses here, Dave.
And as the 60 team talks about it, they're also saying, remember, Clinton Boyer on these restarts has been up on the chip. Yeah, he has pushed really hard every restart. So, do you want Clint Boyer in the 33 behind you, or do you want Brad Keselowski in the 22 behind you?
Good question. Which way would you go, DJ?
I'm not worried about who's behind me. I think if I'm in Carl Edwards' position, know what I got to do. He should be able to pull away from them. I still think the bottom's the way to go.
All right, so you want the bottom. Let's talk about
Carl I said that.
Okay. Let's talk about the ticket to the race. Here's our upcoming stops. Of course, next week at Iowa, then on to Charlotte and Chicagoland on June 4th. And through the month of June, we go to Michigan, Road America, and then into July, obviously the annual trip back to Daytona, Kentucky, great weekend there, New Hampshire, Nashville, and Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, as we'll get ready to pick up our Sprint Cup coverage that very weekend. The 66 of Stephen Wallace gets the lucky dog, so he will come back around and get on the lead lap. That'll give us 16 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, he also made a pit stop there and put some tires on that 66, so he'll see just how many spots he might can make up here in these last few laps.
There you see Stephen as he winds it up to get back around to catch up to the field. And it looks like we're going to get the 1 to go signal coming up next. Obviously, it's been a long day for everybody here at Dover, and the lights do go out on the pace car. And there is our race leader, Carl Edwards.
We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You just do what you need to do. You know what to do.
You see up in the upper right-hand corner, Sports Center will be coming up next as soon as we get finished here at Dover. First attempt. Remember, we could go as many as 3. Carl Edwards, Joey Logano, Clint Boyer. Here they are, and how they have performed here. The winner in September of 06, Clint Boyer. 08, Kyle Busch. And May 2010, Kyle Busch. The yellow lights came back on the pace car. We're getting word that Ryan Truex, the 99, he has slowed back in turn number 2, and there he is. He was running 8th, which would have tied his career best from Richmond just a couple of races ago, and it looks like he has lost all fire.
Man, that's heartbreaking. He had a great run going.
Jamie, are you hearing anything down there?
Yes, the team is talking. They said, what the heck just happened there? We were 16 laps to the good. There you go, guys. It's a fuel issue.
Wow. So obviously they may not have gotten as much fuel as they thought they did.
Well, one of the things that happens when you get the car down, 5 gallons or 6 gallons of fuel on this banking, it is, that fuel just runs so far away from the pickup that you can lose it. Your fuel pump loses its prime, and then it won't go. If this thing went green, it probably would have been fine.
Well, the lights are again out on the pace car, so we will try it once again with Carl Edwards selecting the inside. That's what you wanted, DJ.
Yeah, I think he's chosen the right one. We'll have to see if this wrecker and Ryan Truex can get off there.
Vince, what are you hearing on Joey Logano?
Well, DJ says Carl picked the right inside lane. The 20 team was excited that Edwards picked the inside. They think Logano's better on the outside on the restart. Remember, Logano's been second here each of his last 2 starts at Dover.
All right, it's Edwards, Logano up front, then Boyer and Brad Keselowski in row number 2. Then in row number 3, it is Reed Sorensen and Kyle Busch. Get up on the wheel. Our first attempt at the green-white checkered. Pace car has pulled down. Carl Edwards has to be the first to the stripe. There's that white line on the bottom of your screen. That's where the restart zone begins.
Green.
And we're green.
Carl gets a huge jump.
Oh, what happened to Joey? And the 38 of Leffler, top of your screen, well off the pace. No yellow yet. We're still green. Boyer trying to get underneath Logano. Can't do it. Carl has set sail on the restart. Caution is out.
Yellow. Got one stalled on the apron right here in front of you. On the apron. Racetrack's clear.
So you can see the car at the entrance to pit road that is stalled. And that is the reason for the yellow. So we will go again. And that's the 19 of Eric McClure. Let's go back and show you what happened to Jason Leffler. There he is with his onboard camera on the restart.
See if he might have missed a gear here.
Well, this could be a fuel issue as well. I mean, like I said, that pickup being in the left, in the far right side, all the fuel's in the left on that banking, and it just didn't pick it up right off the start.
And the second time today, Eric Almirola did a nice job to get around somebody.
Ready, starting to roll. Green. Come on around. Come on. Outside, inside. Outside, inside. 3 wide.
So now Carl Edwards says, darn, I had a good jump. Now I got to do it again.
He got a huge jump on that start. I don't think Joey's going to let him get out that far this time.
Yeah, he played it all perfectly that time.
Jumped to third there. Yes, he did. The field to do that.
Well, just have to deal with it. Don't spin our tires next time. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal.
Well, is that a slap on the wrist?
Well,
or is that just a wake-up call?
Fact. You know, that's the one thing you have to be careful of. I was going to mention it the last time. These tires are hot. They've got a little rubber buildup on them. You have to make sure you get them cleaned off and don't spin your tires.
Let's go.
That's the thing. This, especially this track, the hot tires pick up all of the rubber that's been laid down. I mean, you can look at the groove. You don't see it nearly as black as it was because these hot tires pick up all the rubber that they laid down, and it takes a lap or two to get it off.
Well, let's go back to that restart and then see exactly what these guys were talking about. Keep an eye on the 20.
You see the lines there on the inside. Probably did that. I think they were thinking Carl Edwards left a little soon too, but okay to me.
We can tell you Mike Wallace is going to get the lucky dog, so he will come back around and he'll be the 16th car on the lead lap. This will be only the second time in Nationwide Series history that a race has gone more than one green-white checker attempt. We went 2 at Talladega just this past April. And Carl Edwards, I think, is hoping it's the last because if he can do what he did the last time.
Yeah, as I look back in the field too, Stephen Wallace, who got the lucky dog the previous caution, he came in and got tires that last time. Now he gets to be up there right with those lead lap cars, so those tires could benefit him. Might drive himself into the top 10 here before this is over.
He'll be in row number 7 in the outside 14th position. And it looks like we're going to get the 1 to go signal this time by. Lights out on the pace car. So one more time around and we'll try it again. And everything has stayed the same up front. It is still Edwards Logano with Boyer, Keselowski, Sorensen, and Kyle Busch. The top 6 remain the same from the first green-white checker attempt.
Well, right on back from there's Kenny Wallace. Another outstanding run for him in that 10th spot.
It would be his 3rd top 10 of the year and about, I think, a 6th top 15. All right, they are on the backstretch right now as the field scuffing those tires, making sure that everything is clear. Now we got another problem. We're going to have another lap at it because Jeremy Clements, it looks like he has got a fuel issue perhaps. If they can get the truck there
You see Carl Edwards now down on the flat. He's trying to keep that fuel over to the pickup so he doesn't have the same problem we've seen.
Dave, what are you hearing down there on pit road?
Well, first I'm hearing a crew chief who this is not his first rodeo, feeling the pressure at the end of the day. Listen.
I know I've been doing this for 40 years, but this still don't get any easier. Great start, Carl. That was really good right there. Try to do it again here.
And they need that great start to happen without any fuel stumble. Carl asked, are we good on fuel? The pressure's pretty low. They believe they could go another dozen laps if they had to, but that's pretty close.
You know, there's one thing, Andy, that I see, though, with going down on that apron, yeah, you're doing one thing, but you're also picking up some rubber down there that you're going to get on your tires.
Yeah, not only that, there could be debris down there you pick up and get a hole in one of them. There's risk on both sides of it, but, you know, he's seen these cars running out of fuel.
You've been riding around the apron.
And they shouldn't be running out of fuel. They have plenty, you know, they've pitted with, 55 laps to go. They should be able to go 85.
And you heard him just remind him, clean him good. You've been riding on the apron. So he'll come back up onto the track, take his proper position, and there he is clean, but now back down onto the apron again. So Carl, we're obviously worried about fuel. So they are into turn 3, coming through 4 with Carl Edwards on the inside again. And right behind he and Logano is Bowyer, Keselowski, and then right behind them, Sorensen and Kyle Busch. Here we go. Pace car's off. Green flag is in the air. Does he get as good a start this time? No. Here comes Joey.
Yeah, Logano's there. I think Carl spun the tires a little bit that time.
Through the corner. Still on his fender. On the high side. Logano going for it. They're down the backstretch. Logano with a half a car length on him. Now here comes Carl back on the low side.
Carl slips a little.
Come on, he's sideways.
Oh, now it gets into Joey. Joey's into the bar, and the car's upside down. On his side is Clint.
Yellow's out, yellow is out, yellow is out.
Wallace gets into it. The 14 of Bliss gets into it. Red flag immediately.
Stop on the back. They want you to stop on the back.
They are stopping everyone on the backstretch.
He got loose or something. I just in the throttle. He got loose. I touched him, guys.
There's what's left of Keselowski's car. Window net down. He's okay. There's Joey with his net down. Clint Bowyer is out. Boy, Bowyer went up on his side. For a second, I thought he was going to go all the way over. And there is Stephen Wallace as he seems to be okay.
They've taken the white flag, so that should be the end of it.
Now, in this situation, in fact, we were just in race control last night for the truck race. They will freeze the field, and they're going to come around now. We're being told they're going to come all around to complete the race.
Is everybody all right?
And
they're all right.
These guys are just seeing what happened.
Make sure they know that is not my intent. Not at all.
So the caution and checker comes out.
Here's your checker flag.
Carl picks up his 32nd nationwide win, not the way he wanted to do it, and he is coming over to stop immediately. And he and Joey are talking. And obviously we will try and talk to both of them. And, this is not one of those heated situations like we had last week.
Now, Joey's probably not happy, but, you know, that showed some respect from Carl coming over there just immediately saying he didn't mean to.
And there's what's left of Kyle Busch's car as he also got into it.
He looks like he's going to finish second because he continued on.
Yeah, right now that's what the way it shows. We'll get the official word from NASCAR. Let's go back and take it through in slow motion.
See, Carl got loose right there.
So did Joey.
Joey's out. Yeah, Carl never touched him right there. No,
he never did.
Wow.
He thinks he did, but he didn't.
Yeah, no, he never touched him.
So when they see the video, but look what happens behind. Eric Almirola does not escape this one this time in the 88.
Yeah, so many good cars
Bliss involved there.
Yeah,
had a great run all day.
Boy, oh boy, watch this one more time.
It's just two drivers just giving it everything they could, but you can see Joey was in the gas, slid up to where out of the groove, there's no grip there whatsoever.
And Bowyer got the worst of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, Joey hit that wall hard, too.
See, now from here, it looks like he almost does touch him right there.
Yeah, and that's what Carl probably thought. You can't see from inside that car.
Yellow's out. Yellow is out. Yellow.
Here's Boyer's view. Hang on. Wow, that was wicked. Let's go on board with Stephen Wallace.
Stay low. Stay high. Stay high. Stay high. Stay high.
By that point, he had no choice. He was along for the ride. And here is the contact. Wow. That looks more like an open wheel car situation where, you know, they just ride up on the wheel and get airborne.
In that situation, I'd almost worry more about Joey Logano, because that right front wheel of that 33 was almost in his window.
Oof. Wicked crash.
33 is torn up there, all of that, and then he gets hit hard by the 66 right there at the end.
Another angle. Kyle gets into the back of the 22 while all the other contact is occurring, and you're right. Here comes the 66. Bam. Let's go on board with Kyle Busch.
Clear, 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 clear. Off the wall ahead. Stay high. Keep coming.
Kyle somehow managed to keep going. And let's go down to victory lane. And Dave, you can tell him he never touched him.
Wow. What an end to that race. And I believe your team has communicated to you that Joey said that you never touched him, but what did it seem like as you guys raced through 3 and 4?
Man, I really thought I got into him. That's why I didn't do a backflip or anything like that. This track is so fast. You can race really, really hard. And I saw him wiggle, and I wasn't sure if I touched him or not. I was trying really hard to race as clean as I could. He raced me super clean down here, and he hung on for that last restart. So not the way we wanted to finish that race. I would have much rather just had a good, solid race, regardless of whether we win or not. But I have to thank Fastenal, Ford, Mustang, Valvoline, Aflac, all the fans, Scott's, and my guys. First off pit road, we tried to lose this thing about 3 different times, and we ended up in victory lane. But man, that was definitely apologize if I did touch Joey. I hope I did not.
Your emotions got to be ping-ponging. You had a son this week, and hang on one second. We'll bring the monitor in here real quick, and no need to apologize. Here we go. Looking at that slow. Joey was going around, it looks like. Is that what you see?
Man. Well, I'm glad I didn't hit him. I'm glad nobody was hurt. That's amazing. He did a good job. He did so good on that last restart. I was really loose, and I thought I was gonna wreck us both, but I was trying to be smart. And then there at the end, I'm just really glad I didn't touch him. I thought I touched him. So thanks for the replay. That was nice.
Say, now can we talk about all the good stuff? Win at Dover, baby this week. Great job, Carl.
Hey, thanks a lot. Let's start this over. Awesome.
We don't have any time. It took too long today. Carl Edwards, your winner this week. New baby and another W at Dover. Vince.
A lot of damage on the front end of this Kyle Busch car today. Is an expensive day for the Joe Gibbs Racing team. You had a pretty good view of that, though, from just up ahead of you, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I didn't really want that kind of view. It's going to take an awful lot of Mac tools and Stanley tools to beat the front end out of this thing, but luckily we just cut it off and start over. So, man, just a long day for us. You know, we just didn't quite have the car we needed today, unfortunately, this weekend. And we kept working on it, trying to make it the best we could. That nose damage that we had from earlier in the race coming to pit road just killed it. But guys did a good job, and we just salvaged along, and somehow we ended up second. So we didn't deserve to be second here, that's for sure, but sometimes they get to you. And I saw Joey get out. I'm glad to see Joey's all right, and I don't know about Clint, but I hope he's good too. You know, that was a wicked hit that Joey took in a turn 4 wall, and then him getting climbed over and everything. You know, it's good that you know, the front bumpers or the front tire of one of these cars didn't come through and hit Joey's head, you know, the seat or something like that. Could have been really bad. So just glad everybody's all right, hopefully, and you know, we salvaged a good day with the Mac Tools Camry. Unfortunately, it wasn't our best, but you know, maybe we can get him in Charlotte.
Kyle still brings it home second.
All right, well, Kyle has led the most laps in each of the last 5 Dover races. He did not lead a lap today, and it's only the 3rd time in his last 40 starts where he did not lead a lap, and he comes home second looking like that. Final thoughts?
You know, a tremendous race. It's unfortunate that all of this unfolded at the end, but that's just hard racing. thank goodness of NASCAR for the safety of these race cars, and really glad to see these drivers get out and everybody okay.
Well, we saw from some in-car shots from Carl Edwards just how hard you drive to win these things. You saw right there how close to the edge that they keep these cars. And when something slips, something goes wrong at that edge, I mean, it gets big. And we saw it right there. It was good to see nobody was hurt.
Well, we're waiting for everybody to clear out of the medical center. They have to get checked over as the celebration continues with Carl. And you could just see and there's Kevin Harvick and Rusty Wallace checking as they're at the medical center, checking on their driver, making sure everybody is okay.
Yeah, that's never fun as an owner in doing that. And, of course, in Kevin's case, he's checking on Clint Boyer, who's his teammate over there. Rusty's case, he's not only checking on the driver, but your son, and that makes it even more agonizing.
That car used up, that 33 is.
Well, here's real speed of what happened on this white flag lap. Boy, and every time I see it, I'm just amazed how no one is seriously hurt. Jamie, you've got an update from the medical center?
Well, we're standing here right now, and behind us, a couple ambulances have pulled in. We're waiting on 4 drivers we believe to be in there. Clint Boyer, we have, as you saw, they just drove up, and Joey Logano's in there, his dad. Tom just drove up here looking for his guy. And on top of that, one of Kevin Harvick's guys was on Clint's team today in the 33. He just went by with a bloody leg, and he just went inside the medical center. So something else happened with the 33 team. But as soon as these guys are checked and released, we will get back to you. Marty?
All right, thank you, Jamie. And obviously, it's not the kind of finish that we all wanted to see, because it had been great racing all day long. We had a total of 9 cautions, with the last one coming out right on the next to last lap. Now, everybody did get out, so that's the good news. We're just waiting for all the official word. Don't have any clue about the crew member or how they may have sustained their injury. But Jamie's working on getting that update as well.
Yeah, we saw Joey Logano talking. There's Brad Keselowski. See him talking to Jamie.
Jamie?
And Brad Keselowski just said, did you see the crew guy? So he just went in there. There's all kinds of chaos. You're the first out. What is happening, and how is everybody? Have you talked to the other drivers?
Yeah, I think everybody's all right. There's one crew guy that I guess got hit by a piece of debris off one of the cars, so that was kind of scary looking. But, we're happy to have a decent day that was in the making. It just didn't finish off, but it's pretty unfortunate for our team. We had a solid 4th going, but looked like the 60 just ran over the 20, so I don't know. I wasn't in either of their shoes to really see it firsthand, but when you wreck that close on a restart, the whole field just drives through it, and I think the 18 drove through and back of me like it did last week again this week, so just one of them deals.
You're all right?
Yeah, doing good. Thank you.
All right, Brad Keselowski's okay, guys, and we will talk to the other drivers. Actually, Clint Boyer's walking out right now, and we'll get him. Of course, we saw him take the biggest hit of everybody. He's walking out, of course, on his own power. Clint, we'll replay it for you here, but you got the short end of the stick here. Can you take us through everything? And first of all, are you okay?
I don't know if Carl got into him or not. He certainly, he got him loose, but that's racing. I mean, green, white checker to place this tight. They were both way up out of the groove. That was pretty wild, man. I tell you, I thought I was going over the wall, and that would have been really scary. I was just glad the wall kept me, in the racetrack, because I was afraid I might be going over, but pretty wild finish.
And the
Ream Chevrolet, huh?
The 2 of them actually did not make contact, but are you okay?
Oh, yeah. My pit crew, I think a spring flew out of my car and hit one of my guys. His leg didn't look good at all, so this is just a bummer deal. I mean, freak thing, part of racing, man.
Glad you're okay. Clint Boyer will start 22nd tomorrow. We're going to run over here and get Stephen Wallace. He got a pretty big hit, too. Stephen, how are you feeling?
I'm fine. It's just, I don't know what happened. We just got the lucky dog. We had new tires back on, and we were coming like a scalded dog. And just saw Boyer's car about flipping, and I got hit. Hell, I don't even know what happened. It just got in a big wreck. That's all it was.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Great news. Everybody so far is okay. The 20 just got released, and we're going to go back over to Alan, and we'll get him as soon as he comes out, Alan.
All right, Jamie, thanks. So a quick wrap-up on the day. Kyle Busch did not equal Mark Martin's all-time wins record in the Nationwide Series. Concrete Carl winds up in victory lane on the trophy. And the Monster had a healthy appetite for race cars at the end and a crazy finish. More follow-ups to come on SportsCenter, which comes up next here on ESPN. And don't forget, next week, the Nationwide Series at Iowa on ABC, and a week from tomorrow, 1:30 on ABC. And Joey Logano has just come from the medical center. Jamie?
Oh, Joey, another one of these days that you end up here, but we watched the replay. From your perspective, what did you see and feel?
I haven't seen the replay, so I don't really even know what happened yet, but, I don't think you guys are trying to get it up, but just seemed like I either got tagged or I think just Carl coming up took the air off me enough to make me loose. You see him, I just think as he was coming up the track, it's these, those shark fins they got on, when you get a car underneath you right about that point, you feel the car starting to get loose, and it's unfortunate, man. I felt like we had something to win with this thing with the GameStop car, and we had a good day for sure. We're trying to get that little bit there at the end, and switching and tear up as many cars as it did.
You feeling okay? Ready to race again tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's no big deal.
All right, it was a great day until the very end for Joey Logano. Alan?
Big bruising crash at the finish today here in Dover. Fortunately, you've heard from the participants involved, all the drivers okay, and Carl Edwards gets the victory photos taken at the conclusion of today's race. It is Iowa next Sunday for the Nationwide Series, 1:30 Eastern on ABC, and next is SportsCenter. Wow, what a day here in Dover. The finish causing a number of cars to be torn up. Some of the top contenders all day in the race wind up with bruising finishes. And at the end, Carl Edwards climbs out of the car in victory lane and celebrates the win today here in Dover.